Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of soothing Sherlock Holmes mysteries to ease your mind and guide you gently toward sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of a story taking you to perhaps the gaslit streets of Victorian London, a cosy sitting room at 221 B. Baker Street, the fog-shrouded moors of Devonshire, or a quiet railway carriage rolling through the English countryside. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright.
Now, exhale slowly and let your mind become as still as a mirrored surface. You're entering the Library of Reflections, a quiet hall in the Timeless Tales Library where every book holds a mirror on its cover. This library contains stories of who you are, who you have been, and who you are yet to become. The air is still and calm, and the only light comes from the soft, diffused glow of the mirrored covers. Feel your body sink into your bed, your own private space in this chamber of mirrors. Relax your shoulders, your jaw, and your hands. Let the quiet stillness of the room reflect into your mind, calming any busy thoughts or feelings. Open the first book. Let the stories of the Library of Reflections show you a peaceful, true version of yourself, a reflection of pure calm. Sherlock Holmes, The Case of the Missing Second Hand. The autumn rain had settled over London with a melancholy persistence, washing the vibrant colours of the city to a uniform smoky grey. For 3 days a fine, ceaseless drizzle had wept from the sky, a sound that, when all other noises were muted, became a low, comforting hiss upon the window panes of 221B Baker Street. It was the kind of rain that seemed to possess a conscious desire to strip the world bare of its superficialities, leaving only the essential, quiet truths exposed. The streets below, usually a turbulent river of humanity and commerce, a grand, crashing current of hansom cabs, hurried footsteps, and the sharp cries of newsboys, were now a placid, shimmering expanse of wet cobblestone, reflecting the pale, diffused light of the gas lamps. The world seemed to have slowed its frantic pace, retreating indoors to the quiet solitude of hearth and home. Even the rhythmic, almost aggressive clop, clop, clop of the horses' hooves had been muffled to a soft, almost hesitant rhythm, as though the very transport of the city moved with a newfound reluctance. It was a weather for quiet thought, for the introspection that is so often stifled by the clamour and haste of daily life. This quietude for an active mind like mine was both a blessing and a subtle, creeping challenge. Within our rooms, a profound sense of warmth and sanctuary prevailed. The fire in the grate crackled with a low, contented murmur, the sound itself a kind of counter-rhythm to the rain outside, sending a wave of ruddy, pulsing warmth into the air. The very atmosphere seemed to be a balm to the senses, a rich tapestry of scents. The sharp, familiar scent of Holmes's tobacco, a peculiar, heavily blended mixture of strong Virginia and a touch of chemical additive he had specially commissioned from a small shop in the East End, a scent that always suggested intellectual ferment, a lingering aroma of old leather from the countless volumes that lined our walls, and a faint sweet smell of damp cloth and old paper that always seemed to accompany such days. The room itself seemed to breathe with a life of its own, the shadows cast by the firelight dancing across the edge of the Persian slipper. These shadows were not menacing. They were comforting companions, deepening the sense of privacy and intellectual retreat. I was seated in my favourite armchair, a volume of my old military memoirs open on my lap, though my eyes were fixed not on the text but on the delicate spirals of steam rising from the teacup beside me. The tea had gone tepid some time ago, a silent testament to the passage of time which I had failed to heed, but I found myself reluctant to disturb the peaceful stillness. My mind, much like the city, had entered a state of profound and peaceful stillness, a welcome respite from the ceaseless demands of my medical practice. I had spent the morning navigating the slick streets, attending to Mrs. Pemberton's chronic rheumatism, a complaint as persistent as the drizzle itself, and young Thomas Fletcher's persistent cough, which rattled in his chest like a bad engine. The stark contrast between the bustling urgency of my rounds, the demands of life and death, of fever and pain, and this warm cocoon of tranquility was not lost on me. It was in these moments that I truly appreciated the dual nature of my life, the physician to the suffering body, and the chronicler to the suffering mind. Holmes was, as was his wont on such tranquil evenings, in a state of profound and motionless thought. He lay stretched out upon the sofa, his lanky frame a dark, elongated silhouette against the orange glow of the firelight. A single, thin spiral of smoke from his pipe rose, hesitant and slow, and coiled towards the ceiling, a silent question mark in the still air. His long, sensitive fingers were steepled over his chest, a gesture of intense concentration, and his eyes, though half closed, were not vacant. To a casual observer, he would have appeared lost in a state of profound laziness, a man given over entirely to the simple comforts of a firelit room. But I, of course, knew better. I had learned, over the course of our many years together, that it was in these moments of quiet repose that his extraordinary mind was most active, sifting and sorting through the infinite catalogue of human experience, searching for the subtlest connections, the most elegant of patterns. He had once confided to me that the mind, much like a great symphony, requires moments of profound silence to truly appreciate the subtlety of its score. He believed that the white noise of everyday life was a constant impediment to true deduction. He was not merely relaxing, he was tuning his instrument. His stillness was, in fact, an absolute pitch of mental activity. "The world has ceased its frantic drumming, Watson," he murmured, his voice a low, placid rumble that seemed to emanate from the very shadows, disturbing the quiet no more than a falling leaf. The rain, like a quiet hand, has muted the superficial clamour and allowed the mind to perceive the finer, more delicate rhythms of existence. One can discern the subtlest of patterns, the most delicate of disharmonies, when the incessant white noise of the city has been temporarily stilled. It is as if London herself has taken a breath, and in that suspension revealed her true nature. I nodded, my own voice hushed in reply, the sound feeling overly loud even in its moderation. "Indeed, Holmes, it is a night for contemplation, not for the grim business of detection. I confess I am rather enjoying this respite. The cases of violence and blatant greed seem too crude for such a refined atmosphere." "Precisely," he replied, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips, a mere tightening of the corner of his mouth that I alone would have recognized as amusement. For the most profound mysteries are not always crimes of violence or greed, the gaudy displays of the moral savage. They are more often a simple, quiet disruption of an established harmony, a silent, incorrect chord in a perfect symphony, the disappearance of a comma in a contract, the subtle fading of a colour in a tapestry, the tiny, almost invisible deviation from the norm. And it is a night such as this that is most conducive to the resolution of such a puzzle, a time when the mind is primed for the minute, the fragile, the near silent appeal. As if on cue and in perfect confirmation of his words, a hesitant, almost apologetic tap sounded upon our door. It was not a thunderous knock, such as would announce a desperate client fleeing from a scandal or a murderer, nor was it a sharp, impatient rap, indicative of the professional dispatch of a Scotland Yard inspector. It was a timid, almost musical tap, a sound that seemed to fit perfectly with the quiet and stillness of the evening. It was the summons of a man who was clearly reluctant to disturb the peace, a gentle plea for help in a world that had fallen silent. I rose and went to the door, finding Mrs. Hudson with a look of mild, well-meaning confusion on her face. Her usual bustling energy was subdued by the quiet of the night, as though she too feared breaking the spell. Behind her stood a small, wiry gentleman, his shoulders hunched not with the natural stoop of age, but with a palpable, invisible burden of worry. His coat, a respectable but slightly worn dark wool, was beaded with droplets of moisture, as was the brim of the bowler hat clutched in his hand. His face, a roadmap of fine, intricate wrinkles, was marked with an expression of profound and bone-deep sadness, a silent anguish that seemed to have settled deep within his bones. His eyes, though intelligent and clear, the eyes of a man who worked with the infinitely small, were filled with a deep, lingering sorrow that seemed to have been a long-time companion. There was something in his bearing that reminded me of the meticulous, self-contained watchmakers I had encountered in my travels, men who lived in a world of precision and uncompromising order. "I am terribly sorry to disturb you, gentlemen," Mrs. Hudson whispered, wringing her hands slightly, her concern overriding her usual discretion. "This gentleman, he insisted he had nowhere else to turn. He asked for Mr. Holmes by name. He's been standing out there, in the pouring rain, for some minutes, I believe, working up his courage." "Pray show him in, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, his voice a low, tranquil note that seemed to rise from the depths of the shadows. His tone, I noticed, was unusually gentle, immediately recognizing the non-criminal nature of the man's distress. "And perhaps you might bring us a fresh pot of tea, strong and very hot. Our guest appears to be in need of warmth more than counsel at the moment." The gentleman entered, his movements slow and deliberate as if he were walking upon fragile glass. He held a small black-lacquered wooden box in one hand, which he placed gently upon the table with an almost reverential care. The box itself was a beautiful thing, inlaid with delicate mother-of-pearl in a pattern that suggested cherry blossoms, or perhaps tiny, complex gearwork. He took the seat I offered, drawing a slow, deliberate breath, as though preparing to speak after a long silence. "My name is Mr. Edmund Finch," he said, his voice as soft and monotonous as the falling rain. "I am a clockmaker. I have come to you with a most peculiar and I fear entirely insignificant problem. I know your work is usually reserved for matters of life and death, of honour and betrayal. My concern is technical." Holmes, hearing the man's profession, sat up slightly, rising from the horizontal, his eyes now open and fixed on the gentleman with a penetrating yet gentle scrutiny. His pipe was laid to rest in the ashtray. A clockmaker, you say? A man who deals in the very rhythm and harmony of the universe? I assure you, Mr. Finch, no problem that deals with the measure of time is ever insignificant. Time, after all, is the one commodity we cannot replenish, the foundation upon which all human drama is built. Please, do continue. I am entirely at your service. Mr. Finch leaned forward, his hands clasped tightly upon his knees, the gesture a physical embodiment of his restrained anxiety. My life is, I am afraid, a very quiet one. It is a life lived in the company of gears, springs and pendulums. For the past 40 years, I've been the custodian of the Thorn Clock, a masterwork of my late grandfather, Sir Gideon Thorne. He was a horologist of some renown in his day, a man who saw no distinction between science and artistry. It is an extraordinary piece of craftsmanship, a monumental grandfather clock that stands in the centre of our family's great hall. It is a clock that does not merely tell the time, but seems to contain the very essence of it. It has a voice, a personality. Its chime is a deep, sonorous song that resonates through the house. A perfect, steady beat that has been the pulse of our family for 3 generations. My grandfather was a man who understood that a clock is not just an instrument of measurement, but a living, breathing entity. His masterpiece, the Thorn Clock, is a testament to that belief. He paused, his voice thick with emotion, his gaze distant, as if viewing the magnificent clock in his mind's eye. Every day my routine is a simple one. I wind and maintain the clock. I listen to its constant ticking pulse, a rhythm that brings me into profound contact with my family's past, a sense of continuity that is my lifeblood. And the most compelling part of this ritual, Mr. Holmes, is a feature so subtle that most would never notice it. On the face of the Thorn Clock there is a second hand that moves with a unique, deliberate grace. It does not tick with a simple, jerky, almost violent motion, but with a fluid, silent sweep, a constant, graceful movement that is a testament to the uncompromising precision of its inner workings. It is driven by a mechanism so finely balanced that its motion is entirely seamless. I have always called it the river of time. It is a beautiful, fragile motion, and it reminds me that time is not a series of abrupt, discrete moments, but a constant, flowing, uninterrupted river. He took a long, shaky breath, and the anguish in his eyes deepened into a specific kind of suffering, the loss of a beautiful ideal. 3 weeks ago, Mr. Holmes, that river ceased to flow. The clock keeps perfect time. The hour hand and the minute hand move with a perfect, steady cadence, and the chime still sings with its deep, sonorous voice. But the second hand, it no longer sweeps, it ticks. A slow, hesitant, jarring tick. A sound that is a foreign, grating noise in the perfect harmony of my life. It is like listening to a great musician suddenly playing an instrument that is desperately out of tune. I have opened the case and examined the mechanism. I have polished every gear, cleaned every spring, and meticulously examined every pin and pivot with a magnifying glass that magnifies 1,000 times. But I can find no fault. The mechanism for the second hand is, to all appearances, in perfect working order. Every element is in its proper place. But the river of time has been broken. It has been replaced by a series of jarring, arrhythmic ticks. I am at a loss, Mr. Holmes. It is not a matter of a broken thing, but a matter of a broken rhythm, a profound disruption of a quiet harmony. It is a mystery of time, or rather the lack of its smooth, uninterrupted flow. I feel as though I am losing a part of myself, a small, gentle part that has always been there to reassure me. I have come to you because I am at my wit's end. I have lost the sound of peace. He finished, his hands now trembling more noticeably as they held the small black lacquered box. The silence that followed was long and heavy, punctuated only by the crisp crackle of the fire and the insistent pitter-patter of the rain. I watched Holmes, who had not moved, but whose eyes were now open, fixed on the gentleman with a penetrating yet gentle scrutiny. His expression was not that of a detective seeking clues, but of a man hearing a profound confession. He was not merely listening to the facts of the case, but to the quiet anguish that lay beneath them. I feel as though I am losing a part of myself, a small, gentle part that has always been there to reassure me. I have come to you because I am at my wit's end. I have lost the sound of peace, he finished, his hands now trembling more noticeably as they held the small black lacquered box. The silence that followed was long and heavy, punctuated only by the crisp crackle of the fire and the insistent pitter-patter of the rain. I watched Holmes, who had not moved, but whose eyes were now open, fixed on the gentleman with a penetrating yet gentle scrutiny. His expression was not that of a detective seeking clues, but of a man hearing a profound confession. He was not merely listening to the facts of the case, but to the quiet anguish that lay beneath them. The grief of a man whose life was built on micro-precision and who now faced a flaw he could not isolate. A most compelling case, Holmes finally murmured, his voice as low and soothing as the rain outside. Not a crime, but a mystery of a more delicate nature, the disruption of a natural harmony, the silent suffering of a friend. Tell me, Mr. Finch, what was the nature of your life on the first day this anomaly occurred? Do you have a precise, inflexible routine that you follow, or are your days subject to casual variation? A very normal day, Mr. Holmes, the old man said, his voice thick with emotion and a desperate desire for minute accuracy. My routine, I assure you, is built upon the same clockwork I tend to. I rise at 6, a light breakfast at 7, and then I retire to the Great Hall to perform my daily maintenance of the Thorn clock. I spend the early hours of the morning in the Great Hall listening to the clock polishing its brass pendulum and ensuring that all is in perfect order. I check the oiling points, the tension on the mainsprings, and the minute alignment of the escapement. Then, just before the clock strikes noon, 12 perfect, deep-throated bongs, I take a small cup of tea. It is a ritual I've performed every day for 40 years. It is a work that I have found great solace in over the years. It reminds me of a time when all was right with the world, when everything obeyed a logical, beautiful design. Holmes nodded slowly, a flicker of profound recognition in his eyes. He was mapping the pattern of the man's existence. And the Thorn clock itself, it is not merely affixed to the wall but stands upon the floor, correct? A monumental case. Where do you place your tools and implements while you work on it? A horologist requires a vast array of small, precisely weighted instruments. I place them on a small, velvet-lined mahogany table that has stood beside the clock for generations, he replied, his voice regaining a technical edge. The table itself is a solid, heavy piece, chosen by my grandfather for its absolute stability. I placed them there so as not to scratch the wood and to keep the tools from vibrating on the cold stone floor. It is a comfort to me, a practical extension of the clock itself. And you were in the great hall, you say? Holmes continued, his voice a quiet whisper, pulling the facts together with the gentle force of a strong current. And was there any change to the room itself? Something new that day? A new piece of furniture? A new painting? A new object of decoration, perhaps, however small? Mr. Finch hesitated, his brow furrowed, sifting through the layers of memory of an otherwise indistinguishable morning. Nothing that I could detect, he said. The room felt perfectly normal. The air felt as it should. The light was the same diffused light. There was only one small change. My granddaughter, Clara, she gave me a small gift, a small, handcrafted wooden owl. She said it was a symbol of quiet wisdom, something to sit beside me as I worked, to watch over the years of the house. I placed it on the small mahogany table at the far corner where it would watch over me as I worked. A small, simple thing. It was a new presence, certainly, but a silent one. Holmes sat in perfect stillness, a man listening to a silence that no one else could hear. He was no longer looking at Mr. Finch, but into the structure of his mind and the structure of the room he described. I watched him, a part of me wanting to give him a nudge, to remind him of the man waiting, but another part of me knew that this was his most profound state of observation. He was processing the gentle grief, the quiet details, and the profound sadness of a man who had lost a piece of his routine, a piece of his world. The air seemed to charge with unstated knowledge. Finally, after what seemed like an age, he spoke. Mr. Finch, I believe I have the answer to your most distressing problem. The anomaly is not in the clock but in the environment, and it is not a matter of criminal intent but a matter of simple, inadvertent action. I ask you, on that first day, as you were sitting in your great hall and waiting for the clock to strike noon, were you perhaps doing a bit of dusting? Mr. Finch looked at him, startled, a spark of confusion replacing the deep-seated sorrow. Why, yes, he stammered. I had noticed a small film of dust on the top of the mahogany table, that very surface. I was simply wiping it away with a soft cloth. I have a cloth I use for my instruments, you see. It is a very soft, delicate chamois fabric. I am very particular about such things. A watchmaker's habits, I'm afraid. And you were wiping the top of the mahogany table where you had just placed the new wooden owl, Holmes continued, his voice a low, placid whisper, weaving the final threads of his deduction. The table, a solid, flat surface, acts as a vibrational reflector. The clock, a delicate instrument, is a system of controlled oscillation. The pendulum, the very heart of the timekeeping, is a creature of balance, a creature of harmony and motion. It does not merely swing, it sings with a particular resonant frequency. That sway, that gentle, almost imperceptible vibration, needs a perfectly flat, still and resonant surface to maintain its rhythm. The mahogany table, Mr. Finch, was that sympathetic surface. For 40 years, the table has been absorbing and subtly reflecting the pendulum's motion, creating a stable, resonant field around the clock's base, a positive feedback loop that sustained its ideal movement. It was part of the clock's extended nervous system. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his eyes burning with the intellectual pleasure of having found the hidden mechanism of a quiet truth. But on that day, you placed a small new object upon it. the small handcrafted wooden owl. The owl, a symbol of quiet wisdom. But it was also a small quiet disruption. It was placed on the mahogany table, a surface that was, until that moment, clear and flat. The owl, with its small, irregular and comparatively soft wooden base, created a small, imperceptible point of damping on that flat surface. It was a single, tiny point of contact between the owl and the table that was just enough to break the pendulum's delicate, resonant sway. The pendulum was not broken, Mr. Finch. Their motion was not gone. It was simply absorbed. The pendulum's subtle sway, the faint harmonic vibrations that used to travel along the flat surface of the mahogany table and be reflected back, were now captured by the soft, irregular base of the owl. The owl acted as a perfect silent shock absorber, effectively removing the subtle acoustic environment the clock had been relying upon. The clock, a creature of harmony and motion, felt that change instantly. It sensed the small, unnatural pocket of resistance, the sudden, tiny loss of reflected energy, and in its mechanical confusion, it did what it had to do. It continued to tell perfect time, because the fundamental escapement was sound, but it could no longer produce the smooth, sweeping motion of its second hand. The isochronism of the second hand, that magnificent silent sweep, relies on the maximum potential energy of the swing. The jarring tick was a protest, Mr. Finch, not a sign of its illness, but a sign of its quiet, profound sensitivity to the altered world around it. Holmes smiled faintly, a genuine warmth in his eyes. Your grandfather built something far more remarkable than a simple timepiece. He built an instrument that breathes with its environment, that responds to the subtlest changes in the space around it. The Thorn clock is not merely a machine, but a living testament to the interconnectedness of all things. It exists in a delicate, almost mystical balance with the room that houses it, with every object, every surface, every minute vibration. When you placed the owl on the mahogany table, you introduced a new, non-resonant element into that balance. The owl's irregular base created a point of energy sink, absorbing the micro-vibrations that the table had been reflecting back to the clock for 40 years. Without those vibrations, the pendulum lost its perfect high-energy rhythm, and the second hand could no longer sweep smoothly. Remove the owl, and I promise you the river of time will flow once more. The old man stared at him, his mouth slightly agape. He looked at the small black lacquered box in his hands, then at Holmes, and then back at the box. The owl, a simple, small carving. I can hardly believe it. A matter of microphysics, not a fault in the masterwork itself. I was looking for a flaw in the spring, a dust mote in the gear train. I overlooked the larger system entirely. It is not a matter of belief, but of observation, Holmes said gently. The mind, in its grief or its intense specialization, tends to look for the grand and the dramatic. A broken spring, a fallen tooth on the comb, a thief. But the answer, as is so often the case, was in the quiet details, in the things that we do without thinking. The owl, the table, the subtle science of resonance. It was a matter of motion and stillness. The owl, a symbol of quiet wisdom, inadvertently absorbed the clock's gentle sway. A small, gentle deviation from the norm was all it took. The world is full of such subtle truths, Mr. Finch. One need only quiet one's mind and, crucially, look beyond the mechanism itself to perceive them. Mr. Finch looked at the box, his hands no longer trembling. a look of dawning comprehension and then of profound, radiant relief spread across his face, washing away the wrinkles of anguish. He looked up at Holmes, his eyes now shining with gratitude. "You have restored my peace of mind, Mr. Holmes. You have not given me back my clock's beautiful motion. Not yet, but I know how to do that now. But you have given me back the understanding of its quiet life, its spirit. I was convinced it was broken, a failure of my grandfather's design. But it was merely reacting. You have given me back the sense of harmony. The system is still perfect. It is a gift I can never repay." "A matter of no consequence," Holmes said, waving a hand in dismissal. "The most important element of any investigation is not the solution, but the restoration of harmony. The mind, like a delicate instrument, must be brought back into tune. The clock, Mr. Finch, was a minor matter of technical physics, but your quiet distress was a matter of great importance. I am simply glad to see that the ripple on the pond has now subsided." He thanked us once more, his expression now one of serene calm. He placed his hat upon his head with a newfound confidence, the burden on his shoulders visibly lifted. We watched him go, a small solitary figure disappearing into the impenetrable grey of the rain. The sound of his footsteps, now firm and purposeful, faded into the ambient hiss of the city, and soon it was as if he had never been there at all. The sense of profound, meticulous order was restored. I looked at Holmes, who had returned to his place on the sofa, settling his pipe back into his mouth, his eyes closed once more. The fire crackled with a gentle insistence. The clock on the mantelpiece, a common machine-made timepiece, ticked with a slow, deliberate sound. I did not speak, for the moment was too perfect for words. The case had been solved not with a frantic chase or a dramatic confrontation on the fog-choked streets, but with a quiet observation, a gentle conversation, and a deep understanding of the subtle workings of the human mind and the delicate balance of the natural, resonant world. The worried had been calmed, and the world had been set to right, all with a quiet grace that was as peaceful as the rain that had settled over London. The firelight danced, the clock ticked, and I felt the gentle pull of sleep, a sense of deep contentment settling over me like a soft, warm blanket. The rain outside seemed to hold a newfound meaning for me. It was not a barrier, but a kind of natural quietude, a state of rest for a world that was always in motion. I thought of the countless, unrecorded moments of peace that must pass in the city every night, the small, quiet victories, the mysteries that were solved without a single headline or a single drop of blood, the mysteries of misplaced objects, of tiny shifts in the physical world that have vast emotional consequences. It was in such moments, I thought, that I truly understood the man beside me. He was not just a great detective, but a quiet craftsman, a restorer of order, a seeker of truth in the small, forgotten and perfectly logical corners of the world. And it was in this quiet understanding that my own mind began to quiet itself, settling its scattered thoughts like dust. The fire burned on, and the clock on the mantelpiece ticked on, a gentle, soothing lullaby in the heart of London. It was the sound of order restored, a quiet rhythm waiting for the next disturbance to arise from the vast, complex mechanism of the city.
Sherlock Holmes, Professor James Moriarty and the Evening Calculations. The gaslight flickered gently against the tall windows of Professor James Moriarty's study, casting soft, wavering shadows across walls lined with leather-bound volumes of mathematics, astronomy, and natural philosophy. Outside, London's evening fog had begun its familiar descent, wrapping the city in a cottony embrace that muffled the distant clip-clop of horse-drawn carriages and the soft murmur of voices from the street below. The year was 1895, 2 years since the supposed tragedy at Reichenbach Falls, and the world believed Professor James Moriarty to be nothing more than a memory, a brilliant mind lost to the depths of a Swiss waterfall. But here, in this sanctuary of learning tucked away in a quiet corner of Bloomsbury, the professor lived on, reborn not as the Napoleon of crime, but as a devoted scholar whose greatest battles now took place on blackboards covered with elegant equations and theoretical proofs. Professor Moriarty sat in his favorite armchair, a deep burgundy leather piece worn smooth by years of contemplation, with a cup of chamomile tea cooling on the small mahogany table beside him. The steam rose in delicate spirals, carrying with it the faint scent of honey and dried flowers that his housekeeper, Mrs. Pemberton, had carefully selected from her garden in Kent. His long, pale fingers traced slowly across the pages of a mathematical treatise, pausing occasionally to make a gentle notation in the margins with his fountain pen, a gift from a colleague at Cambridge who had welcomed him back to academic society under his carefully constructed new identity. The events that had once defined him, the great game of cat and mouse with Sherlock Holmes, the elaborate criminal enterprises that had stretched across continents, the dangerous pursuits that had ultimately led to that fateful confrontation at the falls, seemed now like memories from another lifetime, fragments of a fever dream that had consumed years of his existence. In the months since his supposed demise, Moriarty had discovered something far more satisfying than the thrill of criminal enterprise, the pure, crystalline beauty of mathematical truth. Here, in the quiet sanctuary of his study, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of centuries, he had found a different kind of power, one that brought peace rather than turmoil, understanding rather than manipulation. The transformation had not been immediate. Those first weeks after Reichenbach, hidden away in a modest cottage in the Swiss mountains while the world mourned his passing, had been filled with restless energy and half-formed schemes for revenge. But gradually, as the alpine silence worked its magic and the simple rhythms of mountain life slowed his racing mind, Moriarty had rediscovered the pure joy of mathematical contemplation that had first drawn him to academia decades earlier, before ambition and the lure of criminal enterprise had corrupted his gifts. Tonight, as was his custom, the professor had settled into his evening routine of scholarly meditation. The day's correspondence lay neatly stacked on his desk, letters from colleagues at Cambridge and Oxford who knew him now as Dr. Marcus Thornfield, a reclusive but brilliant mathematician whose papers on number theory had begun to attract attention in academic circles. There were invitations to present papers at mathematical societies, requests for his insights on complex theoretical problems, and gentle inquiries about his health from fellow scholars who worried about his hermit-like existence. His reputation in academic circles had been quietly rehabilitated through careful work and the sponsorship of several influential mathematicians who had known him in his younger, more innocent days. His past transgressions were now attributed to a temporary breakdown brought on by overwork and personal tragedy, a narrative that the academic world had accepted with the same readiness it always showed for explanations that allowed brilliant minds their eccentricities. How easily, he mused with gentle amusement, the world accepted stories that fit their preconceptions about the fragility of genius. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, its orange glow dancing across the spines of his books. Euclid's Elements stood beside Newton's Principia, while Gauss's Disquisitiones Arithmeticae rested comfortably next to more recent works by Riemann and Weierstrass. Each volume represented countless hours of human thought, generations of minds grappling with the fundamental mysteries of number and space. In their presence, Moriarty felt a profound sense of continuity. He was but one link in an endless chain of seekers after mathematical truth, each contributing their small portion to humanity's growing understanding of the universe's hidden patterns. He turned the page of his current reading, a treatise on non-Euclidean geometry that had arrived that morning from a colleague in Göttingen. The elegant proofs unfolded before him like a garden path in spring, each step following naturally from the last, leading inexorably toward conclusions that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations of mathematicians who had been trapped within the confines of traditional geometric thinking. There was something deeply soothing about this logical progression, this sense that beneath the apparent chaos and randomness of the world lay patterns of perfect order and transcendent beauty, waiting to be discovered by minds patient enough to seek them out. The professor's cat, a sleek black creature named Pythagoras, a name that never failed to amuse him with its apt symbolism, padded silently across the Persian rug and settled himself on the warm hearthstones. His yellow eyes blinked slowly in the firelight as he began his evening grooming ritual, paws moving with the same methodical precision that characterized his master's approach to scholarship. Moriarty glanced down at his feline companion and smiled. Even Pythagoras understood the value of routine, the comfort found in familiar patterns repeated night after night in an endless cycle of contentment. The cat had appeared at his door one rain-soaked evening in autumn, thin and bedraggled, but with an unmistakable intelligence in his golden gaze. Moriarty had taken him in without hesitation, recognizing a kindred spirit, another solitary creature who preferred the quiet observation of the world to its chaotic participation. Over the months, Pythagoras had become his constant companion, a silent witness to his mathematical meditations, whose presence somehow made the long evening hours of study feel less isolated. As the evening deepened and the fog outside grew thicker, transforming the familiar street into something mysterious and dreamlike, the professor set aside his reading and moved to the large blackboard that dominated one wall of his study. Here, over the past several weeks, he had been working on a particularly intriguing problem in number theory, a question that had puzzled mathematicians for decades, and whose solution, if it existed, would represent a significant contribution to human knowledge. The board was covered with equations, diagrams, and calculations, layer upon layer of mathematical exploration that resembled nothing so much as a musical score, written in the language of symbols and figures. To an untrained eye, it might have appeared chaotic, even meaningless, but Moriarty could read the patterns there as clearly as a conductor reads a symphony. Each line of reasoning told part of a larger story. Each failed attempt contributed to the growing understanding of why the problem had proven so resistant to solution. Taking up his chalk, Moriarty began to write, his movements slow and deliberate. Each number, each symbol was placed with careful consideration, part of an intricate dance of logic and intuition that required both rigorous reasoning and creative leaps of imagination. The scratch of chalk against slate provided a gentle, rhythmic accompaniment to his thoughts, a sound as soothing as rain against window panes or the turning of pages in a library on a quiet afternoon. The problem he was pursuing involved the distribution of prime numbers, those mysterious integers that could be divided only by themselves and one. For centuries, mathematicians had sought to understand the pattern underlying their occurrence, if indeed any pattern existed at all. Prime numbers seemed to appear almost randomly as one counted upward through the integers, yet there were tantalizing hints of underlying order, subtle regularities that suggested some deeper organizing principle at work. Some nights, the professor felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough, his intuition singing with the certainty that comes when all the pieces of a puzzle suddenly begin to fall into place. On other evenings, the primes seemed to mock his efforts with their stubborn unpredictability, refusing to yield their secrets despite his most ingenious approaches. Tonight, however, he sensed a different quality in his thoughts, a gentle clarity that suggested answers might be closer than he had dared to hope. As he worked, his mind wandered to the curious parallels between mathematics and music, a connection that had fascinated him since his youth. Both dealt in patterns and relationships, both sought harmony from apparent discord. The great Bach, he reflected, had understood this connection. Instinctively, his fugues were mathematical constructions as much as musical ones, explorations of theme and variation that followed rules as strict as any geometric proof, yet produced effects of overwhelming beauty and emotional power. The professor had recently acquired a small harpsichord, which sat in the corner of his study near the window. On evenings when mathematical work proved particularly challenging, he would sometimes turn to Bach's well-tempered clavier, letting his fingers work through the familiar patterns, while his mind processed the day's theoretical insights at a subconscious level. There was something about the mathematical precision of Bach's counterpoint that seemed to clear mental fog and reveal new approaches to stubborn problems. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed 10 o'clock, its bronze voice echoing softly through the study. The sound had a particular quality in the fog-wrapped evening, muffled and dreamlike, as if time itself had grown drowsy. Outside, the fog had thickened considerably, transforming the street lamps into soft, glowing orbs that seemed to float in the misty air like terrestrial stars. The sounds of the city had diminished to a gentle murmur, the occasional rumble of a late omnibus, the soft footsteps of a pedestrian hurrying home through the murk, the distant chiming of church bells marking the passage of hours. London was settling into its nightly slumber, the great metropolis gradually quieting as its millions of inhabitants sought their rest. There was something profoundly peaceful about this daily transformation, this gradual transition from the bustling energy of day to the contemplative silence of night. Moriarty had come to treasure these evening hours, when the demands of the external world receded, and he could lose himself completely in the pure realm of mathematical thought. He paused in his calculations and moved to the window, pressing his palm against the cool glass. The fog swirled in lazy patterns, constantly changing yet somehow eternal, like the mathematical concepts he spent his days contemplating. Individual droplets of moisture traced random paths down the window pane, yet collectively they created patterns that followed predictable laws of physics and fluid dynamics. There was beauty in this obscurity. He thought the way familiar landmarks became mysterious and dreamlike, transformed by the simple addition of water vapor in the air. The fog reminded him of the problems he worked on, how clarity could emerge from confusion through patient observation and careful analysis. Just as the sun would eventually burn away the night's mist, revealing the familiar city beneath, so too would persistent mental effort eventually illuminate the hidden structures underlying mathematical mysteries. Returning to his blackboard, Moriarty found his attention drawn not to the complex equations awaiting his consideration, but to a simpler problem that had occurred to him, a gentle exploration of geometric series that might serve as a bedtime meditation. These series had always held a special fascination for him, representing as they did one of mathematics' most elegant paradoxes, how infinite complexity could resolve into simple, finite truths. Taking up his chalk once more, he began to write out the familiar progression: 1, 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, 1/32. Each term was exactly half of the previous one, stretching away toward infinity, yet forever approaching the finite sum of 2. There was something profoundly comforting about this convergence, this mathematical truth that demonstrated how infinite processes could have definite, knowable results. As he wrote each fraction, Moriarty felt his breathing slow and deepen, his mind settling into the peaceful rhythm of the series. The fractions grew smaller and smaller, their contributions to the total sum becoming negligible, yet never quite reaching zero. It was a perfect metaphor for the way thoughts settled towards sleep, each mental activity becoming quieter and more distant until consciousness itself approached the peaceful limit of rest. The professor had discovered in recent months that mathematics could serve as a form of meditation every bit as effective as the practices recommended by Eastern philosophers or Christian mystics. The act of following logical arguments, of seeing how conclusions emerged inevitably from premises through the pure operation of reason, induced a state of calm focus that quieted the restless activity of ordinary thought. Where once his brilliant mind had raced from scheme to scheme, plot to counterplot in an endless cycle of strategic calculation, now it moved with the measured pace of a river flowing steadily toward the sea. This transformation had been gradual but profound. In his criminal years, Moriarty's intellectual gifts had been deployed in service of immediate, practical goals, outwitting opponents, accumulating wealth and power, staying one step ahead of those who would bring him to justice. Every mental faculty had been subordinated to these worldly ends, creating a state of constant tension and vigilance that had gradually worn away at his capacity for simple pleasure or contentment. Now, freed from those pressures by his assumed death and carefully constructed new identity, he could pursue knowledge for its own sake, following questions wherever they led, without concern for practical applications or personal advantage. This pure intellectual freedom was more intoxicating than any earthly power he had ever wielded, more satisfying than any criminal triumph he had ever achieved. He set down his chalk and returned to his armchair, picking up a different volume from the table, beside him a collection of papers on celestial mechanics that he had been reading with growing fascination. The movements of planets and stars, he had come to appreciate, represented mathematics made visible, cosmic clockwork operating according to principles that Newton had first glimpsed centuries ago and that successive generations of astronomers and mathematicians had refined into ever more precise and beautiful theoretical frameworks. As he read about the orbital patterns of Jupiter's moons, their intricate gravitational dance that had been invisible to human eyes until Galileo's telescope revealed their existence, Moriarty found himself thinking about the curious relationship between mathematical prediction and physical reality. That human minds, armed with nothing but reason and careful observation, could predict the precise position of celestial bodies months or years in advance, struck him as one of the most remarkable achievements of the species. Here was power of a different sort than he had once pursued, not the power to manipulate and control human behavior for personal gain, but the power to understand and predict the fundamental operations of the universe itself. The equations that governed planetary motion were the same whether applied by saint or sinner, criminal mastermind or village schoolteacher. Mathematics recognized no social distinctions, acknowledged no personal agendas. It simply was, eternal and unchanging, available to any mind willing to make the effort to comprehend it. The fire had begun to die down, the dancing flames giving way to a bed of glowing coals that radiated steady warmth throughout the study. Pythagoras had curled himself into a perfect circle on the hearthstones, his breathing deep and regular, occasionally interrupted by the soft rumbling of a contented purr. The fog pressed closer against the windows, creating an intimate cocoon around the study that shut out the larger world and its concerns, making the room feel like a ship's cabin sailing through clouds toward some peaceful harbor. Moriarty closed the astronomy text and allowed his gaze to wander around his study, taking inventory of this sanctuary he had created for himself. The shelves held not only his mathematical library but also volumes of poetry, Wordsworth and Keats, whose appreciation of natural beauty complemented his own growing wonder at the patterns underlying creation, and Tennyson, whose In Memoriam had provided unexpected comfort during his early months of exile and reinvention. In one corner stood a small collection of mineral specimens that he had begun acquiring from a dealer in Piccadilly crystals and gems, whose geometric structures testified to the mathematical principles that operated even at the molecular level. Each specimen represented billions of years of patient geological processes, atoms arranging themselves according to immutable laws of chemistry and physics to create objects of startling beauty and perfect symmetry. On his desk, beside the neat stack of correspondence, lay several chess problems that he worked through each evening, not the rapid, competitive play he had once enjoyed with worthy opponents like Holmes, but slow, meditative explorations of the game's strategic possibilities. Chess, like mathematics, offered infinite complexity within finite rules, patterns that could be studied and appreciated for their own sake, rather than as means to victory over an opponent. The professor rose and moved to his desk, selecting one of the chess problems, a delicate endgame study involving a king, 2 knights, and a lone pawn against a superior force. He set up the position on the small ivory and ebony board that had been a gift from his late father, back in the days when such family relationships had still held meaning for him, and began to explore the possible continuations, his mind moving pieces in imagination while his fingers traced their paths through the air. The problem was beautiful in its simplicity, white to play and draw despite material disadvantage. Such positions were miniature works of art, composed by chess masters who sought to distill the game's essence into a few pieces arranged in precise relationships that would produce moments of tactical and strategic perfection. As he considered the position, Moriarty reflected on how different this evening pursuit was from his former obsessions. Where once he had sought to impose his will upon circumstances, bending situations to his desired outcomes through force and cunning, now he sought to understand the inherent logic of positions, to discover the harmony that existed within apparent chaos. The chess problems taught patience and humility, qualities that his younger, more arrogant self would have scorned, but that he now recognized as essential to any deep understanding of complex systems. The solution to the chess problem began to emerge, not through aggressive calculation, but through patient observation of the pieces' relationships. The knights, working in concert with their peculiar L-shaped moves, could establish a fortress that the enemy king could never breach, creating perpetual balance rather than decisive victory. There was something deeply satisfying about this conclusion, not triumph over an opponent, but equilibrium achieved through perfect understanding of the position's hidden possibilities. Moriarty reset the pieces and worked through the solution slowly, savoring each move like a connoisseur appreciating fine wine. The knights danced their careful dance, maintaining their defensive formation while the enemy king prowled the edges of the position, forever seeking an entry that would never come. in this miniature drama, played out on 64 squares, lay a perfect metaphor for the kind of peace he had found in his new life, not the peace of victory or defeat, but the deeper peace that came from understanding fundamental patterns and accepting their implications. The study's atmosphere grew ever more intimate as the evening progressed. The gaslight had dimmed to a warm golden glow that made the book's spines gleam like jewels and cast dancing shadows that seemed almost alive. The fog outside had become so thick that the world beyond the windows had virtually disappeared, leaving only this warm island of light and learning floating in a sea of grey mystery. The clock chimed 11, its gentle voice barely disturbing the study's tranquil atmosphere. The professor rose and added another small log to the fire, stirring the coals until fresh flames began to lick at the bark. The renewed light cast dancing shadows across his mathematical equations, transforming the symbols into a mysterious script that seemed to whisper secrets of cosmic harmony in a language older than human speech. He poured himself another cup of tea from the pot that had been keeping warm on the hearth's edge, adding a spoonful of honey that dissolved in golden spirals through the amber liquid. The warmth spread through his hands as he held the cup, and he breathed in the gentle steam, feeling the day's minor tensions dissolve like the honey in his tea. Mrs. Pemberton had prepared the blend specially for his evening contemplations, combining chamomile with lavender and a touch of lemon balm that was said to promote peaceful sleep and vivid dreams. Tonight's mathematical meditation had progressed exactly as he had hoped. The problem in number theory had yielded another small insight, not a complete solution, for such breakthroughs were rare and precious, but a step forward in understanding that would inform tomorrow's work. Like all worthwhile mathematical research, it would require patience, multiple approaches, and the willingness to follow false paths to their conclusions before discovering the true route to understanding. The professor had learned to appreciate this aspect of mathematical research, the way progress came not through sudden inspiration but through steady, methodical exploration of logical possibilities. Each failed approach taught something valuable about the problem's structure, each small success built upon previous work in an endless process of refinement and discovery. There was no rushing the process, no forcing solutions through sheer will or cleverness. Mathematics demanded humility, patience, and above all, respect for its own internal logic and rhythm. As he settled back into his chair with his fresh cup of tea, Moriarty's thoughts drifted to his correspondence with fellow mathematicians around Europe. Through carefully maintained pseudonymous exchanges, he had been able to participate in the ongoing development of mathematical knowledge, contributing to discussions about the foundations of geometry, the nature of infinite sets, and the mysterious relationships between different branches of mathematical study. There was Dr. Hendrik van der Berg in Amsterdam, who was working on problems similar to his own in number theory. Their correspondence had become a highlight of each month, letters filled with equations and conjectures that pushed both men's understanding forward through collaborative exploration. Neither knew the other's true identity. Van der Berg believed he was corresponding with the reclusive Dr. Thornfield, but their intellectual kinship transcended such mundane concerns. Then there was Professor Marie Dubois at the Sorbonne, one of the few women making significant contributions to mathematical research, despite the barriers placed in her path by academic prejudice. Her work on differential equations had opened new approaches to problems that had stymied Moriarty for weeks, and their exchange of ideas had produced insights that neither could have achieved alone. These correspondence relationships represented something entirely new in his experience, connections based purely on shared intellectual interests, free from the ulterior motives and hidden agendas that had characterized all his previous human relationships. In the world of mathematics, only the quality of one's thinking mattered, not one's past or present circumstances. It was perhaps the closest thing to pure human community that he had ever experienced. The fire settled into a comfortable rhythm of crackling and sighing, occasionally sending small showers of sparks up the chimney. Pythagoras had moved from the hearth to his favorite sleeping position on a cushioned chair near the window, where he could keep one eye on his master's activities while drifting toward his own feline dreams. The cat's presence had become an essential element of these evening meditations, a reminder that contemplation and companionship could coexist in perfect harmony. As midnight approached, Moriarty began his evening ritual of preparing the study for the night ahead. This process had evolved over months into a sequence of small ceremonies that marked the transition from active work to restful preparation for sleep. Each element served both practical and psychological purposes, creating a gentle bridge between the day's intellectual activities and the night's regenerative rest. He carefully cleaned his blackboard, erasing the day's exploratory work but leaving the fundamental equations that he would return to tomorrow. The temporary calculations disappeared under the soft cloth, but their essence remained in his memory, ready to be reconstructed and built upon when fresh energy made deeper insights possible. There was something both melancholy and hopeful about this nightly erasure, the acknowledgement that today's work was complete while tomorrow's possibilities remained infinite. The chess set was packed away with the same care he had once devoted to more sinister tools, each piece finding its designated place in the felt-lined box. The mathematical texts were returned to their proper places on the shelves, spine aligned with spine in the careful order that made any volume instantly accessible when needed. His correspondence was sorted into neat piles, letters requiring responses, papers to be read, and problems to be considered during tomorrow's work sessions. Pythagoras, sensing the approaching end of the evening's activities, stretched luxuriously and padded toward the door that led to his favorite sleeping spot in the kitchen, where a comfortable basket awaited near the still warm cooking stove. His departure was always the final signal that the day's work was truly done, that even the most devoted scholar must eventually surrender to sleep's necessity. The professor turned down the gas lights one by one, leaving only a single flame burning low beside his reading chair. This final light would remain burning through the night, a gentle beacon that transformed the study from an active workspace into a peaceful sanctuary where dreams could safely unfold. The fire had settled into a bed of glowing coals that would keep the study warm through the night, ready to spring back to life with the addition of fresh kindling when Mrs. Pemberton arrived in the morning to begin another day's routines. Before retiring to his bedroom, Moriarty made one final circuit of his study, his fingers trailing along the familiar spines of his books, pausing at volumes that held particular meaning for him. Here was Bertrand Russell's groundbreaking work on the foundations of mathematics, still controversial but undeniably brilliant in its attempt to reduce all mathematical knowledge to logical principles. There stood the elegant analysis of Henri Poincaré, whose insights into the nature of mathematical discovery had illuminated the mysterious process by which new knowledge emerged from the depths of trained intuition. Each book represented not just accumulated knowledge but the gradual progress of human understanding, generation building upon generation, in the endless quest to comprehend the patterns underlying reality. Standing among these volumes, Moriarty felt himself part of something far greater than any individual achievement, a collective human enterprise that stretched back to ancient Greece and forward into an unlimited future of discovery and wonder. The fog had grown thicker still, pressing against the windows like a living thing seeking entry into the warm sanctuary of the study. But the room remained a haven of warmth and light, a space where questions could be pondered without urgency, where the mind could wander through landscapes of pure thought, as peaceful as any earthly garden and far more reliable in their beauty. Standing in his doorway, the professor took one last look at his evening's work. The blackboard held tomorrow's equations in their patient readiness. The books stood in their orderly ranks, like faithful soldiers awaiting the next day's campaigns, and the dying fire cast gentle shadows that seemed to dance with mathematical precision across the walls. Tomorrow would bring new problems to consider, new insights to pursue, new connections to discover between seemingly unrelated areas of mathematical knowledge. But tonight's work was complete, not finished, for mathematical work was never truly finished, but brought to a natural resting place where it could wait patiently for the next day's renewed attention. As he climbed the stairs to his bedroom, James Moriarty felt the deep satisfaction that comes from hours spent in worthwhile pursuit. His mind, once a precisely calibrated instrument of calculated chaos and criminal enterprise, had found its true calling in the exploration of eternal mathematical truths. The great game of crime and punishment, of thrust and parry with worthy opponents like Sherlock Holmes, had been replaced by a greater game, the patient unraveling of mathematics' infinite mysteries, a pursuit that offered challenges as complex as any criminal scheme, but rewards that transcended any earthly victory. In his bedroom, as he prepared for sleep in the ritual of night clothes and final preparations, the professor could hear the soft whisper of fog against the windows, the distant chiming of church bells marking the midnight hour, the gentle settling sounds of an old house finding its rest after another day of quiet scholarship. These were the lullabies of his new life, gentle and reassuring sounds that carried him toward dreams filled not with schemes and plots, not with the elaborate machinations that had once consumed his waking hours, but with elegant equations and beautiful proofs, mathematical landscapes where order reigned eternal and peace was the only victory worth seeking. The last thought to cross his mind before sleep claimed him was a fragment of geometric poetry that had occurred to him during his evening's work, the way parallel lines, though they never meet in finite space, define infinity through their eternal separation, forever approaching, yet never touching, like asymptotes in a cosmic equation too vast for human comprehension. In this paradox, as in so many mathematical truths he had discovered in his months of scholarly meditation, lay a kind of wisdom that no amount of worldly cunning or criminal intelligence could provide. Professor James Moriarty, Napoleon of crime, transformed into a gentle philosopher of number and form, smiled softly as he settled into his bed and surrendered himself to the peaceful mathematics of dreams, where equations resolved into symphonies and theorems blossomed into gardens of infinite eternal beauty. Sherlock Holmes, Inspector G. Lestrade, and the Midnight Garden. The gas lamps of Baker Street flickered like drowsy fireflies in the soft October mist, casting their warm amber glow across the cobblestones that glistened with the evening's gentle rain. Inspector Geoffrey Lestrade of Scotland Yard walked with unhurried steps along the familiar thoroughfare, his breath forming small clouds in the crisp autumn air. The weight of the day's duties had finally lifted from his shoulders, and he found himself savouring these quiet moments when London settled into its nighttime rhythm. Lestrade paused beneath a particularly welcoming street lamp, adjusting his woolen overcoat against the pleasant chill. The inspector had always been a man who appreciated the city's gentler moods, those peaceful interludes between the bustle of day and the deep rest of night. Tonight, something in the air felt particularly serene, as if the very atmosphere invited contemplation and calm. From his coat pocket, he withdrew a small, leather-bound notebook, not the official police issue he carried during working hours, but a personal journal where he recorded observations of a different sort. The quiet beauty of London's streets, the way fog transformed familiar corners into dreamlike landscapes, the comforting sounds of the city settling into evening. These were the details that brought him peace, the gentle mysteries that required no solving, only appreciation. As he opened the notebook, a soft breeze carried the scent of chrysanthemums and dying leaves, mixed with the faint aroma of coal smoke from countless chimneys. The inspector smiled to himself, remembering how Holmes had once remarked that Lestrade possessed an unusually keen sense for atmospheric details, a quality the detective had noted with uncharacteristic warmth that served him well in understanding the subtler aspects of human nature. Tonight Lestrade found himself drawn not toward home but deeper into the city's labyrinth of streets and squares. There was no urgency in his movement, no case demanding his attention, only a pleasant restlessness that seemed to whisper of discoveries waiting in the gentle shadows. He tucked the notebook away and began to walk, letting his feet choose the path while his mind drifted into that peaceful state between waking thought and dreams. The inspector's route led him through a series of increasingly quiet residential streets, where the windows glowed with the soft light of oil lamps and the occasional flicker of candlelight. Behind lace curtains, he could glimpse families settling into their evening routines, children being tucked into bed, elderly couples sharing quiet conversations over cups of tea, solitary readers absorbed in their books beside crackling fires. Each illuminated window was like a small painting of contentment, and Lestrade felt his own sense of peace deepen as he passed by these scenes of domestic tranquility. The fog began to thicken as he walked, not the heavy, suffocating fog that sometimes choked London's streets, but a gentle mist that softened edges and muffled sounds, creating a cocoon of quiet around him. Street lamps became halos of light in the silvery air, and the familiar architecture of the city took on an almost ethereal quality, as if he were walking through a watercolor painting that was still slightly damp. It was in this dreamlike atmosphere that Lestrade first noticed the music. At first, he thought it might be the wind playing among the chimney pots, or perhaps the distant sound of a late omnibus making its rounds. But as he paused to listen more carefully, he realized it was indeed music, a soft melodic tune that seemed to drift through the fog like a friendly ghost. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, played on what sounded like a violin, but with a gentleness that spoke of private practice rather than public performance. Intrigued but not alarmed, for even mysteries could be peaceful on a night like this, Lestrade followed the sound through the winding streets. The music led him away from the main thoroughfares and into one of London's hidden residential enclaves, where Georgian townhouses stood shoulder to shoulder behind wrought iron gates, their small front gardens creating pockets of greenery in the urban landscape. The melody grew clearer as he approached a particular street, and Lestrade realized with growing wonder that the music seemed to be coming from above, not from the houses themselves, but from their rooftops or upper floors, as if the musician were performing for the stars rather than any earthly audience. The street the inspector found himself on was particularly charming, lined with elegant four-story houses that had clearly seen better days but retained their dignity despite the gentle wear of time. Gas lamps at regular intervals created pools of warm light, and between them the shadows were soft and inviting rather than menacing. It was the sort of street where retired professors might live, or widowed ladies who kept cats and tended small gardens with devoted care. As Lestrade walked slowly down this peaceful thoroughfare, the violin music continued to weave through the air above him, sometimes growing stronger, sometimes fading to barely more than a whisper. The melody itself was nothing he recognized, not a classical piece or a popular tune, but something entirely original, as if the musician were composing in the moment, letting the music flow from some deep well of quiet inspiration. The inspector found himself walking more and more slowly, not because he was tired, but because the music seemed to invite a leisurely pace. Each note hung in the misty air just long enough to be fully appreciated before dissolving into the next, creating a gentle rhythm that seemed to synchronize with his heartbeat and breathing. Without quite realizing it, Lestrade felt his shoulders relaxing, the last vestiges of professional tension melting away like frost in the morning Sunday. It was then that he noticed the gardens. Between the elegant townhouses, small front gardens created intimate spaces filled with the remnants of autumn's glory. Even in the gaslight and fog, Lestrade could make out the shapes of carefully tended flower beds, now mostly dormant but still beautiful in their seasonal rest. Roses had given way to chrysanthemums, and these hardy flowers glowed like jewels in the gentle light, deep burgundy, warm gold, and soft cream colors that seemed to capture and hold the illumination from the street lamps. But it was one garden in particular that caught his attention. Behind a low iron fence, almost hidden between two larger houses, lay what appeared to be a miniature paradise. Unlike its neighbors, this garden was not merely surviving the autumn but positively thriving. Flowers that should have long since succumbed to the October chill bloomed as if it were still the height of summer roses in full flower, jasmine trailing sweet perfume into the night air, and beds of lavender that seemed to glow with an inner light. The violin music was strongest here, drifting down from the upper floors of the narrow house that presided over this impossible garden. As Lestrade paused at the garden gate, breathing in the extraordinary mixture of floral scents, he felt as though he had discovered one of London's secret wonders, a place where the ordinary rules of season and time had been gently suspended in favor of something more magical. The gate, he noticed, stood slightly ajar. In his professional life, an open gate might have signaled caution, the possibility of disturbance or wrongdoing. But tonight, in this place touched by mystery and music, the open gate seemed more like an invitation not to trespass or investigate in any official capacity, but simply to step a little closer to beauty. Lestrade pushed the gate open with the gentlest touch, and it swung silently on well-oiled hinges. The garden path was made of smooth river stones that had been worn to a pleasant roundness, and they made no sound beneath his careful feet. As he walked deeper into the garden, the inspector felt as though he were entering a different world entirely, one where the harsh edges of urban life had been softened into something approaching paradise. The flowers surrounding him seemed to pulse gently with life and color. Roses in shades he had never seen before, deep blues that faded to silver, purples so dark they appeared almost black in the lamplight, and whites so pure they seemed to generate their own luminescence. The jasmine created a natural canopy overhead, its star-shaped flowers releasing waves of perfume that mixed with the earthier scents of lavender and rosemary. Above him, the violin music continued its gentle serenade, and Lestrade realized that whoever was playing could almost certainly see him in the garden below. Yet rather than feeling like an intruder, he felt welcomed, as if the music itself were an invitation to linger in this peaceful space and let the beauty of the moment wash over him. At the center of the garden stood an ornate wooden bench, clearly designed for quiet contemplation. Its surface was smooth with age and wear, and cushions in faded velvet suggested that someone regularly used this spot for reading or reflection. Beside the bench, a small fountain provided the gentle sound of moving water, not a grand display, but a simple arrangement where water trickled from a carved stone basin into a pool below, creating a soft, rhythmic music that harmonized perfectly with the violin above. Lestrade settled onto the bench with a deep sigh of contentment. The cushions were surprisingly warm, as if they had been sitting in sunshine rather than cool autumn air, and the inspector felt the last of his physical tension dissolve as he leaned back and allowed himself to simply exist in this moment of unexpected peace. From his new vantage point, he could see that the garden was even more extensive than he had first realized. Paths wound between carefully arranged flower beds, each turn revealing new combinations of color and fragrance. Somewhere in the deeper reaches of the garden, he caught glimpses of what appeared to be fruit trees, their branches heavy with what looked like ripe pears and apples, another impossibility that only added to the dreamlike quality of the place. The violin music shifted into a new melody, even gentler than the first, and Lestrade found his eyelids growing pleasantly heavy. The day's memories seemed to recede into comfortable distance, the paperwork, the meetings, the small frustrations and victories that made up a policeman's routine. In their place came a profound sense of stillness, as if he had found one of those rare pockets of time where the world paused to catch its breath. As the notes danced through the air, Lestrade's mind wandered to memories long buried under the weight of his duties. He recalled his early days on the force, when the thrill of the chase had outweighed the toll it took on his spirit. Back then, London had seemed a labyrinth of shadows and secrets, each case a puzzle that demanded his full attention. But years of relentless pursuit had worn him down, turning what was once passion into mere obligation. Here, in this enchanted enclave, those burdens felt distant, like echoes from another life. A soft rustle drew his attention to the far end of the path. Emerging from the shadows was a figure, a woman, he surmised from the graceful silhouette, clad in a flowing gown that shimmered like moonlight on water. She carried the violin, its polished wood catching the faint glow from the house windows. Her playing didn't falter as she approached, her steps as silent as the river stones beneath Lestrade's feet. She was no ordinary musician. Her eyes held a depth that spoke of stories untold, perhaps of losses and joys woven into the fabric of this hidden paradise. She stopped a respectful distance away, lowering the bow but letting the final note linger in the air like a promise. "Inspector," she said, her voice a melody in itself, warm and laced with a faint accent he couldn't place. "You've found my sanctuary. Few do, and fewer still are welcomed by the garden itself." Lestrade straightened slightly, surprise mingling with curiosity. "How did you know my title?" he asked, though his tone held no accusation, only wonder. She smiled, a gentle curve that lit her features. "The garden whispers secrets to those who listen, and you've been listening, haven't you? To the music, to the peace it offers." She gestured to the bench beside him, and after a moment's hesitation he nodded. She sat, placing the violin carefully on her lap, its strings still humming faintly. They spoke then, in hushed tones that blended with the fountain's trickle. She revealed herself as Elara, a guardian of sorts for this anomalous space, a remnant of old London magic, preserved against the encroachment of industry and time. The garden, she explained, bloomed eternally through a delicate enchantment tied to music and memory. It drew in the weary, offering respite to souls like his, battered by the city's unyielding grind. As they conversed, Lestrade shared fragments of his own life, the unsolved cases that haunted him, the camaraderie with colleagues like Holmes and Watson that kept him going. Ilara listened without judgment, her presence a balm that encouraged honesty. In return, she recounted tales of the garden's visitors, poets who found lost verses here, lovers who mended broken hearts under the jasmine canopy. Time stretched in that conversation, the night deepening yet never growing cold. The fruit trees rustled as if in approval, dropping a perfect pear into Lestrade's hand, its skin warm and inviting. He bit into it, the juice sweet and revitalizing, chasing away the last vestiges of fatigue. When dawn's first light began to filter through the leaves, Ilara rose, violin in hand. "You must return to your world, Inspector," she said softly, "but remember the gate will always stand ajar for you." Lestrade stood, feeling renewed, as if the garden had infused him with a quiet strength. He nodded farewell, stepping back onto the path with a lighter heart. As he exited the gate, the violin resumed, a farewell serenade that followed him into the awakening streets of London. The city awaited, with its crimes and chaos, but now he carried a piece of that magic within a secret wonder to sustain him through whatever lay ahead. As he sat in peaceful contemplation, Lestrade became aware that he was not alone in the garden, moving between the flower beds with the fluid grace of creatures perfectly at home in this space. Several cats had appeared, not the lean, nervous strays that haunted London's alleys, but plump, contented animals with lustrous coats and confident movements. They paid him no particular attention, neither friendly nor fearful, simply accepting his presence as they went about their nocturnal business of exploring and hunting among the plants. One cat, a particularly handsome tabby with markings like silver brush strokes against grey fur, approached the fountain and began to drink delicately from the pool. Another, solid black except for white paws that looked like elegant gloves, settled onto a patch of what appeared to be impossibly green grass and began grooming itself with thorough precision. Watching these peaceful creatures go about their quiet routines, Lestrade felt his own breathing slow and deepen, matching the unhurried rhythm of the garden itself. The violin music continued to weave through the air above him, sometimes strong enough to follow each individual note, sometimes fading to become part of the garden's overall atmosphere, no more distinct than the sound of water from the fountain or the whisper of wind through the jasmine leaves. The melodies seemed to tell stories without words, speaking of long afternoons spent in peaceful solitude, of mornings when the world felt newly made, of evenings exactly like this one when beauty revealed itself to those patient enough to notice. Time seemed to move differently in the garden, flowing like honey rather than rushing like a river. Lestrade had no idea how long he had been sitting on the bench, It might have been minutes or hours, but it didn't matter. The usual urgency of time had no place here, where each moment was complete in itself and worthy of full attention. Gradually, he became aware that the fog was beginning to lift, not clearing entirely, but thinning enough to reveal more of the night sky. Between the drifting wisps of mist, stars began to appear, not the few hardy points of light usually visible through London's perpetual haze, but a genuine canopy of celestial beauty that seemed close enough to touch. The garden, already magical, became something approaching the sublime under this unexpected display of starlight. The violin music shifted again, taking on a quality that was both melancholy and deeply peaceful, the sound of someone saying goodbye to a perfect day, or welcoming the gentle arrival of sleep. Lestrade found himself thinking of all the times in his life when he had experienced moments of unexpected beauty, a sunset glimpsed from a crowded omnibus, the laughter of children playing in a park, the way morning light transformed even the grimiest London street into something approaching art. It occurred to him that this was what he had been seeking in his evening walk, though he hadn't realized it at the time. Not adventure or mystery in the conventional sense, but this deeper mystery of beauty, persisting in the world despite all evidence that it shouldn't be possible. The mystery of flowers blooming out of season, of music that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, of peace that could be found in the most unlikely places if one only knew how to look. The cats had settled into various comfortable positions around the garden, some curled into perfect circles of fur, others stretched out in positions of complete relaxation. Their presence added to the sense of safety and contentment that permeated the space. These were creatures that knew themselves to be in a place where no harm would come to them, where they could rest without vigilance. Above him, the violin music began to wind down, not stopping abruptly, but gradually becoming softer and more intermittent, like a conversation naturally coming to its end. The melodies became simpler, more like lullabies than the complex compositions he had heard earlier, and Lestrade felt his own consciousness beginning to drift toward the edges of sleep. But even as drowsiness began to claim him, he remained aware of the extraordinary nature of his surroundings. This was not simply a garden where someone happened to grow unusually beautiful flowers, but a place where the ordinary boundaries between the possible and impossible had been gently dissolved. It was a reminder that the world contained far more wonder than daily life usually revealed, and that sometimes the most profound mysteries were not crimes to be solved, but gifts to be gratefully received. The last notes of the violin faded into silence so gradually that Lestrade could not say exactly when the music ended and when the garden's natural sounds, the fountain, the whisper of leaves, the contented sighs of sleeping cats became the only audio accompaniment to the night. In the absence of the music, the other sensory pleasures of the garden seemed to intensify. The perfume of the impossible flowers, the soft texture of the velvet cushions, the way the starlight seemed to settle over everything like a blessing. He must have dozed, because when next he was fully aware of his surroundings, the garden seemed even more beautiful than before. The fog had lifted completely, revealing not just the stars, but a moon so full and luminous that it cast everything in silver light. Under this celestial illumination, the garden revealed new layers of beauty, the intricate patterns of shadows cast by the jasmine, the way moonlight caught and held in the petals of the white roses, the gentle shimmer of water in the fountain. The cats had rearranged themselves during his brief sleep, some disappearing entirely while new ones had appeared, but all maintaining the atmosphere of perfect peace that seemed to be the garden's natural state. One particularly bold individual, a cream-colored cat with the longest, most luxurious fur Lestrade had ever seen, had actually climbed onto the bench and curled up beside him, purring with a sound like a distant engine of contentment. As his consciousness fully returned, the inspector realized that the violin music had resumed, though it was now so soft and intermittent that it seemed more like a memory of music than actual sound. Occasionally, a few notes would drift down from above, sweet and clear in the still air, but mostly there was only the garden's own gentle symphony of natural sounds. Looking around him with fresh eyes, Lestrade noticed details that had escaped his attention before. Hidden among the flowers were small sculptures, not grand artistic statements, but modest pieces that seemed to grow naturally from their surroundings. A bird carved from what looked like moonstone perched among the lavender, a small fountain figure of a child, reading a book presided over a corner where herbs grew in neat aromatic rows. Each piece added to the sense that this garden was someone's beloved project, tended not just with skill but with deep affection. The realization brought with it a gentle curiosity about the gardener and musician who had created this haven. Who was the person whose violin had led him here? What sort of individual possessed both the knowledge to create such an extraordinary garden and the sensitivity to provide just the right musical accompaniment to a stranger's chance visit? As if in response to his wondering, a figure appeared at one of the upper windows of the house. Silhouetted against the warm light within, Lestrade could make out the shape of an elderly person, he thought, perhaps a woman, though the distance and shadows made it difficult to be certain. The figure stood at the window for a moment, looking out over the garden, and then raised one hand in what was unmistakably a gentle wave of greeting. Lestrade felt his heart warm with gratitude, and he raised his own hand in response, a gesture that somehow conveyed not just acknowledgement but thanks for the gift of this evening's peace. The figure at the window remained for another moment, and then stepped back from view, leaving only the warm glow of lamplight to suggest human presence in the house above. The exchange, brief as it was, filled in the last piece of the evening's gentle mystery. This was not an abandoned place where beauty had somehow spontaneously emerged, but someone's carefully tended sanctuary, a gift not just to its creator but to anyone fortunate enough to discover it. The slightly open gate, the welcoming music, even the comfortable bench with its ready cushions, all were invitations to share in a vision of peace that transcended the boundaries of private property. With this understanding came a sense of completion, as if the evening had reached its natural conclusion. The cats seemed to sense this as well. They began to stir from their various resting places, stretching and beginning the slow process of relocating to wherever they spent their days. The cream-colored cat beside him on the bench opened eyes like green jewels, regarded him with friendly interest, and then gracefully leaped down to join its companions in their gradual exodus. Lestrade remained on the bench a few moments longer, committing the scene to memory with the thoroughness that had made him an effective police inspector. But this was observation of a different sort, not the gathering of evidence, but the preservation of beauty. He wanted to be able to return to this memory whenever the pressures of his profession or the harsh realities of London life threatened to overwhelm his sense of wonder. The stars overhead seemed to pulse gently, and a soft breeze carried the last concentrated essence of the garden's perfumes. Somewhere in the distance, a church clock began to chime the hour, though which hour it was, Lestrade neither knew nor cared. Time had ceased to be a matter of urgency, and had become instead a gentle river carrying him toward whatever came next. Rising from the bench with reluctance but also with deep satisfaction, the inspector began to retrace his steps through the garden. The path seemed even more beautiful in reverse, revealing new angles and perspectives on the flowers and sculptures he had observed before. At the fountain, he paused to trail his fingers in the cool water, a gesture that felt like a benediction both given and received. The cats had mostly vanished by now, disappeared into whatever secret places they called home, but their presence lingered in the garden's atmosphere of perfect contentment. As he approached the gate, Lestrade turned back for one final look at the scene that had provided such unexpected peace. Under the starlight and moonbeam illumination, the garden seemed to glow with an inner light, as if the beauty it contained was too great to be entirely contained. The gate closed behind him with the same whisper-quiet precision with which it had opened, and Lestrade found himself once again on the ordinary London street. But ordinary no longer seemed like an adequate description. The fog was returning, but gently, softening the edges of the familiar architecture without obscuring its essential character. The gas lamps still cast their warm pools of light, but now each one seemed to hold infinite possibilities. Even the cobblestones beneath his feet felt different, not just a surface to be walked upon, but part of a vast network of pathways that might lead anywhere at all. As he began his journey home, Lestrade realized that the evening's experience had changed not just his mood but his way of seeing. The city he had walked through thousands of times before now revealed layer upon layer of hidden beauty, the way shadows fell across a doorway, the soft glow behind curtained windows, the intricate ironwork of railings that someone had crafted with care decades before he was born. The violin music had long since faded into memory, but its echo seemed to linger in his mind, a gentle melody that would, he suspected, return to him in quiet moments for years to come. It would be his own private soundtrack for times when the world seemed too harsh or too hurried, a reminder that beauty persisted even in the most unlikely places. His route home took him past shops and offices that would tomorrow resume their busy commercial life, but tonight stood in peaceful rest. Behind their darkened windows, Lestrade could almost sense the potential for wonder that daily routine usually obscured, the possibility that any ordinary day might contain its own moments of unexpected grace. if one only knew how to recognize them. By the time he reached his own familiar street, the inspector felt as though he were returning from a much longer journey than a simple evening walk. The experience in the garden had been brief in terms of measurable time, but rich beyond calculation in terms of its effect on his spirit. He felt renewed in a way that sleep alone could never accomplish, refreshed not just physically but in deeper, more essential ways. His own front door, when he reached it, seemed to welcome him home with unusual warmth. The key turned smoothly in the lock, the hinges made no sound, and even the familiar creak of the floorboard in his entry hall sounded musical rather than merely functional. Inside, his modest quarters felt not cramped or Spartan, but cozy and sufficient, a perfect place for a man who had learned to find wonder in the world beyond his walls. As he prepared for bed, Lestrade moved with the unhurried grace that the evening had taught him. Each simple action, hanging his coat, placing his notebook on the bedside table, drawing the curtains against the night, felt like part of a peaceful ritual rather than mere routine. The care with which he performed these ordinary tasks was itself a way of honoring the extraordinary gift the evening had provided. When he finally settled into bed, the inspector found that sleep came not as an escape from the day, but as its natural continuation. The garden's peace seemed to have followed him home, creating an atmosphere of such complete relaxation that his body seemed to sink into the mattress as if it were made of clouds. His breathing deepened and slowed, matching the rhythm he had learned beside the fountain, while his mind drifted into that pleasant space between waking thought and dreams. The pillow beneath his head felt softer than he remembered, and the familiar sounds of his neighborhood, the distant clip-clop of a late hansom cab, the gentle sighing of wind through the eaves seemed to form their own quiet symphony. Even the ticking of his bedside clock, usually an intrusion in the silence, became part of the peaceful rhythm that was carrying him toward sleep. As drowsiness deepened, images from the evening began to blend and shift in his mind's eye. The impossible roses became stars scattered across a dark sky. The fountain's gentle murmur transformed into the sound of rain on his window. The cream-colored cat curled once more beside him, but now it was made of moonlight and dreams, purring with the sound of contentment itself. In this liminal state between waking and sleeping, Lestrade felt as though he could still hear the violin music, though he knew it was only memory and imagination weaving together into something that transcended both. The melodies seemed to be coming from very far away now, as if the mysterious musician were playing for all the sleeping souls of London, offering musical benedictions to carry them safely through the night. In his last moments of consciousness, Lestrade smiled to himself, thinking how he would describe this evening to Holmes if the opportunity arose. But he suspected that the detective would already would have observed some subtle change in his bearing, some new quality of peace in his demeanor that spoke of a man who had been reminded of the world's capacity for unexpected beauty. And perhaps, the inspector thought as sleep finally claimed him, that was mystery enough for any one evening, the mystery of how beauty could transform not just a garden but the person fortunate enough to discover it, creating ripples of wonder that would continue long after the immediate experience had ended. In his dreams that night, Inspector Geoffrey Lestrade walked again through impossible gardens where flowers bloomed out of season and music drifted down from starlit windows, while cats with jewel-bright eyes kept him company on his journey toward the deepest, most restorative sleep he had known in years.
Sherlock Holmes, Mrs. Hudson's Evening of Quiet Reflections. In the heart of London, where the River Thames murmured its timeless tales to the ancient stones of the city, there stood a sturdy, unassuming house at 221B Baker Street. It was a place where the air often carried the faint tang of pipe smoke, the distant strains of a violin, or the rustle of papers strewn across a desk cluttered with the tools of detection. But the house exhaled a profound stillness. The fog, a constant companion in these streets, began to weave its way through the alleys, curling around the iron railings and softening the glow of the gas lamps into a gentle golden shimmer, like candles flickering in a quiet chapel. The windows of the house reflected the fading light, their panes catching the last hues of twilight, as if the building itself were exhaling a sigh of contentment. The street outside was quiet, save for the occasional clatter of a passing carriage or the soft call of a street vendor packing up for night, their voices muffled by the thickening mist. Mrs. Martha Hudson, known to all simply as Mrs. Hudson, moved through her ground-floor parlour with the unhurried grace of one who had long mastered the art of finding peace in the everyday. She was a woman of middle years, her silver-streaked hair neatly tucked beneath a lace cap, its delicate pattern a quiet nod to her refined yet practical nature. Her woolen dress, soft and worn from years of use, was overlaid with a crisp apron that whispered of her care for the home. Her hazel eyes, softened by time and tempered by wisdom, held a quiet sparkle, like sunlight glinting on a still pond, and her hands, though etched with the subtle lines of years spent tending to others, moved with a steady, comforting assurance. For years she had been the heartbeat of this house, catering to the whims and needs of Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, whose lives were a whirlwind of clues and adventures that filled London's papers with tales of brilliance. But tonight, with her tenants away, perhaps unravelling a mystery in the misty moors, tracing a thread of intrigue in the city's shadowed corners, or simply lost in the labyrinthine depths of some scholarly pursuit, the house belonged to her alone, a haven of calm and warmth. She paused by the tall window of her parlour, her fingers brushing the edge of the heavy velvet curtain, its deep green fabric soft under her touch, as she gazed out at the street below. The cobblestones glistened faintly under the lamplight, kissed by the first tendrils of mist that curled like delicate fingers around the base of the lamps. A lone, handsome cab rolled by, its wheels a soft rumble that faded into the distance, leaving behind the gentle patter of leaves stirred by a mild autumn breeze. The air carried the faint, comforting scent of roasted chestnuts from a vendor's cart tucked around the corner, mingling with the earthy promise of rain and the subtle sweetness of wood smoke drifting from nearby chimneys. Mrs. Hudson's lips curved into a small, serene smile, the kind that crinkled the corners of her eyes and spoke of a heart at ease. How many evenings like this had she known? Evenings when the world seemed to pause, allowing her thoughts to drift like dandelion seeds on a summer wind, carrying her back to moments of quiet joy and simple beauty. Her gaze lingered on the street, where a stray cat slunk silently along the edge of the pavement, its silhouette blending into the shadows. She thought of the many small creatures she had seen come and go in Baker Street, each one a fleeting visitor in her steady world. There was a time when she had left crumbs for the sparrows that gathered on her windowsill, their tiny chirps a cheerful chorus in the early mornings. The memory brought a warmth to her chest, a reminder of the small acts that filled her days with meaning. With a soft sigh, she turned from the window and glided toward her kitchen, her slippers whispering against the polished oak floorboards, each step a gentle echo in the quiet house. The kitchen was her sanctuary, a cozy realm where copper pots gleamed softly on their hooks, reflecting the warm glow of a single oil lamp that cast a golden halo across the room. Shelves lined with jars of homemade preserves, plum, blackberry, quince, and even a rare batch of elderberry, glowed like stained glass in the flickering light, each one a testament to her care and craft, a labour of love perfected over years of patient practice. She set about preparing a pot of tea, the ritual as soothing as a familiar lullaby. The kettle hummed gently on the stove, its steam rising in delicate curls that carried the faint scent of chamomile and lavender, herbs chosen for their promise of tranquility. As the water warmed, Mrs. Hudson selected a delicate china teacup, its rim adorned with tiny painted roses that seemed to bloom in the lamplight, and placed a spoonful of her favourite blend into the pot. The act was simple, yet each motion felt like a meditation, grounding her in the present moment. She moved with a quiet reverence, her hands steady as she arranged a small tray with a sugar bowl and a tiny jug of cream, their porcelain surfaces catching the light like polished pearls. The kitchen filled with the comforting aroma of the brewing tea, and she felt the day's subtle tensions melt away, like frost dissolving under the morning sun. As she waited, her thoughts drifted to the countless cups of tea she had prepared in this very kitchen, each one a small offering to the rhythm of the house. She recalled the mornings when she would set out a tray for her tenants, the clink of china a gentle prelude to their day's adventures. There were times when Mr. Holmes would take his tea in silence, his mind already racing through a maze of clues, while Dr. Watson would offer a warm word of thanks, his eyes crinkling with a smile that spoke of friendship. These moments, though small, were the threads that wove her life into theirs, creating a tapestry of shared existence that warmed her heart even on the coldest of nights. While the tea steeped, she returned to the parlour and settled into her favourite armchair by the hearth. The fire burned low, its flames casting a soft amber glow that danced across the walls, painting shadows that swayed like gentle waves on a calm sea. On the mantelpiece stood a collection of cherished keepsakes, a porcelain shepherdess, its delicate form catching the firelight, a framed daguerreotype of her late husband, his kind eyes seeming to smile at her across the years, and a small bundle of letters tied with a faded blue ribbon, their edges softened by time. Her gaze lingered on the letters, and with a tender curiosity she reached for them, her fingers brushing the soft, time-worn paper as if touching a cherished memory. The ribbon fell away with a whisper, and she unfolded the topmost letter, its ink slightly faded, but its words as vivid as the day they were written, each one a portal to the past. The letters were a chronicle of her early days in Baker Street, a time when she had arrived in London with a heart full of hope and a suitcase full of dreams. As she read, the words wove a tapestry of memory, drawing her back to those softer, simpler times. She saw herself as a younger woman, stepping off the train at Paddington Station into a world alive with the gentle chaos of travellers, porters calling out, the whistle of steam engines, the clatter of hooves on the cobbled forecourt. The air had been thick with the scent of coal smoke and fresh bread from a nearby bakery, and the city had unfolded before her like a book waiting to be read, its pages filled with promise and possibility. She had travelled to Baker Street in a horse-drawn carriage, the rhythmic clip-clop of hooves lulling her into a state of calm anticipation, the driver's cheerful chatter a soothing backdrop to her thoughts. The house at 220 Umby had greeted her like a steadfast friend, its brick facade warmed by the afternoon sun, its windows glowing with the promise of a new chapter. She recalled the first time she'd crossed the threshold, the scent of polished wood and fresh paint welcoming her like an embrace. The house had been smaller then, or so it seemed, its rooms filled with the potential of a life yet to be built. She had spent her first days arranging her modest belongings, hanging curtains she had sewn herself, and planting the first seeds in the tiny garden out back. Those early days were filled with small discoveries, the way the light slanted through the parlour window in the afternoon, casting golden patterns on the rug, the sound of the neighbour's piano drifting faintly through the walls, the way the house seemed to hum with a quiet life of its own. Each memory was a bead on a string, and as she read, she felt herself threading them together, creating a necklace of moments that glittered with quiet beauty. The letter's final words were a simple, heartfelt declaration of her belief that this new beginning would be the one that finally took root, and she smiled, remembering that feeling of certainty. She retied the ribbon, the faded blue a testament to the passage of time, and settled back into her chair as the aroma of her fresh chamomile tea filled the room. The past, she realized, wasn't a separate place, but a part of the present, a steady current flowing beneath her daily life, shaping who she was. The house, her tea, the memories. They were all threads of a single beautiful story. Mrs. Hudson leaned back in her chair, the letter resting lightly in her lap, and closed her eyes for a moment. The fire's warmth wrapped around her like a soft shawl, and the distant chime of a church bell drifted through the window, its notes as gentle as a mother's lullaby. In this quiet reverie, a faint sound reached her ears, a soft rhythmic scratching, like the brush of a quill against parchment or the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. It came from upstairs, from the rooms where Holmes and Watson spun their webs of deduction. There was no urgency in the sound, no cause for alarm, only a gentle curiosity stirred within her, like a breeze rippling the surface of a still pond, inviting her to explore without haste or fear. Rising slowly, she took a candle from the mantel, its flame small but steady, casting a golden circle of light that danced ahead of her as she climbed the stairs. The house creaked softly under her steps, each sound a familiar note in the symphony of home, a melody that had accompanied her through countless evenings. The door to the upstairs sitting room stood slightly ajar, and she pushed it open with care, the hinges giving a soft sigh, like a breath released into the night. The room was bathed in shadow, save for the faint glow of embers in the grate, and the silvery moonlight filtering through the curtains, which moved gently as if stirred by an unseen hand. Books lined the walls, their leather bindings exuding a comforting musty scent, and the air held traces of pipe tobacco and ink, remnants of the minds that often wrestled with great enigmas here. The scratching came again, softer now, from near the window, a delicate sound that seemed to blend with the quiet of the room. Mrs. Hudson approached with unhurried steps, her candlelight revealing the source, a slender branch of ivy clinging to the outer wall, tapping gently against the glass in the evening breeze, like a friend knocking softly to say hello. She smiled, her heart light, for it was no mystery of danger, only nature's quiet conversation with the house. She secured the window latch more firmly, her fingers steady and sure, and as she did, her gaze fell upon a small object's wax seal, gleaming faintly in the candlelight, addressed in the precise, elegant hand of Sherlock Holmes. With a gentle curiosity, she lifted the envelope, noting it was not meant for her but likely misplaced in the day's distractions. Holding it, she felt a wave of fond memories wash over her, like the tide smoothing pebbles on a shore. How many times had she seen Holmes sealing such letters, his eyes narrowed in thought, his fingers deft as they pressed the wax into place. Or Watson, sitting at the desk, his pen scratching softly as he chronicled their adventures, his face illuminated by the soft glow of a lamp. She placed the envelope carefully on the desk, knowing it would find its proper place in time, and let her thoughts drift to the countless evenings she had spent in this room, mending a coat, sharing a pot of tea, or listening to the gentleman's murmured discussions of cases that seemed as distant as dreams. She recalled the times when Holmes would pace the room, his voice low and rhythmic as he unravelled a puzzle, or Watson would read aloud a passage from his notes, his tone warm and steady, filling the space with a sense of camaraderie. As she stood there, the room seemed to breathe with her, its walls holding the echoes of 1,000 moments. She thought of the late nights when she would bring up a tray of sandwiches, knowing her tenants had forgotten to eat in their fervour. The away Holmes would nod absently, his mind elsewhere, while Watson would offer a grateful smile, his eyes meeting hers with a quiet understanding. These were the threads that bound her to this house, to these men, to this life. She turned from the window, her candle casting soft shadows that danced like memories, and made her way back downstairs, the house settling around her like a warm embrace. As she descended, a soft, familiar scent met her, a mixture of pipe tobacco, book dust, and the lingering aroma of the tea she had brewed earlier. It was the scent of home, a fragrance that was uniquely 221B Baker Street. She reached the bottom of the stairs, the candle's flame flickering in the stillness, and for a moment she simply stood there, listening. The house was quiet now, a perfect stillness broken only by the soft tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall. It was a silence that spoke of contentment, of a life lived fully and with purpose. She thought of her late husband's daguerreotype on the mantelpiece, and a sense of profound peace settled over her. She knew he would have approved of her life here, of the quiet dignity with which she ran her household and the gentle care she provided for the two remarkable men who made it their home. Her days were not filled with grand adventures or great mysteries, but with the small, important acts of love and kindness that formed the true foundation of a life well lived. She moved toward the parlour, ready to settle back into her armchair and the quiet rhythm of the evening, her heart full with the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Descending the stairs, the house seemed to wrap her in an even deeper calm, as if the small discovery had added a layer of serenity to the night. Back in her parlour, Mrs. Hudson poured her tea into the rose-painted cup, the steam rising in lazy spirals that carried the soothing scent of lavender and chamomile. She sipped slowly, each taste a gentle caress to her senses, and returned to her letters. The next one spoke of her first meeting with Sherlock Holmes, a man whose sharp intellect was softened by an unexpected kindness, who had taken her rooms with a nod of appreciation for her steady presence. She remembered his arrival, his tall figure framed in the doorway, his eyes scanning the room with a quiet intensity that belied the warmth he would later show in fleeting, unguarded moments. Another letter recalled Dr. Watson, his warm smile and quiet gratitude as he settled into the house, bringing with him a sense of camaraderie that made her feel part of their world. As the words flowed, her imagination painted vivid yet tranquil scenes. She remembered foggy mornings when she would rise early to prepare breakfast, the aroma of freshly baked scones and marmalade filling the house, drawing her tenants downstairs with appreciative murmurs. The kitchen would come alive with the clatter of plates and the soft hiss of the kettle, a symphony of domesticity that grounded her in the rhythm of the day. There were afternoons in the small garden behind the house, where she tended rows of herbs, rosemary, thyme, and her beloved lavender, under the dappled sunlight filtering through an old oak tree. The lavender's purple blooms swayed gently, attracting bees that hummed a drowsy, contented tune, their wings a soft buzz that seemed to harmonize with the rustle of leaves overhead. In those moments, the clamour of London, its carriages, street vendors, and hurried footsteps, faded into a distant hum, leaving only the earth's quiet heartbeat. She recalled the way the garden had grown over the years, its borders expanding as she added new plants, mint for tea, chamomile for soothing brews, and a small rose bush that bloomed with delicate pink flowers each summer. The garden was her refuge, a place where she could kneel in the soft earth, her hands brushing against the cool leaves, and feel the world slow to a gentle pulse. She would often sit there in the late afternoon, a shawl draped over her shoulders, watching the play of light and shadow through the branches, her heart full of a quiet joy that needed no words. These were the moments that filled her days with meaning, the small acts of care that wove her life into the fabric of this house. One memory shone with particular warmth, a rainy evening years ago when a bedraggled stray cat had appeared at her doorstep, its fur matted and its eyes wide with uncertainty. Its faint mews had tugged at her heart, and she had brought it inside, drying it with a soft towel and setting a saucer of milk by the fire. The cat, whom she named Whiskers, had curled up on the hearth, its tiny body vibrating with a purr that seemed to resonate through her entire being. Holmes, returning late that night, had paused in the doorway, his sharp gaze softening as he remarked that even the smallest creatures sought her haven. Whiskers had stayed for a season, a quiet companion in her solitary moments, its presence a gentle reminder of the warmth that could be found in unexpected places. When it slipped away one spring morning, she had felt a pang of loss, but also a quiet gratitude for the time they had shared, its memory a soft glow in her heart. Other recollections, too, surfaced as she sipped her tea, the muffled sound of Holmes pacing late into the night, his mind chasing mysteries through the shadows, the reassuring weight of Watson's laughter drifting from the sitting room during brighter days, the occasional gathering of visitors whose stories and voices filled the house with a vibrant energy. She remembered her role in these moments not as a bystander, but as the steady thread that held everything together, ensuring comfort and constancy against the shifting winds of their adventures. Mrs. Hudson sipped her tea, the warmth spreading through her chest, easing her limbs into a state of gentle repose. The fire had dwindled to glowing embers, casting a soft, rosy light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of her slowing breaths. She set the cup aside and gathered the letters, tying them once more with the blue ribbon, their stories preserved like pressed flowers in the pages of her heart. The act felt like a ritual, the gentle closing of the day's quiet adventures. She thought of the many evenings she had spent in this parlour, the room filled with the soft crackle of the fire and the occasional sound of Holmes's violin drifting down from upstairs. its notes weaving a tapestry of melancholy and beauty that seemed to speak to the soul of the house. The tranquility of the evening allowed her mind to wander further beyond the familiar confines of the letters. Her thoughts drifted to the small, comforting routines that made up the fabric of her days. She thought of the scent of beeswax and lemon oil as she polished the wood, bringing a soft sheen to the furniture that reflected the room's gentle light. The act was a meditation, her hands moving in slow, deliberate circles, the wood warm beneath her touch. She recalled the quiet satisfaction of mending a tear in Mr. Holmes's worn tweed jacket, her needle moving with a steady rhythm, each stitch a testament to her care for the man who was, in his own way, as dear as family. She remembered the time she had stood by the parlour window, watching the two men depart on a new case, their figures disappearing into the fog, a silent prayer for their safe return on her lips, and the wave of relief that would wash over her when she heard the key turn in the lock, signalling they were home again. These were the true mysteries of her life, not the cases of intrigue and danger, but the intricate, beautiful patterns of human connection woven into the tapestry of her days. The shared meals, the brief kind words, the unspoken understanding that existed between a landlady and her tenants. Mrs. Hudson smiled as she recalled a particularly blustery afternoon when she had returned from the market, her arms laden with groceries, to find Dr. Watson waiting at the door, a warm smile on his face, ready to help her with the parcels. It was a simple gesture, yet it spoke volumes of the respect and affection that had blossomed in this house. She remembered the laughter they had shared over a spilled bag of apples, the fruit rolling across the floor like errant marbles, and the way Watson had insisted on carrying the rest inside, his presence a steady anchor in the storm. She thought of Sherlock Holmes, so often portrayed as aloof and detached, but whom she knew to have a profound, if sometimes hidden, capacity for warmth. There was the time he had quietly brought her a single rose from a grateful client's garden, its petals soft and fragrant, a gesture that meant more than any grand pronouncement. Or the evenings when he would play his violin, not with the furious energy of an investigation, but with a mournful, soothing melody that seemed to speak directly to the soul of the house. These small acts of kindness were the quiet mysteries she cherished, for they revealed the heart of the man beneath the brilliant, analytical mind. She recalled a winter's night when the snow had fallen thick and silent, blanketing Baker Street in a hush, and Holmes had sat by the fire, his fingers tracing the strings of his violin, the notes low and tender, as if he were playing for her alone. The fire's glow had diminished further, and the room was bathed in the soft luminescence of the oil lamp, its light casting a warm halo that seemed to embrace the entire space. Mrs. Hudson's eyelids began to feel heavy, her body sinking deeper into the soft embrace of her armchair. She had a sudden, vivid memory of her mother, sitting by a hearth just like this one, her hands busy with a sewing project, her face illuminated by the fire's light. Her mother had taught her the value of a quiet, purposeful life, a life built on small acts of kindness and a deep appreciation for the simple pleasures. She remembered the stories her mother would tell, tales of her own youth in a small village, where the seasons turned with the rhythm of the land, and the evenings were filled with the glow of candlelight and the warmth of family. Mrs. Hudson felt a wave of gratitude for that legacy, a sense of peace that ran as deep and steady as the Thames itself, carrying her gently toward rest. Here's your passage elaborated with about 400 additional words, weaving in more sensory detail, gentle atmosphere, and soft reflection to deepen the dreamlike quality. Outside, the fog had thickened, wrapping Baker Street in a soft silvery veil that muffled all sounds. The gas lamps burned steadily, a life built on small acts of kindness and a deep appreciation for the simple pleasures. She remembered the stories her mother would tell, tales of her own youth in a small village, where the seasons turned with the rhythm of the land, and the evenings were filled with the glow of candlelight and the warmth of family. Mrs. Hudson felt a wave of gratitude for that legacy, a sense of peace that ran as deep and steady as the Thames itself, carrying her gently toward rest. Here's your passage elaborated with about 400 additional words, weaving in more sensory detail, gentle atmosphere, and soft reflection to deepen the dreamlike quality. Outside, the fog had thickened, wrapping Baker Street in a soft, silvery veil that muffled all sounds. The gas lamps burned steadily. She often traced the stitches with her fingers, recalling the stories behind each fragment, the laughter, the tears, the simple days that seemed ordinary at the time but now glowed with quiet significance. She slipped into her nightgown, the cotton cool and smooth against her skin, and slid beneath the covers. The mattress yielded like a gentle embrace, its softness cradling her body as if it knew her every contour. The pillow, faintly scented with lavender from a sachet she kept tucked beneath its case, welcomed her with the fragrance of summer gardens. She pulled the quilt up to her chin, the weight comforting and familiar, like the steady presence of an old friend. Lying there, she listened to the house settling around her, the faint creak of floorboards, the soft tick of the clock in the hall, the distant murmur of the city beyond. Each sound wove into a lullaby of familiarity, easing her mind into stillness. Even the crackle of the cooling embers in the parlour below reached her in softened whispers, like a memory lingering after the day's warmth had faded. Her thoughts, once wandering through the lanes of memory, now slowed to a peaceful drift, like leaves floating on a tranquil stream. She reflected on the quiet joys of her life, not the grand mysteries that filled the lives of her tenants, but the simple pleasures of tending a home, nurturing connections, and finding beauty in the ordinary. She thought of the way the morning light would spill through her kitchen window, painting the table with golden patterns, or the quiet satisfaction of a well-kept home, its rooms filled with the warmth of a life well lived. She remembered afternoons of arranging flowers in a simple vase, or the rhythm of kneading bread dough while the city bustled unknowingly outside. In these small rituals, she had discovered a kind of enduring grace. The scratching at the window had been a mere whisper from the world outside, a reminder that even the smallest mysteries resolved into moments of peace. The misplaced envelope, the ivy's gentle tap, the letters in her hands, all were threads in the fabric of her evening, each one soft and safe, leading her toward rest. She imagined the fog not as something cold or foreboding, but as a protective cloak drawn close around the house, guarding her dreams with its quiet embrace. Her eyelids grew heavier, the muscles of her body loosening into the mattress as though melting into the very fabric of the room. She had no need for adventure or fame. Her life was rich with the quiet beauty of a home filled with life and love, a home she had built and nurtured with her own hands. She thought of the countless days she had spent in this house, each one a small gift, a moment of peace in a world that often moved too quickly, and she smiled faintly in the darkness. In this serene state, Mrs. Hudson surrendered to sleep, her breath slow and even, her spirit cradled in the warmth of her home. The night stretched out before her, vast and tranquil, carrying her into a realm where worries dissolved like mist in the morning light. The house at 221B Baker Street stood silent, its walls holding the echoes of countless stories, yet tonight it was her story, a tale of gentle reflections and quiet joys that filled its rooms with peace. And as you listen to the fading whispers of this tale, feel your own body growing heavier, your mind softening into stillness. Let the gentle world of Mrs. Hudson guide you toward your own dreams, where all is calm, all is safe, and sleep awaits like a warm hearth on a winter's night. Good night. Sherlock Holmes, The Case of the Silent Locket. The fog that had settled over London was not a biting, hostile presence, as it so often was in the grim heart of winter, but a soft, benevolent shroud that muted the world to a state of profound peace. It was a rare, almost magical stillness, a breath held by the entire metropolis. This particular moisture was less a cold, damp blanket, and more a fine silver to gauze spun by the very river, holding the street lamps in its pale, luminous embrace and turning the bare windows of our sitting room at 221B Baker Street into squares of soft amber light, like beacons in a quiet sea. The endless grinding rhythm of the city, the insistent rumble of carts, the quick sharp clatter of hooves on wet cobblestone, the distant haggard cries of vendors had been swallowed entirely, leaving behind a stillness so deep one could almost hear the quiet hum of the night itself. The very air felt different, cleaner, insulated, as if the dampness had washed away the frantic, grasping energy of the day, leaving a purified atmosphere suited for contemplation. It was a perfect hushed canvas upon which the world could paint its quietest truths. Within the sanctuary of our rooms, the fire was a small glowing sun against the encroaching gloom. It had been meticulously built by Mrs. Hudson, and it burned with a steady, quiet authority, casting a warm, flickering light upon the walls, This light caused the shadows of our familiar furniture, the Persian slipper full of tobacco, the worn leather of Holmes's experiment table, the scattering of chemical apparatus, to stretch and shrink like living, breathing things. The air, insulated from the damp cold outside, was a haven of warmth and stillness, fragrant with the lingering medicinal scent of Holmes's tobacco, mingling with the old comforting aroma of well-worn leather and the dry dust from 1,000 well-read books. The world outside had ceased its frantic, demanding pace, and our rooms seemed to swell with the quietude. Each familiar piece of furniture, each book on the shelf, exuding a sense of profound and tranquil rest. I was seated in my favourite armchair, the springs of which had long ago moulded themselves to my frame, a volume of the classics open upon my lap. Today, a translation of Horace. I had not turned a page in a quarter of an hour. My mind, much like the city outside, had entered a state of rest, content simply to drift in the quiet, comforting atmosphere. I had grown accustomed to the chaotic demands of our profession, yet I privately cherished these rare, still moments, the interludes of profound peace before the next great tidal wave of human folly or brilliance swept through our door. It was a perfect stillness, a feeling of being at the very heart of a peaceful, well-ordered universe. Holmes was, as was his wont on such tranquil evenings, in a state of deep repose, though never truly idle. He lay stretched out on the sofa, a posture of such utter stillness that one might have mistaken him for a statue carved from the shadows. A single, blue-grey strand of smoke curled from his pipe, rising in a slow, elegant spiral to dissipate near the ceiling's dark, shadowed cornice. His long, slender fingers were steepled over his chest, his eyes half closed, hooded by his heavy brow. To the casual observer, he was a study in profound, almost feline laziness. I, however, knew that his mind was not idle in the slightest. It was in these tranquil moments, when the external world ceased its frantic demands, that his thoughts seemed to turn inward, exploring the quiet intricacies of a universe I could only glimpse. He was, as he himself had once told me, like a spider in the centre of its web, feeling the subtlest of vibrations, the most delicate of disturbances that signal the approach of a client or the faint tremor of an unsolved problem. He had often spoken of the importance of stillness, of the need to quiet the noise of the world in order to hear the true, underlying melodies of existence. He was a man who understood profoundly that the loudest, most dramatic truths are often the most shallow, while the deepest, most meaningful truths are whispered in the quietest of moments, perceptible only to an attuned mind. "The world is at rest, Watson," he murmured, his voice a low, placid rumble that seemed to be a part of the very stillness, a resonance in the room's atmosphere. This damp, thick air acts as a muffler upon the frantic tympanum of London. The absence of the city's usual clamour allows one to hear the quiet, fundamental truths of the world, truths generally drowned out by the petty commerce of the day. One can perceive the smallest vibrations, the most subtle anomalies, when the world outside has silenced its song. I nodded slowly, my voice hushed as if to avoid breaking the delicate spell. Indeed, Holmes, it is a night for contemplation, for the slow, methodical turning over of known facts, not a night, thankfully, for action or the clash of wills. Precisely, he replied, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. For a world at peace allows for the perception of the finest deviations, the slightest discordance in a perfect chord. And it is in these moments of quiet truth that we often find the most fascinating cases, the ones that have no headlines, no bloodshed, but rather a simple, profound disquiet, a subtle, personal tragedy whose scale is measured not in pounds sterling or column inches, but in the depth of human feeling. His words were a reminder that his work was not always about grand theatrical crimes, but often about the small, unrecorded disquietudes of the human heart. His words, as always, proved to be prophetic. A moment later, a quiet, almost apologetic tap sounded upon our door. It was not a frantic, impatient knock such as the ones delivered by frantic wives or despairing officials, but a hesitant, timid summons that seemed to belong to the night itself. It was the knock of a man who was unsure if he even had the right to ask for help, a gentle plea in a world that had fallen silent. I rose from my chair, feeling a slight stiffness in my joints, and found our landlady, Mrs. Hudson, with a look of mild, well-meaning confusion on her face. Her usual bustling energy was noticeably subdued by the quiet of the night. Behind her stood an elderly gentleman, his shoulders stooped with the weight of years, but his bearing still one of gentle dignity, the kind one associates with a skilled craftsman. His coat was a fine, though dated tweed, its collar turned up, and it was beaded with countless minute droplets of mist, as was the soft wool scarf wound meticulously about his neck. His face, wrinkled like a dried apple, held an expression not of fear or panic, but of profound, bone-deep sorrow, a quiet, settled grief that had not flared up just now, but seemed to have been a familiar ache for some time. His eyes, though clouded with age and framed by a network of fine lines, held a deep and lingering sadness. The silence of the city had magnified his quiet grief, making it a palpable, almost audible presence. "I am terribly sorry to disturb you, gentlemen," Mrs. Hudson whispered, wringing her hand slightly, her eyes resting on the old man with sympathy. This gentleman, he insisted he had nowhere else to turn. He asked for Mr. Holmes by name, quite specifically. "Pray, show him in, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, his voice a low, tranquil note that seemed to rise from the depths of the shadows. He had not moved from the sofa, but his focus was now absolute. The gentleman stepped into the light, performing a slight formal bow. He took the seat I offered near the fire, drawing a small, worn, leather-bound notebook from his inner pocket. Not a journal, but a craftsman's book of designs, its edges softened by years of handling. His hands trembled slightly as he held it, not from the cold, but from a quiet internal anguish. "My name is Mr. Arthur Sterling," he said, his voice as soft as the mist outside, yet possessing a resonant quality, that spoke of a life spent in the company of fine sound. I am a retired instrument maker. I specialized in the most delicate of mechanisms, clocks, music boxes, and automatons. I have come with a most peculiar and, I fear, entirely insignificant problem. Holmes, hearing the man's profession, finally stirred, sitting up slightly and leaning forward, his eyes now open and fixed on the gentleman with a penetrating yet gentle scrutiny. A maker of instruments, you say? A man who deals in harmony and sound? I assure you, Mr. Sterling, the most profound mysteries are often born of the smallest of disruptions. The life that appears uneventful is often the one most ripe with subtle truths. Please, do continue. Holmes's words were not just a reassurance but a quiet invitation, a signal that he understood the man's problem on a deeper, almost philosophical level than mere facts would suggest. He was already searching for the note of discord in the man's otherwise orderly existence. Mr. Sterling took a slow, deep breath and began his story, his gaze fixed on the glowing embers of the fire. My life is, I'm afraid, a very quiet one now that I have put down my tools. It is a life lived, even in retirement, in the company of wood, metal, and music. I understand the principle of exquisite tension, the tiny perfect spring that, when released, can create great beauty. For many years I have lived a simple, unvarying routine. At exactly 9 o'clock each night, after I have finished my modest supper and settled in for the evening, a small inherited locket which I wear on a silver chain begins to play a simple, gentle tune. He reached up and carefully unclasped the thin, tarnished silver chain, laying the locket, no bigger than a shilling piece, gently on his palm. It was a beautiful piece of work, intricately engraved with a repeating floral pattern that had been worn smooth in places by generations of touch. It is a piece of exquisite craftsmanship, Mr. Holmes, with a tiny, delicate mechanism inside, a minuscule comb and barrel, perfectly calibrated. The tune is a brief, 15-second lullaby that my great-grandmother used to sing to her children. It is wound, not by a key, but by the subtle kinetic energy of my day's movement. A small internal pendulum slowly tensions the spring, and a lever is set to release the music precisely at the hour of 9. It has done so for as long as I can remember. 52 years, Mr. Holmes, a faithful nightly companion, a silent promise of peace and order as the day yields to night. He paused, his voice thick with a sudden overwhelming emotion that he fought to control. The simple act of describing this routine seemed to bring the old man a measure of comfort, as if by speaking of it, he could somehow restore it to reality. 2 nights ago, Mr. Holmes, it failed. The clock on the wall struck 9. I heard the solid, reliable chime. The hour came and went, and the locket remained utterly silent. The moment passed. I shook it gently. I examined the tiny clasp. I even held it to my ear, hoping to hear the faintest internal tick. There was nothing. I took it into my workshop, the small room I keep for my remaining tools, and I examined it under my jeweler's magnifying glass. But I could find nothing wrong with the delicate mechanism. There was no broken tooth on the tiny comb, no sliver of metal out of place. The winding mechanism was fully tensioned. The release lever was poised perfectly. It was to all appearances in perfect working order, and last night it happened again. It remained silent, a stony, inexplicable silence where there should have been the most gentle of melodies. Mr. Sterling leaned forward, his distress palpable. "I am at a loss, Mr. Holmes. It is not a matter of a broken thing, but a matter of a broken rhythm, a profound disruption of a quiet harmony that has governed the closing of my days for over half a century. It is a mystery of sound, or rather, the absolute confounding lack of it. I feel as though I am losing a part of myself, a small, gentle part that has always been there to soothe me. The silence is a chasm that swallows the peace of my evening. I have come to you because I am at my wit's end. I can mend any mechanism, but I cannot mend an anomaly." He finished, his hands now trembling more noticeably as they held the small tarnished silver locket. The silence that followed was long and heavy, punctuated only by the crisp, reliable crackle of the fire. I watched Holmes, who had not moved, but whose eyes were now open, fixed on the gentleman. His expression was not that of a detective, but of a man hearing a profound confession. He was not merely listening to the facts of the case, but to the quiet anguish that lay beneath them, the fear that his meticulously ordered life was beginning to unravel. "A most compelling case," Holmes finally murmured, his voice as low and soothing as the fog outside. "Not a crime, but a mystery of a more delicate nature. The disruption of a natural harmony, the silent suffering of a friend. Tell me, Mr. Sterling, what was the nature of your evening on the first night this anomaly occurred? I require a precise inventory of your actions, your movements, and your environment. Do you have a precise routine that you follow?" "A very normal evening, Mr. Holmes," the old man said, his voice now steadier, the methodical recounting of his routine acting as a balm. "I had my usual supper of light broth and toast, and then I retired to my study to read and to wait for the locket to play. My routine is, I am afraid, a very predictable one. I spend the hours between supper and 9 in my library, reading and contemplating. Then, just before the clock strikes 9, I take my seat in the high-back chair I've had for years, and I wait for the sweet, predictable 15 seconds of music. I read a book, as I always do. It is a very old copy of a work on the principles of mechanical music and instrument making. It is a work that I have found great solace in over the years, a perfect blueprint for how, when precision is applied, all is right with the world. Holmes nodded slowly, a flicker of profound intellectual interest in his eyes. And the locket itself, where do you place it during the evening? Surely you do not simply wear it. I wear it on a chain around my neck, he replied. I wear it always. But in that final quiet period, I have a small, habitual gesture. I lift it from my chest and place it upon the mantelpiece. The dark, polished mahogany provides a cool, firm contact against the silver casing. It is on that surface, Mr. Holmes, that the small vibrations of the mechanism are best transmitted, allowing the lullaby to resonate and fill the small room. It is a comfort to me, a small ritual of sound. An excellent piece of information, Holmes continued, his voice a quiet whisper. The mantelpiece is a sounding board, a natural amplifier. And was there any change to the room itself, Mr. Sterling? A new piece of furniture? A new painting? A new plant, perhaps? Anything that would have subtly altered the room's acoustics or surface tension? Mr. Sterling shook his head. Nothing that I could detect, he said. The room felt perfectly normal. The air felt as it should, save for the crackling of the small fire I keep in there. There was only one small change, a very minor detail that I thought utterly irrelevant. My grandniece, Eleanor, a dear girl though flighty, she gave me a small gift that very afternoon, a small potted maidenhair fern. She said it was a symbol of quiet, patient life, something to sit beside me and grow in silence. I thanked her, of course, and placed it on the mantelpiece at the very end where it would receive a little light in the morning. A small, simple thing, a distraction perhaps, but certainly no cause for this. Holmes sat in perfect stillness, a man listening to a silence that no one else could hear, the sound of his own thoughts. I watched him, fascinated. I knew he was not merely looking at the facts, the locket, the man, the fern. He was feeling the subtle weight of each element in the delicate balance of the case. He was processing the gentle grief, the quiet details, and the profound sadness of a man who had lost a piece of his routine, a piece of his world. Finally, after what seemed like an age, during which the fire sank lower and the silence in our rooms grew dense and heavy, he spoke, his eyes now a brilliant, penetrating grey, fixed on Mr. Sterling with a look of profound satisfaction. Mr. Sterling, I believe I have the answer to your most distressing problem, and I can tell you with certainty that your precious heirloom is not broken. The anomaly is not in the locket, but in the environment, and it is not a matter of criminal intent, but a matter of simple, inadvertent, and beautifully subtle action. I ask you, on that first night as you were sitting in your library waiting for the locket to play, were you perhaps performing a final act of domestic neatness? Mr. Sterling looked at him, startled, a spark of hope replacing the deep sadness in his eyes. Why, yes. I had noticed a small film of dust on the top of the mantelpiece, a most unsightly accumulation. I was simply wiping it away with a soft cloth. I have a cloth I use for my instruments, you see. It is a very soft, delicate chamois leather, incapable of scratching anything. I am very particular about such things. And you were wiping the top of the mantelpiece where you had just placed the new fern, Holmes continued, his voice a low, placid whisper, building his case with the precise, incremental logic of a master clockmaker. The mantelpiece, a solid, flat, and highly polished surface. The locket, a delicate instrument that you deliberately place upon that surface to play its tune. The locket, on its own, produces a mere whisper of sound, a tiny, high-frequency vibration, generated by the steel teeth of the comb striking the pins on the rotating brass barrel. That sound, that tiny vibration, needs a flat, resonant surface to travel across and amplify itself. It is the mantelpiece, Mr. Sterling, that acts as your true sounding board, a vital part of the mechanism's performance in your room. Holmes leaned back, his eyes sparkling. But on that night, you placed a small new plant upon it, a small potted fern, your grandniece's gift. He paused, allowing the simplicity of the truth to settle. The fern, a symbol of quiet, patient life. But it was also a small, quiet disruption of the laws of acoustics. It was placed on the mantelpiece, a surface that was, until that moment, clear and flat. The plant, with its small, irregular, moisture-laden leaves and the uneven base of the clay pot, created a small, imperceptible disturbance on that flat surface. It was a single, tiny point of contact between the porous material of the clay and the mahogany that was just enough to disrupt the locket's delicate sound waves as they left the metal casing and sought to travel across the wood. The sound waves, unable to travel along the flat surface of the mantelpiece, were instead absorbed by the soft, irregular, moisture-heavy tissues of the fern's leaves and the absorbent clay. Holmes smiled faintly, a look of almost paternal fondness for the delicate machine in the man's hand. The locket was not broken, Mr. Sterling. The sound was not gone. It was simply acoustically shadowed, swallowed by a small, perfectly innocent and entirely unconsidered object. The locket, a creature of harmony and sound, felt that change. Tea played its tune perfectly, I assure you, but it was a silent tune to your ear. It could not resonate, for there was no flat surface to amplify its song, only the quiet, living interruption of the fern. The silent locket was not a sign of its illness, Mr. Sterling, but a sign of its quiet, profound sensitivity to the world around it. The old man stared at him, his mouth slightly agape. He looked at the locket in his hands, then at Holmes, and then back at the locket, turning it over as if it were a new, inexplicable artifact. The comprehension began as a faint light and rapidly grew to a full, radiant understanding. The sheer elegance of the explanation, the transformation of a seemingly supernatural failure into a mundane yet beautiful scientific phenomenon, was clearly a great relief to the man of precision. The fern, a simple small plant. "I can hardly believe it," he whispered, though the tone was no longer of doubt but of awe. "I, a maker of such things, looked for a broken mechanism, for a physical fault, and missed the fundamental law of resonance. I have moved the plant, of course, but the quiet distress has prevented me from even testing it, believing the damage to be irreversible. It is not a matter of belief, but of observation, Mr. Sterling," Holmes said gently, rising now to stand by the fire, his hands clasped behind his back. "The mind, in its grief, tends to look for the grand and the dramatic. A broken spring, a fallen tooth, a thief who swapped your locket. But the answer, as is so often the case, was in the quiet details, in the things that we do without thinking, the plant, the mantelpiece. It was a matter of sound and silence. The plant, a symbol of quiet, patient life, absorbed the locket's song. A small, gentle deviation from the norm was all it took. The world is full of such subtle truths, Mr. Sterling. One need only quiet one's mind to perceive them, and crucially to understand the entire ecosystem of the event. Mr. Sterling looked at the locket, his hands no longer trembling. A look of dawning comprehension and then of profound, bone-deep relief spread across his face. He looked up at Holmes, his eyes now shining with the pure, unsullied light of gratitude. "You have restored my peace of mind, Mr. Holmes. You have not given me back my locket's song, that I can now retrieve myself by merely clearing the mantelpiece, but you have given me back the understanding of its quiet life. I was convinced it was broken, a symbol of my own failing memory or failing order, but it was merely reacting. It was performing its duty, but the circumstances had changed. You have given me back the sense of harmony. It is a gift I can never repay." "A matter of no consequence, Mr. Sterling," Holmes said, waving a hand in dismissal. "The most important element of any investigation is not the solution, but the restoration of harmony. The mind, like a delicate instrument, must be brought back into tune. The locket, in the grand scheme of things, was a minor matter, but your quiet distress, the genuine anguish of a man whose sense of order was disrupted, was a matter of great importance. The small griefs of the orderly man are often the deepest. I am simply glad to see that the ripple on the pond has now subsided." He thanked us once more, his expression now one of serene calm, the tension having visibly left his body. He carefully reclasped the locket around his neck. We watched him go, a small solitary figure disappearing into the impenetrable grey of the fog, his footfalls regaining a sense of purpose and regularity. The sound of his footsteps faded into the ambient hum of the city, and soon it was as if he had never been there at all. I looked at Holmes, who had returned to his place on the sofa. His eyes closed once more, drawing a long contemplative drag from his pipe. The fire crackled with a gentle insistence. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked with a slow, deliberate, and newly appreciated sound. I didn't speak, for the moment was too perfect for words. The case had been solved not with a frantic chase or a dramatic confrontation, but with a quiet observation, a gentle conversation, and a deep understanding of the subtle workings of the natural world, in this case, the unseen physics of sound waves. The worried man had been calmed, and the world had been set to right, all with a quiet grace that was as peaceful as the fog that had settled over London. The fog outside seemed to hold a newfound meaning for me. It was not a barrier, but a kind of natural quietude, a state of rest for a world that was always in motion. I thought of the countless unrecorded moments of peace that must pass in the city every night, the small quiet victories, the mysteries that were solved without a single headline or a single drop of blood. It was in such moments, I thought, that I truly understood the man beside me. He was not just a great detective, but a quiet craftsman, a restorer of order, a seeker of truth in the small forgotten corners of the world. He was the one who could perceive the perfect logic in a silent lullaby. The fire burned on, and the clock on the mantelpiece ticked on, a gentle, soothing lullaby in the heart of London. I let the book slip onto the floor, the sound muffled by the rug, and surrendered myself to the encompassing restorative quietude of 221B Baker Street.
Dr. Watson's Evenings, gentle Sherlock Holmes Sleep Stories. The gaslights of Baker Street flickered softly, their warm, buttery glow painting the cobblestones with a delicate shimmer against the deepening twilight. The air was cool, carrying the faint tang of coal smoke and the distant hum of London's ceaseless rhythm. Inside the cozy rooms of 221B, however, the world felt hushed, a sanctuary of calm amidst the city's relentless pulse. Doctor? John Watson sat in his favourite armchair, its worn leather embracing him like an old friend. A quiet contentment settled over him, as familiar and comforting as a well-worn blanket. The embers in the fireplace glowed with a soft amber light, casting dancing shadows across the walls, their gentle crackle harmonizing with the steady tick-tock of the mantel clock. The room was a cocoon of warmth, a refuge where time seemed to pause, allowing the mind to wander freely. The quiet, almost reverent atmosphere was a stark contrast to the dynamic chaos that so often defined his life with the great detective Sherlock Holmes. On a typical evening, the air might be thick with the acrid scent of a new chemical experiment, the floor littered with newspaper clippings and strange artifacts, and the conversation a whirlwind of brilliant deductions and challenging hypotheses. But tonight, the stillness was absolute, a cherished silence that felt as restorative as a long, deep sleep. The day had unfolded with the gentle predictability of a well-oiled machine, each moment flowing seamlessly into the next. Watson had spent the morning attending to a handful of patients at his modest practice. Their ailments were minor, a persistent cough, a sprained wrist, a case of nerves exacerbated by the city's frenetic pace. The conversations had been reassuringly mundane, filled with the small concerns of everyday life. A shopkeeper's worry about the price of flour, a governess's tale of a mischievous charge. These were the threads of ordinary existence, and Watson found a quiet satisfaction in weaving them into the fabric of his day. He often reflected that his medical practice was a grounding force, a way of staying connected to the simple, tangible realities of human existence, a stark counterpoint to the more abstract and often baffling puzzles Holmes pursued. The act of listening to a patient's worries, of offering a word of comfort or a simple remedy, was a form of meditation for him, a quiet rhythm that soothed the soul. After his rounds, he had taken a late lunch at the Diogenes Club, Mycroft Holmes's peculiar haunt, where silence was the rule, and the only sounds were the soft rustle of newspapers and the occasional turn of a page. The club's austere atmosphere suited Watson's mood, offering a space to reflect without the clamour of the outside world. He had ordered a simple repast of broth and bread, savouring the quietude, the deliberate lack of conversation and social expectation. It was a place where one could simply be, unburdened by the need to interact or explain oneself. He had lost himself in the news of the day, his thoughts meandering from the politics of the continent to the latest sporting results, all without the need for a single spoken word. This interlude of pure, unadulterated peace was a luxury, a small indulgence he rarely allowed himself amidst the demanding schedule of 221B. Now, in the tranquil embrace of his sitting room, Watson felt the day's gentle rhythm settle into his bones. A copy of the Strand magazine lay open on his lap, its pages filled with tales of adventure and intrigue, but his attention wandered. His eyes were drawn to the wisps of smoke curling from the bowl of his briar pipe, the sweet scent of Virginia tobacco mingling with the faint aroma of carbolic soap from his morning ablutions and the rich, earthy notes of a freshly brewed pot of tea cooling in the kitchen. These were the scents of home, of safety, a rich tapestry woven from the simple reassuring elements of his life. The room itself was a study in understated comfort, the faded Persian rug underfoot, its intricate patterns a map of countless footfalls, the cluttered bookshelves lined with medical journals and novels, a silent library of human knowledge and imagination, the small table bearing a decanter of brandy and a pair of crystal glasses, ready for a shared moment of reflection. It was a space that held memories of late-night conversations with Sherlock Holmes, of cases solved and mysteries unraveled, of quiet evenings like this one, where the world seemed to hold its breath. The worn upholstery of his chair, the slight scorch mark on the mantelpiece from a forgotten experiment, the very dust motes dancing in the lamplight each held a story, a fragment of a shared history that was as much a part of him as his own memories. The silence was not an absence but a presence, a living, breathing entity that held the echoes of past laughter, the shadows of shared sorrows, and the warm, golden light of a life well lived. A light knock at the door broke the stillness, a gentle interruption that felt like a ripple on a calm pond. It was Mrs. Hudson, her face framed by the soft light of the hallway, her expression one of gentle concern, as if she were the gatekeeper to the quiet heart of 221B. Her presence was always a comfort, her quiet efficiency and maternal warmth a silent pillar of their household. "Doctor Watson," she said, her voice a soft whisper that seemed to respect the room's peaceful atmosphere, "a young gentleman has called for you. He seems a bit troubled." Her choice of the word troubled was telling. It was not a case of a mere malady, but a deeper unease, a disquiet of the soul. Watson rose slowly, his joints offering a quiet creak, a familiar sigh rather than a complaint. He set his pipe in the ashtray, the warm bowl still radiating the memory of its fire. "Show him in, Mrs. Hudson. I'm quite at his disposal." The change of pace was not unwelcome. A physician's life was one of constant availability, and his time with Holmes had taught him to be ready for any and all contingencies, even when they arrived cloaked in the quiet of a Tuesday evening. A moment later, a young man, no older than 20, was ushered into the room. He was dressed in a fashionable, if slightly rumpled, suit of dark wool, the kind favored by young professionals striving to make their mark in the city. His face, however, told a different story. His eyes were wide and anxious, darting about the room like those of a frightened sparrow trapped in an unfamiliar space. He clutched a small leather-bound book to his chest, his knuckles pale from the effort, as if the book were a lifeline in a turbulent sea. The contrast between his polished attire and his evident distress was striking, a clear sign that his troubles were not of a material nature. His breath came in shallow, rapid gasps, and he seemed to shrink into himself, as if trying to become invisible. "Dr. Watson," he began, his voice barely above a whisper, a fragile thread of sound that seemed to fear being heard. "My apologies for calling so late, but I was told you are a man of sound mind and discretion. My name is Arthur Penn." The halting delivery, the emphasis on discretion, suggested a deeply personal and potentially embarrassing problem, one he had been reluctant to share. Watson gestured to the chair opposite his own, a deep, upholstered piece that seemed to promise rest and solace. "Please, Mr. Penn, take a seat. You seem quite distressed. Can I offer you a cup of tea, a spot of brandy, perhaps?" His tone was gentle, reassuring, a balm for the young man's frayed nerves. He knew that before any diagnosis could be made, a sense of trust had to be established. Arthur shook his head, his hands still gripping the book tightly. "No, thank you, sir. I fear I am losing my memory. Not all of it, but certain moments seem to vanish, like mist burned away by the Sunday. Only for an hour or so at a time, but it's enough to unsettle me. I am a cartographer, you see, and my work demands absolute clarity. A single misplaced line, a forgotten alleyway, and a map is rendered useless. But today, I left my house to walk to my office, and the next thing I knew, I was standing by the Serpentine in Hyde Park, with no recollection of how I got there." His words tumbled out in a rush, as if he were describing a nightmare from which he could not fully awaken. The precision of his profession was in direct conflict with the terrifying imprecision of his current state, a man of maps, losing his own internal map. The irony was palpable. Watson leaned forward, his calm demeanor a steadying presence. His years as a physician and companion to Sherlock Holmes had taught him the value of a composed exterior, especially when faced with a patient's distress. He had seen men in the throes of fever, soldiers trembling on the battlefield, and countless Londoners suffering the anxieties of the modern age. A steady voice, a thoughtful question, and the quiet dignity of listening often did more than any tincture. "Have you had any head injuries, Mr. Penn? Any recent illnesses that might have left you feeling disoriented?" Watson's tone was practical but not cold, clinical yet suffused with a gentle patience. He was, after all, a scientist first and foremost, a man who sought the logical, physical explanation before venturing into the more esoteric. "None, sir," Arthur replied, his voice steadier now, as if Watson's calm were contagious. He seemed grateful simply to be taken seriously, to have someone who did not immediately dismiss his fears as folly. The doctors I've seen are puzzled. They say I am in perfect health physically, at least, but I feel as if a piece of me is simply floating away like a page torn from a book." He hesitated, then held out the leather-bound book he had been clutching with white-knuckled insistence. "This is my day book. I write in it every morning, detailing my plans and my work. I found it in my pocket when I woke up by the Serpentine, and the last entry was dated 2 days ago. There's a blank space, a stark, white void, as if those hours simply never happened." His voice faltered at the last words, as though admitting them aloud made the void all the more real. The book, trembling slightly in his grasp, was more than an object. It was a lifeline. The one thing tethering him to a reality he feared was slipping. Watson took the book, its worn leather cover cool and smooth against his fingertips. The binding was soft with age, the corners rounded and frayed from years of use. The pages within bore neat, precise handwriting, each line measured and ordered, a testament to a meticulous and organized mind. It was not the journal of a fanciful dreamer, but of a man who sought clarity through structure. A cartographer's daybook, brimming with notes on street widths, building heights, and the delicate nuances of London's ever-shifting geography. Here were sketches of alleyways and diagrams of marketplaces, annotations about gas lamp placements and the flow of foot traffic. The entries were, in truth, a love letter to the city, capturing its intricate patterns of growth and change, with an artist's eye and a scientist's precision. Yet the blank space Arthur had spoken of was indeed there. It stared back at Watson with unsettling starkness, a jarring absence spanning the last 2 days. The emptiness was unnatural, intrusive. In a life so carefully chronicled, it was as if a chapter had been ripped from the narrative, leaving behind a silence more deafening than any written word. Watson murmured, his brows knitting as his mind began to sift through the facts with the quiet deliberation of a gardener tending to a delicate plant. He turned a page, then another, letting the familiar cadence of ink and paper settle in his thoughts. "Have you noticed anything else, Mr. Penn? Any unusual smells, sounds, or perhaps a lingering taste in your mouth when these episodes occur?" His voice had softened further, coaxing rather than commanding. He knew from long years in medicine that the subconscious often retained sensory details the conscious mind forgot. They were like breadcrumbs, faint but reliable, leading one out of the forest of confusion. Arthur paused, his brow furrowing in deep concentration. He stared at the patterned rug beneath his feet, as though its intricate weave might unlock the hidden door of his memory. The muted reds and golds seemed to ripple under his gaze, threads shifting like tiny rivers on a map he could not quite read. "Yes," he murmured slowly, his voice distant. "Now that you mention it, both times this happened, I remember a scent. Very faint, almost imperceptible, like dried lavender and damp earth." He closed his eyes as he spoke, summoning the memory with the care of a man handling fragile glass. "It's a strange combination, isn't it?" His voice trailed off, hesitant, uncertain. as though he feared being laughed at for naming something so delicate when the matter felt so grave, so consuming. "Not at all, Mr. Penn," Watson replied gently, his words carrying that practiced calm that had soothed many troubled minds. For a fleeting instant, a familiar twinkle returned to his eyes, the spark that always accompanied a riddle worth untangling. This was precisely the kind of puzzle he cherished, not the thrill of a dramatic pursuit through London's shadowed alleys, but the quiet elegance of a mystery built from details others might overlook. It is a very specific combination, in fact. He set the daybook carefully on the table beside him, his movements unhurried, almost ceremonial, as though the worn leather volume were not a mere diary, but a delicate instrument holding the rhythm of Arthur's days. "Lavender," he began, his tone low and thoughtful, "is a scent long associated with stillness, with rest and comfort. It is cultivated in gardens and pressed into sachets. Apothecaries grind it into powders, infuse it into oils, and prescribe it for the restless or sleepless. It is a fragrance that suggests calm." He paused, leaning closer, his voice softening. "And damp earth that carries another association entirely. It is the smell of shaded corners, of moss-covered walls, of gardens after rain. It is grounding, anchoring. Together they conjure not the bustle of the city, but a place withdrawn from noise, a retreat." Arthur opened his mouth, but Watson pressed gently on. "Tell me, do you have a garden in your building?" "No, sir," Arthur said quickly, shaking his head with conviction. "I live in a simple flat near Borough Market. It's all brick and cobblestone there, no green space to speak of. Just the clatter of carts, the shouts of sellers, the smell of spices and fish. Lively enough, but hardly restful." His words carried both fondness and fatigue. Borough Market was a place full of colour and vigour, but not the sort of ground where one might expect lavender to bloom. "Then we must consider what else might carry such a fragrance," Watson mused, his fingers brushing thoughtfully across his moustache. "Botanists, certainly. Apothecaries, as I have said. And there are certain societies, small gatherings where incense or herbs are used to lend an air of calm, or even mystery. Theatrical circles sometimes employ such devices as well." His voice lingered on each possibility, sifting them with the care of a jeweller examining stones. "And what of the places where you have found yourself? By the Serpentine, you said, and before that?" "In a quiet alley off Fleet Street," Arthur answered after a pause, his voice touched with unease. He clasped his hands together tightly, as though anchoring himself to the present. "I was walking to my bank, and then there I was, standing in the fog, the day having simply disappeared, as if it had never been." The admission hung heavy in the air. The silence that followed weighted with both fear and fragile hope. Watson nodded slowly, the pieces of the puzzle beginning to align, not into a picture of danger, but into one of gentle, almost imperceptible mystery. He handed the day-book back to Arthur. "Mr. Penn, I believe I may have an idea. This does not feel like a case of malicious intent or a grave illness, I am quite certain. It feels more like a quiet misdirection, a journey of the mind rather than the body. But it is late, and you need your rest. The mind is a powerful thing, and it often works best when we allow it to be still. Come back tomorrow morning, and we shall walk the route you took before the first episode. Perhaps a simple retracing of your steps, with a clearer mind, will awaken the memories you are seeking. Arthur's shoulders relaxed, the tension draining from him like water seeping through porous stone. Thank you, Dr. Watson. Your words are a great comfort. The quiet authority and calm reassurance in Watson's voice had been more effective than any medical diagnosis. It was the simple, human act of listening and validating his experience that had begun to heal him. As Arthur left, the silence of 221B returned, deeper and more profound than before. Watson settled back into his armchair, the leather creaking softly as it welcomed him. He did not reach for his pipe or his magazine. Instead, he gazed at the embers in the grate, their soft glow a comforting presence in the quiet room. His mind turned over the day's new puzzle, the scent of lavender and damp earth, a cartographer losing his way. It was a problem with the hazy, ethereal quality of a dream, a riddle that demanded a different kind of perception, not the sharp deductions of Sherlock Holmes, but a gentle, empathetic understanding of the human spirit. He felt a quiet excitement, a sense of purpose that had been missing from the day's earlier, more mundane activities. This was a mystery not of the intellect but of the soul, and he was the one best equipped to solve it. The next morning dawned with a thick, gentle fog that cloaked London in a soft, woolen veil. The city's sharp edges were softened, its sounds muffled into a soothing hum. Watson met Arthur Penn at his flat near Borough Market, a modest building of red brick tucked between a butcher's shop and a grocer's stall. The air was cool and damp, carrying the faint scent of fresh bread and the distant clatter of market carts. Arthur, though still pale, seemed less burdened, as if Watson's calm assurance had lightened his load. He had slept, and with sleep came a renewed sense of hope, a fragile but vital belief that the mystery of his lost time was not a sign of madness, but something solvable. They began their journey, retracing Arthur's steps toward the bank at an unhurried pace. The fog hung low, curling around lampposts and softening the outlines of buildings, turning the streets into a series of ethereal tableaux. Watson paid attention to everything, the faded lettering on a shop sign, the intricate pattern of a wrought iron fence, the way the light filtered through the mist, casting soft halos around the gaslights. He was a man who understood that life's grand narratives were often hidden in its smallest details, the scuff of a boot on a cobblestone, the faint echo of a street vendor's cry, the delicate interplay of light and shadow. He walked not as a detective, but as a man who knew how to truly see, to observe the world with a sense of wonder and humility. He felt a profound connection to the city in this state, a sense of being part of its living, breathing tapestry. As they turned onto a narrow side street lined with tall, brick buildings, Watson's eye was drawn to a small, unassuming shop with a faded green awning. A few potted ferns stood outside, their leaves glistening with moisture as if brushed with silver. The sign above the door, painted in a delicate flowing script, read, "The Quiet Mapmaker, hand-drawn maps, charts, and curiosities." The shop seemed to belong to the fog, its edges soft and inviting, as if it had always been there, waiting to be noticed. It was a place that existed outside of time, a small island of stillness in the churning river of London. "Did you notice this shop, Mr. Penn?" Watson asked softly, his voice a gentle invitation rather than a demand. Arthur squinted at the sign, his brow furrowing. "I don't believe so, sir. I've walked this way 100 times, and I don't recall seeing it before." The fact that a man whose profession was rooted in seeing every detail had failed to notice such a thing was a powerful testament to his troubled state of mind. Watson smiled gently. "That is because you were looking ahead, at your destination. A cartographer must always be looking ahead, plotting the next line, the next curve. But a man of maps must also know the ground beneath his feet, the quiet details that fill the space between. Let's go inside." He was not speaking of physical maps, but of the internal maps we all carry, the ones that guide us through our days, often without our full awareness. The shop was a sanctuary of stillness, a haven from the city's ceaseless movement. The air was cool and fragrant, smelling of old paper, ink, and something else, a faint, sweet aroma that was as soothing as a lullaby. Watson recognized it immediately, lavender and damp earth. The scent emanated from a small bundle of dried flowers on the counter, tied with a simple ribbon. The shop was lined with shelves of rolled maps, their edges yellowed with age, and glass cases displaying delicate instruments, compasses, sextants, and fine-tipped pens. At the counter, a kindly old woman with a cloud of silver hair twisted into a neat bun was meticulously coloring a large map with a fine brush. Her movements were slow and deliberate, a form of living meditation. The peace in the room was so palpable it was almost a physical presence. The hum of the city was a distant memory, replaced by the soft whisper of the brush on the paper and the gentle rustle of a turning page. "Good morning," she said, her voice as soft as a whisper, perfectly suited to the shop's tranquil atmosphere. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" Her eyes were as clear and serene as a mountain lake. Watson introduced himself and Arthur, his tone warm and unhurried, as though every syllable were chosen with the utmost care. His voice carried that same reassuring cadence that had soothed countless patients during his years of practice. "My friend here is a cartographer," he said, his gaze flickering toward Arthur with quiet encouragement, "but he has been having some trouble with his memory. I believe your shop may hold a key to his missing moments." He spoke as one might to a confidant rather than a stranger, avoiding any hint of accusation or judgment. He was not searching for a culprit to condemn, but a remedy to ease the unrest of a troubled mind. The old woman, her back bent, yet her presence dignified, lifted her eyes to meet Watson's. They were as blue as a summer sky glimpsed between drifting clouds, and within them lingered a knowing twinkle, as though she had seen this very scene unfold many times before. "Ah, yes," she murmured softly, her voice rich with years yet touched with kindness. the quiet trance. It happens to many who come here. She gestured to the shelves behind her, lined with jars of dried herbs, bundles of flowers, and tiny bottles filled with oils whose scents perfumed the air. The fragrance of lavender was strongest, weaving through the shop like an invisible ribbon, subtle yet insistent. "My son," she continued, "is a botanist who brings me these lavender stalks and soil from the city's oldest gardens. The scent is meant to be calming, you see, to help one get lost in the map, to feel the gentle sway of the sea or the stillness of a forest glade. It is a scent for the wanderer, a guide to a place of inner peace." Her words unfurled slowly, each one carrying the weight of gentle revelation, like puzzle pieces fitting neatly into place. Arthur's eyes widened slightly as though he recognized his own unspoken experience reflected in her explanation. "But I was just walking past," Arthur insisted, his voice tinged with uncertainty, the protest more of bewilderment than denial. His hands tightened around the brim of his hat, a small physical anchor in the sea of confusion. The old woman shook her head with a smile that was neither dismissive nor mocking, but filled with patient understanding. "No, young man, you were not just walking past. Your body may have continued along the pavement, but your mind was elsewhere. You are a cartographer. Your thoughts are always drawing lines, tracing borders, seeking the most elegant curve. It is the way of your craft, the shape of your very soul." Her gaze softened, resting kindly upon him. "As you passed my shop, the scent of lavender must have entered your senses. Your mind, longing for respite, simply drifted. It took a brief, internal journey, mapping not streets or continents, but silence itself. You drew a map of peace, first a quiet alley off Fleet Street, and then further still, to the Serpentine's waters, where calmness deepened like the still surface of a pond. It was not an absence, but a presence, a meditation, a retreat your spirit longed for. The journey itself became the purpose, not the destination." Watson inclined his head, his expression one of profound satisfaction. "And the missing day in the book was not a void, but a chart of another kind, a mental map, etched by your subconscious. A map to a place of rest, of serenity." His words carried a reverence, for he recognized in this explanation something elegantly human, something that required no medical jargon or intricate theory. It was not illness nor villainy, but simply the soul's quiet yearning for stillness amid the ceaseless current of life. Arthur lowered his gaze to his hands, studying the lines in his palms as though they were maps themselves. His brow furrowed, then gradually smoothed as comprehension dawned. "A map to a place of rest," he whispered, tasting the words as though they were entirely new. His eyes brightened, and the tension in his voice melted into wonder. "I see. I thought I was losing something, some vital part of myself. But all along, I was only finding a quiet place to be." Relief radiated from him, tangible as warmth, the weight of days of worry falling away like a heavy coat shed at last. The old woman's smile deepened. "Exactly so. There is no malady here, no mystery in need of chasing, only a journey that you did not yet know how to read. Yours is a mind that listens for stillness. You must learn not to fear it, but to follow it. They departed the little shop, the bell above the door chiming softly as it closed behind them. Outside, the fog seemed thinner, its grip loosened, as though even the city itself breathed easier in their newfound understanding. The sounds of London, once a clamour of horses, wheels and voices, had softened into a gentler chorus. The distant chime of a church bell, the muffled rumble of carriage wheels on cobblestones, the murmur of conversation spilling from a cafe, these were no longer intrusions, but notes in a symphony of life. As they walked toward Arthur's flat, a stillness accompanied them, not silence but harmony. Arthur's step grew lighter, his posture unburdened, the anxious furrow in his brow smoothed away. He was no longer a man fearing illness, but a traveller who had rediscovered his compass, charting a gentler route. "Thank you, Dr. Watson," Arthur said when they reached his door, his voice thick with gratitude. "You have given me more than an answer. You have given me peace." Watson smiled, his lips curving in quiet satisfaction. "All in a day's work, Mr. Penn. Some puzzles are not meant to be solved with logic alone. Sometimes the solution lies in listening to the silence between the questions." Later, in the familiar sanctuary of 221B, Watson lowered himself into his armchair. The fire glowed low, a soft bed of embers, and the fragrance of tobacco lent the air its comforting presence. The mantel clock ticked with patient steadiness, each beat a reminder of time's gentle passage. Outside, London slowed, its gaslights stretching shadows across quiet streets. Watson closed his eyes and allowed the serenity of the evening to enfold him. This case had not ended in a triumphant deduction, but in something far rarer, an affirmation of the quiet spaces within the human heart. He had helped not by unmasking a criminal, but by guiding a man back to the simple grace of stillness. And in that he recognized a truth both humbling and profound, that even in the restless pulse of the city, there was always room for a quiet place to dream.
Sherlock Holmes and the library of luminous volumes. The fog had settled over London like a silk curtain, muffling the usual cacophony of the great city into something approaching reverence. From the windows of 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes watched the gas lamps bloom one by one through the mist, each casting a halo of amber light that seemed to float suspended in the grey evening air. The world had taken on an almost dreamlike quality, as if the ordinary rules of time and space had been gently suspended in favour of something more poetic. Holmes stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his keen grey eyes drinking in the subtle beauty of the transformed streetscape. It was a rare evening when no urgent cases demanded his attention, no frantic clients hammered at his door, and no puzzling telegram arrived to set his mind racing along the familiar pathways of deduction and analysis. Watson had retired early, claiming exhaustion from a particularly challenging day at his practice. leaving Holmes alone with the unusual luxury of an unstructured evening. In the ordinary course of events, such idleness might have driven him to his medicine bottle, or sent him pacing the sitting room like a caged tiger. But tonight, something in the quality of the fog-softened light and the muffled sounds of the city below stirred a different mood entirely. He found himself thinking not of crimes unsolved or puzzles unconsidered, but of beauty observed and wonder contemplated for its own sake. The transformation had begun earlier that afternoon, when he had been examining a particularly exquisite medieval manuscript that a collector had brought for authentication. As his magnifying glass revealed the intricate details of illuminated letters painted by some long-dead monk, Holmes had experienced an unexpected moment of pure aesthetic appreciation. The mathematical precision of the decorative patterns, the subtle gradations of colour achieved with primitive pigments, the way light and shadow had been captured in microscopic brushstrokes, all of it had combined to create something that transcended mere craftsmanship and entered the realm of the sublime. For perhaps the first time in years, Holmes had found himself studying something not to solve a mystery or expose a forgery, but simply to appreciate the accumulated centuries of human skill and devotion that had gone into its creation. The experience had been oddly liberating, like discovering a new sense that had been dormant within him all along. Now, as he watched the fog transform familiar London into something ethereal and strange, Holmes felt that same quality of attention awakening again. His detective's eye, so accustomed to cataloguing evidence and analysing motives, began instead to notice the way the mist caught and scattered light, creating subtle patterns that shifted and evolved with each gentle movement of the air. The street below became not a thoroughfare to be navigated, but a canvas on which atmosphere painted ever-changing pictures of remarkable beauty. A sound drifted up through the fog, the pure, sweet voice of a violin playing a melody of such haunting beauty that it seemed to give the mist itself a voice. Holmes moved closer to the window, his trained ear immediately identifying the instrument as a Cremona violin of exceptional quality, played by someone with considerable skill and even greater sensitivity. The melody was unfamiliar but unmistakably melancholic, with an underlying current of hope that reminded him of spring mornings and the promise of distant horizons. Without quite deciding to do so, Holmes found himself reaching for his coat. The violin's song seemed to call to something deep within him, not his analytical mind, but a quieter faculty that he rarely allowed to surface. As he descended the 17 steps to the street level, each note of the distant music seemed to draw him forward with gentle insistence. The fog embraced him as he stepped onto Baker Street, wrapping around him like a benevolent spirit. The familiar landmarks of his neighbourhood appeared and disappeared in the shifting mist, creating the illusion that he was walking not through the London he knew so well, but through some liminal space where the ordinary world touched the realm of dreams. Street lamps loomed out of the greyness like beacons, their light creating pools of warmth that seemed to exist independent of the surrounding gloom. The violin's melody grew stronger as Holmes walked, though its source remained mysteriously elusive. The music seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, as if the fog itself had learned to sing. He found himself moving not by conscious navigation, but by following the subtle variations in the melody's volume and clarity, allowing the music to guide his steps through streets that seemed both familiar and utterly transformed. Other pedestrians moved through the fog like figures in a ballet, their forms appearing briefly in the lamplight before dissolving back into the mist. But there was nothing sinister in these appearances and disappearances. Rather, the fog created a sense of shared solitude, as if everyone abroad on such an evening was engaged in the same gentle quest for beauty and meaning in the transformed city. Holmes passed a flower seller who seemed to glow with her own inner light, her basket of late-season roses somehow immune to the fog's obscuring effects. She smiled at him with the serene confidence of someone who knew that beauty persisted regardless of weather, and he found himself touching his hat in acknowledgement of her quiet wisdom. A lamplighter moved past like a guardian angel, his ladder and flame creating momentary sculptures of light and shadow that existed for mere seconds before the fog reclaimed them. As he walked deeper into the maze of fog-softened streets, Holmes became aware that his usual rapid-fire mental analysis had quieted to a gentle murmur. Instead of automatically deducing the occupations and circumstances of the people he glimpsed, he found himself simply appreciating their presence as fellow travellers through this enchanted evening. Instead of cataloguing the architectural details of buildings looming out of the mist, he allowed himself to simply experience their forms as elements in an ever-changing composition of light and shadow. The violin song led him through neighbourhoods he thought he knew intimately, but which now revealed hidden aspects under the fog's transformative veil. A narrow alley that he had passed 1,000 times in daylight proved to contain a small garden where climbing roses had been trained to grow over wrought iron arches, their late blooms glowing like pale stars in the misted air. A church he had never paid particular attention to revealed itself as a masterpiece of Gothic stonework, its spire disappearing into the fog like a prayer made visible. Gradually, Holmes realized that the violin's melody was leading him away from the familiar streets of central London toward districts he rarely visited. But instead of his usual wariness when entering unknown territory, he felt only curious anticipation. The music had become a trusted guide, leading him not toward danger or mystery in the conventional sense, but towards something that promised to satisfy hungers he had barely acknowledged he possessed. The fog began to thin as he walked, revealing glimpses of a neighbourhood that seemed somehow different from any he had encountered before. The buildings here were older, their architecture a harmonious blend of styles that should have clashed, but instead created a sense of organic unity. Wrought iron balconies overflowed with trailing vines that sparkled with droplets of mist, while window boxes burst with flowers that seemed to emit their own gentle luminescence. Street lamps in this district burned with a warmer, more golden light that seemed to caress rather than merely illuminate. The cobblestones beneath Holmes's feet had been worn smooth by centuries of passage, and they caught and reflected the lamplight in ways that created subtle patterns of brightness and shadow. Even the fog itself seemed different here, less dense and grey, more like a gossamer veil that revealed as much as it concealed. The violin's melody reached a crescendo as Holmes turned a corner and found himself facing the most extraordinary building he had ever encountered. It rose before him like something from a particularly vivid dream, not impossibly tall or fantastical in design, but possessed of a quality of presence that made it seem to exist in perfect harmony with its surroundings while simultaneously transcending them entirely. This structure appeared to be a library of considerable age and dignity, constructed of warm, honey-coloured stone that seemed to glow from within. Tall windows revealed glimpses of interior spaces filled with golden light, while the entrance was framed by columns carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and flow in the dancing light of nearby lamps. Above the doorway, carved letters spelled out words in elegant script: "The Library of Luminous Volumes, where stories choose their readers." The violin's melody seemed to emanate from within the building itself, though Holmes could see no musician through the glowing windows. As he approached the entrance, he noticed that the heavy oak doors stood slightly ajar, revealing a slice of interior warmth that seemed to beckon him forward. There was no sense of trespassing in entering this place. Rather, he felt as though he were answering an invitation that had been extended specifically to him. The moment Holmes stepped across the threshold, he was enveloped in an atmosphere of such perfect tranquility that his entire being seemed to sigh with relief. The interior of the library was vast beyond what the exterior dimension should have allowed, with shelves stretching upward into gentle shadows and reading alcoves nestled in cozy corners like secret gardens of knowledge. But most remarkable of all was the light. Every book on every shelf seemed to glow with its own inner radiance, creating a symphony of gentle illumination that pulsed and flickered like 1,000 tiny heartbeats. Holmes paused just inside the entrance, his analytical mind temporarily overwhelmed by the sheer impossibility of what he was witnessing. Books, by all known laws of physics, did not emit their own light. And here were thousands of volumes, each glowing with a different hue and intensity, creating patterns of luminescence that shifted and evolved as his eyes moved across the shelves. The effect was not harsh or artificial, but rather like being surrounded by the collected gentle light of all the candles that had ever illuminated late-night reading sessions. "Welcome, Mr. Holmes," said a voice from somewhere among the glowing stacks. "We've been expecting you." A figure emerged from between the shelves, an elderly man with white hair and kind eyes, dressed in the comfortable tweeds of a scholar who cared more for learning than fashion. He moved among the luminous books with the easy familiarity of someone who had spent decades in their company, his face lit by the gentle radiance emanating from the volumes around him. Professor Lightwell, the man introduced himself with a slight bow. Keeper of the luminous volumes and, on occasion, guide for visitors who have found their way here by following the deeper currents of their own curiosity. Holmes studied the man with his habitual intensity, noting the ink stains on his fingers, the slight stoop of shoulders bent over countless books, the way his eyes seemed to hold reflections of all the stories he had absorbed over the years. But instead of his usual rapid-fire deductions about the stranger's circumstances and character, Holmes found himself simply appreciating the obvious contentment that surrounded Professor Lightwell like an aura. "This is quite extraordinary," Holmes said, gesturing toward the glowing shelves. "I confess myself at a loss to explain the phenomenon I'm observing. Books do not typically possess luminescent properties." Professor Lightwell smiled with the gentle patience of someone accustomed to such questions. "You are quite correct, of course, from the perspective of conventional understanding. But these are not conventional books, Mr. Holmes. Each volume here contains not merely words on a page, but the accumulated emotional resonance of everyone who has ever read it with genuine appreciation. The light you see is the visible manifestation of all the wonder, joy, wisdom, and peace that these stories have generated over the centuries." Holmes moved closer to one of the nearby shelves, his detective's eye examining the phenomenon with scientific curiosity. The books appeared to be ordinary volumes, leather-bound classics, modern novels, collections of poetry, works of philosophy and science. Yet each one pulsed with its own unique radiance. A volume of Shakespeare's sonnets glowed with warm golden light, while a collection of fairy tales shimmered with colours that seemed to change depending on the angle from which they were viewed. "Fascinating," Holmes murmured, reaching toward a particular volume that caught his attention. It was a book on the mathematical principles underlying musical composition, and it emitted a soft blue-white light that reminded him of winter starlight. The intensity varies considerably from volume to volume. "Indeed," Professor Lightwell confirmed. "The brightness corresponds directly to the depth of connection readers have felt with each particular work. That volume you're examining, for instance, has been cherished by musicians and mathematicians alike for over 2 centuries. Each person who found revelation in its pages added to its luminous power." Holmes carefully removed the book from the shelf, surprised by how warm it felt in his hands. As he opened it to a random page, the text seemed to glow more brightly as if responding to his attention. The mathematical equations describing harmonic ratios appeared not as dry formulas, but as expressions of fundamental cosmic principles. The same patterns that governed the movement of planets, the structure of crystals, and the beating of the human heart. "Remarkable," he whispered. finding himself drawn into the elegant logic of the mathematical relationships. For perhaps the first time in his adult life, Holmes was reading not to extract information or solve a problem, but simply to experience the beauty of pure understanding. The equations seemed to sing on the page, revealing connections between music and mathematics that he had never fully appreciated before. Professor Lightwell watched with obvious pleasure as Holmes became absorbed in the luminous volume. Each book chooses its own readers in a sense, he explained. That particular volume has been waiting for someone with precisely your combination of logical precision and aesthetic sensitivity. It recognizes a kindred spirit. As if to confirm the professor's words, other books on nearby shelves began to glow more brightly, their light pulsing in gentle rhythms that seemed to beckon Holmes toward further exploration. A treatise on the science of deduction emanated warm amber light, while a collection of monographs on various obscure subjects shimmered with the cool radiance of intellectual satisfaction. Holmes found himself moving deeper into the library, drawn by the subtle variations in luminescence from different sections. Each area seemed to specialize in particular types of knowledge and emotional resonance. A corner devoted to poetry glowed with soft, multicolored light that seemed to shift and flow like aurora borealis, while a section of scientific works emitted steady, clear radiance that spoke of truth carefully observed and precisely recorded. In an alcove lined with works of music theory and criticism, Holmes discovered a comfortable leather chair positioned perfectly to take advantage of the gentle light emanating from the surrounding volumes. The violin melody that had guided him here seemed stronger in this spot, though he still could see no musician. As he settled into the chair with the mathematical treatise still in his hands, Holmes realized that the music was somehow emerging from the books themselves, not audibly, but as a kind of harmonic resonance that existed at the intersection of sight and sound. The books sing to each other, Professor Lightwell explained, appearing beside the alcove with his own arms full of glowing volumes. Stories of similar resonance create harmonies, while contrasting works provide counterpoint. The entire library exists in a state of constant, gentle music. Most visitors hear it as the sound that first drew them here. Holmes looked up from the treatise, his analytical mind working to process this new information. You mean to say that the violin melody I followed was not played by a human musician, but generated by the books themselves? In a manner of speaking, yes, though generated may not be quite the right word. The books amplify and give voice to the music that already exists in the connections between ideas, emotions, and the human experiences they represent. You heard it because you were ready to listen, because your mind had achieved the particular state of receptive curiosity that allows such phenomena to be perceived. The explanation should have troubled Holmes's rational worldview, but instead he found it oddly comforting. There was something deeply satisfying about the idea that knowledge itself could achieve a kind of consciousness, that the accumulated wisdom of centuries could find ways to reach out to those who needed it most. As the evening deepened beyond the library's glowing windows, Holmes found himself moving through the stacks with increasing wonder. Each section revealed new marvels, books that glowed brighter when multiple volumes were read in sequence, manuscripts that seemed to shimmer with the dreams of their long-dead authors, reference works that pulsed with the satisfaction of countless questions answered and mysteries resolved. In the library's central chamber, Holmes discovered what appeared to be the heart of the entire collection. A circular reading room where the most luminous volumes were housed in glass cases that seemed designed more to display their light than to protect them from handling. At the center of the room stood a single pedestal, supporting what was clearly the library's most precious possession, a book that glowed not with colored light, but with pure radiance that seemed to contain all colors and none. "The master volume," Professor Lightwell said reverently as Holmes approached the pedestal. "It contains not words, but the essence of all stories ever told or yet to be told. Some say it writes itself, adding new pages as human understanding grows and deepens. Others believe it's simply a mirror that reflects the reader's own capacity for wonder." Holmes studied the extraordinary book with fascination. Its covers appeared to be made of some material that was neither leather nor cloth, but something that seemed to exist in constant, subtle motion. The pages visible through the open covers appeared to shimmer with text that moved and flowed like living thought, never quite settling into fixed words, but always seeming on the verge of revealing profound truths. "May I?" Holmes asked, reaching toward the book with the careful reverence of someone handling an artifact of incalculable value. "Of course," Professor Lightwell replied, "though I should warn you, the master volume shows each reader something different. What you see will be perfectly suited to your current needs and understanding, but it may not be what you expect." Holmes opened the book carefully, unsure what to expect. The pages felt warm beneath his fingers, and for a moment he saw nothing but blank parchment that seemed to glow with its own inner light. Then, gradually, words began to appear, not printed or written, but seeming to form themselves from the luminous substance of the pages. What Holmes read was not a story in any conventional sense, but rather a kind of meditation on the nature of observation and understanding. The text spoke of the difference between seeing and truly perceiving, between solving puzzles and appreciating mysteries, between the satisfaction of answers and the deeper joy of questions that revealed ever greater depths the more carefully they were considered. As he read, Holmes felt something within himself shifting, a subtle recalibration of priorities that had been building throughout his evening's journey. The relentless drive to analyze and categorize that had defined his adult life began to expand, making room for a different kind of engagement with the world. He found himself thinking not just of problems to be solved, but of beauty to be appreciated, wisdom to be savoured and wonder to be celebrated for its own sake. The master volume's pages continued to shimmer with new insights, each paragraph revealing connections he had never considered before. Holmes read about the music underlying mathematical relationships, the detective work involved in truly understanding a work of art, the mystery and beauty inherent in the simplest human interactions. For the first time in years, he found himself thinking not as Sherlock Holmes, the consulting detective, but as Sherlock Holmes, the human being, someone capable of awe and appreciation in addition to analysis and deduction. When he finally looked up from the book, Holmes found that the library around him had grown even more beautiful. The luminous volumes seemed to pulse in harmony with his own heartbeat, their light creating patterns that spoke directly to his newly awakened sense of aesthetic appreciation. Professor Lightwell sat in a nearby chair, reading his own glowing tome with an expression of perfect contentment. "The library has accepted you," the professor observed without looking up from his book. "I can tell because the light has changed. It's warmer now, more welcoming. The books recognize in you a kindred spirit, someone who understands that knowledge exists not merely to be accumulated, but to be treasured." Holmes looked around the reading room with new eyes, seeing not just an impossible collection of luminous books, but a sanctuary where the best of human thought and feeling had been preserved and celebrated. Each glowing volume represented countless hours of human creativity, insight, and wonder, the accumulated wisdom of generations of minds reaching toward understanding and beauty. As the night deepened beyond the library's windows, Holmes found himself settling into a state of profound peace. The constant mental activity that usually characterized his thinking had not stopped, but had transformed into something gentler and more contemplative. Instead of racing from deduction to deduction, his mind moved in slower, more reflective rhythms, savoring insights rather than consuming them. Professor Lightwell rose from his chair and began moving through the library, dimming some of the brighter lights with gentle touches that seemed to encourage the books to settle into quieter luminescence. "The library prepares for its evening rest," he explained. "The books never truly sleep, but they do settle into more peaceful states as the night progresses. Their light becomes softer, more conducive to contemplation and eventual repose." Holmes found himself helping with this evening ritual, moving among the stacks and gently encouraging the more excitable volumes to dim their radiance to levels more appropriate for nighttime reflection. It was oddly satisfying work, like tucking children into bed or banking fires for the night. Each book seemed to respond to his touch with gratitude, their light shifting from bright alertness to the warm glow of contentment. In the poetry section, Holmes discovered a volume of verses by an unknown author that glowed with particularly beautiful rose-coloured light. When he opened it, he found poems that seemed to capture the very essence of peaceful evenings, verses that spoke of firelight and gentle rain, of comfortable solitude and the deep satisfaction of work well done. The words seemed to settle into his mind like warm honey, creating pools of tranquility that spread outward until they encompassed his entire being. As he read, Holmes became aware that his breathing had deepened and slowed, matching the rhythm of the poem's gentle cadences. The library around him seemed to pulse in harmony with his relaxed heartbeat, while the soft luminescence of the dimmed books created patterns of light and shadow that were infinitely soothing to observe. "You've found the evening verses," Professor Lightwell noted with approval as he passed Holmes's alcove. They were written by a librarian who spent his entire life in the company of books, learning their secret languages and understanding their deepest wisdom. Those particular poems have helped countless visitors transition from the active engagement of day into the receptive peace of night. Holmes continued reading as the professor completed his rounds, each verse drawing him deeper into a state of perfect relaxation. The poem spoke of the satisfaction that came from understanding achieved, of the deep peace that followed days well spent in the pursuit of knowledge and beauty. They painted pictures with words, images of libraries lit by starlight, of readers who had found exactly the books they needed, of the quiet joy that came from minds and hearts working in perfect harmony. When he finally closed the book, Holmes found that the library had settled into its nighttime configuration. The book still glowed, but with the soft radiance of embers rather than the bright light of flames. The overall effect was one of perfect tranquility, a space designed to encourage rest while maintaining just enough illumination to comfort those who found sleep difficult to achieve. Professor Lightwell appeared one final time, carrying a small volume that glowed with gentle blue light. "A gift from the library," he said, offering the book to Holmes. "It contains stories specifically chosen for those who need help transitioning from thought to rest. The library believes you might find it useful during future evenings when your mind proves reluctant to settle." Holmes accepted the book gratefully, feeling its warm weight in his hands. The cover was made of soft leather that seemed to mold itself to his touch, while the pages within glowed with just enough light to read by, without disturbing any companion who might be trying to sleep nearby. "Thank you," Holmes said, and meant it more deeply than he had meant such words in years. "This evening has been revelatory. I find myself seeing possibilities I had never considered before." Professor Lightwell smiled with the satisfaction of someone whose deepest purpose had been fulfilled. The library's gifts are not always what visitors expect, but they are always what they need. You came seeking what? An escape from routine? A new kind of mystery to solve? Instead, you found a different way of engaging with mystery itself, not as problems to be conquered, but as wonders to be appreciated. As Holmes prepared to leave the library of luminous volumes, he felt a profound shift in his understanding of his own nature and purposes. The relentless analytical engine that was his mind had not been diminished, but had been expanded to encompass new forms of appreciation and wonder. He would return to his cases and his deductions, but he would bring with him a deeper understanding of the beauty underlying all forms of genuine knowledge. The fog had cleared during his time in the library, and London's streets were now bathed in silver moonlight that seemed to echo the gentle radiance of the luminous books. As Holmes walked back toward Baker Street, the small glowing volume tucked safely in his coat pocket, he found himself noticing details that his detective's eye had always catalogued but never truly appreciated. The way moonlight transformed familiar architecture into something magical, the gentle sounds of a city settling into sleep, the perfect engineering of gas lamps that turned ordinary streets into avenues of light and shadow. But the time he reached 221B, Holmes felt more thoroughly rested than he had after any amount of conventional sleep. The library had given him something his rational mind had never known it needed: permission to engage with the world not just as a puzzle to be solved, but as a symphony to be appreciated, a work of art to be savoured, a source of endless wonder to be explored with patience and reverence. Watson was still sleeping peacefully in his room as Holmes settled into his own bed. The glowing book opened to pages that seemed designed specifically to ease the transition from waking thought to restful dreams. The stories within were brief and gentle, tales of travellers finding safe harbour, of mysteries that resolved themselves into harmony, rather than mere solutions of minds discovering that the greatest discoveries were often the simplest truths seen with perfect clarity. As Holmes read these luminous tales, his eyelids grew heavy with the most pleasant kind of drowsiness. Not the exhaustion that came from mental fatigue, but the satisfied weariness that followed an evening spent in perfect harmony with his deepest nature. The book's gentle glow created a cocoon of peaceful light around him, while the stories themselves seemed to weave themselves into the fabric of his approaching dreams. His last conscious thought was a recognition of the profound gift the library had given him. Not just an evening's entertainment or even a collection of beautiful books, but a new understanding of the relationship between knowledge and wonder, between solving and savouring, between the brilliant intensity of detection and the gentle luminescence of appreciation. In his dreams, Holmes walked again through the library of luminous volumes, but now he was not a visitor but a guardian, helping to tend the glowing books and guide new seekers toward the particular forms of illumination they needed most. He moved among the shelves with the same precision that characterized his detective work, but with a gentleness that came from understanding that some mysteries were meant not to be solved, but to be cherished, preserved, and shared with others who possessed the wisdom to appreciate their beauty. The luminous book continued to glow softly beside his sleeping form, its pages turning themselves occasionally as if responding to the rhythm of his dreams, each new story perfectly timed to guide his sleeping mind toward ever deeper peace and rest. In the gentle radiance of that magical volume, Sherlock Holmes discovered what he had never known he was searching for: the perfect balance between the sharp clarity of deduction, and the warm glow of wonder, between the satisfaction of answers found and the deeper joy of questions that revealed new beauties the more carefully they were contemplated. And in that perfect balance, in that harmony between analysis and appreciation, the great detective found the most profound rest of all, the rest that comes not from the absence of thought, but from thoughts that moved in perfect rhythm with the gentle luminescence of wisdom, understanding and wonder made visible in the soft glow of stories that chose their readers as carefully as readers chose them. Sherlock Holmes and the Case of the Whispering Fountain. The night had fallen upon London not with a dark curtain, but with a soft grey shawl of mist that had crept in from the river. It was the kind of evening that mutes the world, silencing the distant clamour of commerce and the rattle of the late-night carriages. This particular mist was a silent, aqueous intruder, a veil drawn across the face of the clamorous metropolis. The familiar abrasive sounds of hooves on cobblestone and the shouted final calls of vendors were not merely diminished. They were transformed into a smooth, featureless background hum, a primal, oceanic sound that spoke of the city's vastness rather than its frantic activity. The gas lamps in the street outside 221B Baker Street were not harsh points of light, but rather golden blossoms, their glow diffused and softened by the moist air, each lamp haloed by a nimbus of comforting pale light. The air, cool and damp, held the scent of wet earth and distant coal smoke, mingling with the sharper, more ephemeral perfume of dying leaves and the cold metallic tang that only a dense London fog can carry. A smell that was both melancholy and deeply comforting. Within the sanctuary of our rooms, a profound sense of tranquility prevailed. The fire in the grate was a small, steady sun casting a soft, ruddy glow that danced upon the walls and reflected in the polished surfaces of the furniture, particularly the brass of the fireplace implements and the mahogany mantelpiece. The very atmosphere seemed to be a balm to the senses, a rich tapestry of scents. The sharp, familiar aroma of Holmes's strong roll-your-own tobacco, which he swore was superior to all other blends for its clarity of scent. The old comforting smell of worn leather from 1,000 books, their knowledge pressed into the very fabric of the room, and a faint, sweet fragrance from the lemon oil Mrs. Hudson had used to polish the table. A tiny domestic grace note in the rugged symphony of our surroundings. I was seated in my favourite armchair, a gift from my late wife, a book of poetry open upon my lap, Tennyson, I believe, though my eyes were fixed not on the text but on the delicate spirals of smoke rising from the teacup beside me. The cup, a sturdy willow-patterned piece, contained a cooling, strong black tea, the steam from which rose and instantly dissipated into the denser, colder air of the room. My mind, much like the city, had entered a state of profound and peaceful stillness, a welcome respite from the ceaseless demands of my medical practice, a world of fractured bones and fevered brows. In these moments I often reflected on the curious duality of my life, the bloody urgency of my profession, and the intellectual rigour of my association with Holmes. Holmes was, as was his wont on such tranquil evenings, in a state of deep repose. He lay stretched out upon the Persian rug-draped sofa, his lanky frame a silhouette against the firelight, an image of absolute stillness. A single spiral of smoke from his cherished meerschaum pipe rose and coiled towards the ceiling, its form a silent question mark in the still air. His long, sensitive fingers were steepled over his chest, a gesture of intellectual concentration I'd come to know well. His eyes, though half closed, were not vacant. A faint, silvery sheen indicated that the wheels were turning beneath the lids. To a casual observer, he would have appeared lost in a state of profound laziness, a man given over entirely to the simple comforts of a firelit room. But I, of course, knew better. I had learned, over the course of our many years together, that it was in these moments of quiet repose that his extraordinary mind was most active, sifting and sorting through the infinite catalogue of human experience, searching for the subtlest connections, the most elegant of patterns. He had once confided to me that the human mind, much like a great symphony, requires moments of profound silence to truly appreciate the subtlety of its score. "The world has ceased its frantic drumming, Watson," he murmured, his voice a low placid rumble that seemed to emanate from the very shadows. His words were a continuation of my own unvoiced thoughts, a startling intrusion that nonetheless felt entirely natural. The mist, like a quiet hand, has muted the superficial clamour and allowed the mind to perceive the finer, more delicate rhythms of existence. One can discern the subtlest of patterns, the most delicate of disharmonies, when the incessant white noise of the city has been temporarily stilled. It is in the absence of sound that one truly learns to listen. I nodded, my own voice hushed in reply. "Indeed, Holmes, it is a sight for contemplation, not for the grim business of detection. The very atmosphere argues against any urgent pursuit." "Precisely," he replied, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips, a mere tightening at the corner of his mouth. "For the most profound mysteries are not always crimes of violence or greed, but rather a simple, quiet disruption of an established harmony, a silent chord in a perfect symphony, the destruction of a delicate order. And it is a night such as this, where the world is reduced to its essentials, that is most conducive to the resolution of such a puzzle. The investigator's mind must itself be a still pool to catch the faintest ripple of truth." As if on cue, and in perfect confirmation of his words, a hesitant, almost apologetic tap sounded upon our door. It was not a thunderous knock, nor a sharp, impatient rap of the sort delivered by the police or a breathless messenger. It was a timid, almost musical tap, a sound that seemed to fit perfectly with the quiet and stillness of the evening. It was the summons of a man who was clearly reluctant to disturb the peace, a gentle plea for help in a world that had fallen silent. I rose and went to the door, finding Mrs. Hudson with a look of mild, well-meaning confusion on her face. Her usual bustling energy was subdued by the quiet of the night. She held her hands clasped before her, her posture radiating a mixture of concern and a gentle curiosity. Behind her stood a small, wiry gentleman, his shoulders hunched not with age but with a palpable burden of worry that seemed to press down upon him. He was an elderly man, his face a road map of fine wrinkles, lines etched by sun, wind, and countless hours of patient work. His hands, though gnarled and weathered, the fingernails betraying the earth beneath them, were surprisingly gentle, held delicately before him. His coat, a respectable but slightly worn wool, was beaded with droplets of moisture, as was the brim of the bowler hat clutched in his hand. His eyes, though intelligent and clear, were filled with a deep, lingering sorrow that seemed to have been a long-time companion, a grief not of sudden loss, but of slow, steady decay. "I am terribly sorry to disturb you, gentlemen," Mrs. Hudson whispered, wringing her hand slightly. "This gentleman, he insisted he had nowhere else to turn. He travelled all the way from Richmond. He asked for Mr. Holmes by name, saying his problem was one of delicate balance, not brutal fact." "Pray, show him in, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, his voice a low, tranquil note that seemed to rise from the depths of the shadows. He had already swung his legs off the sofa and sat upright. His long frame coiled his attention fully engaged. The gentleman entered, his movements slow and deliberate, as if he were walking upon fragile glass or trying not to disturb a sleeping child. He took the seat I offered, the one directly facing the fireplace, ensuring the light would reveal his features, drawing a slow, deliberate breath that sounded almost painful in its control. "My name is Mr. Elias Croker," he said, his voice as soft as the falling mist, a texture like old dried velvet. "I am the head gardener at the estate of Lord and Lady Ashworth in Richmond. I have come to you with a most peculiar and, I fear, entirely insignificant problem. I should not take up your valuable time with such a trifle, but it has become a torment to me." Holmes, hearing the man's profession, sat up slightly, a discernible shift in his posture. His eyes now opened fully and fixed on the gentleman with a penetrating yet gentle scrutiny. "A gardener, you say? A man who deals in the very rhythm and harmony of the earth, who understands the patient work of growth and the measure of the seasons. I assure you, Mr. Croker, no problem that deals with the measure of time and the disruption of a natural order is ever insignificant. The largest truths are often contained in the smallest vessels. Please do continue." Mr. Croker leaned forward, his hands clasped tightly upon his knees, the knuckles white with the strain of his anxiety. "My life is, I am afraid, a very quiet one. It is a life lived in the company of plants, of earth and water. For the past 50 years, since I was a boy, I have been the custodian of the Ashworth Gardens. It is a place of profound beauty, a sanctuary of quiet harmony, a world apart from the noise of the city. And the heart of it, Mr. Holmes, is the Italian fountain. It stands in the oldest, most sheltered courtyard, surrounded by the high, protective walls of ancient yew hedges." He paused, a faint, faraway look in his eyes, clearly picturing the beloved object. It is an old marble fountain, a masterwork of some forgotten Italian sculptor from the late Renaissance, a piece transported and installed almost 2 centuries ago. It depicts a figure of a reclining river goddess. Her face is eternally serene. It is a fountain that does not merely spout water with brute force, but seems to sing with it. The water cascades from a single carved figure into a series of smaller basins, each with its own unique and beautiful note. The first is a deep resonant plunge, the second a crisp, crystalline chime, and the final basin, the one from which the water finally disappears back into the recirculating mechanism, produces a sound like a chorus of tiny whispering voices. It is a gentle, soothing sound that has been the constant, quiet lullaby of my life. It is the perfect, steady beat of a quiet heart, a soft, sustained shh that is the signature of the garden's peace. His hands, still tightly clasped, began to tremble slightly as he spoke of his daily devotion. Every day my routine is a simple one. I tend to the gardens, I prune and water, weed and plant. I'm the silent witness to the endless, gradual perfection of nature. And every evening, just before I retire, I sit beside the Italian fountain and I listen. I listen to its constant musical pulse, a rhythm that brings me into profound contact with my own past, with the quiet history of the place, and with the eternal flow of time. It is my vespers, my moment of communion. And the most compelling part of this ritual, Mr. Holmes, is that whisper, that gentle singing voice of the water. It is a beautiful, fragile motion, and it reminds me that life is not a series of abrupt moments, but a constant flowing river. I have a profound, almost spiritual attachment to that sound. He took a long, shaky breath, and the anguish in his eyes deepened to an almost unbearable degree. 2 days ago, Mr. Holmes, that voice ceased to sing. The fountain still works. The water still cascades from the figure into the basins. The deep plunge and the crystalline chime are exactly as they should be. But that final, whispering note, it is gone. It has been replaced by a slow, hesitant, jarring splash, a sound that is a foreign, grating noise in the perfect harmony of my life, a sound of staccato failure. It is the sound of an instrument that has lost its tuning. I have looked at every aspect of the fountain. I have removed the leaves, polished the stone, meticulously examined every carved detail of the basins, even feeling the marble for any new fissure. But I can find no fault. The mechanism is in perfect working order. It is to all appearances in perfect working order. But the whispering voice has been broken. It has been replaced by a jarring, arrhythmic splash. I am at a loss, Mr. Holmes. It is not a matter of a broken thing, but a matter of a broken rhythm, a profound disruption of a quiet harmony that I have depended on for half a century. I feel as though I am losing a part of myself, a small, gentle part that has always been there to reassure me. I have come to you because I am at my wit's end. It is not a crime, but a deep, personal calamity. He finished, his hands now trembling more noticeably. The silence that followed was long and heavy. punctuated only by the crackle of the fire and the insistent pitter-patter of the rain, which now seemed to be increasing in tempo. I watched Holmes, who had not moved, but whose eyes were now open, fixed on the gentleman with a penetrating yet gentle scrutiny. His expression was not that of a detective, but of a man hearing a profound confession. He was not merely listening to the facts of the case, but to the quiet anguish that lay beneath them, the grief of a man whose lifetime of disciplined order had been suddenly undermined. "A most compelling case," Holmes finally murmured, his voice as low and soothing as the mist outside. "Not a crime, but a mystery of a more delicate nature, the disruption of a natural harmony, the silent suffering of a friend. For you consider this fountain a friend, do you not, Mr. Croker?" "More than a friend, sir," he replied simply. "A confidant, a constant presence." "Tell me then, Mr. Croker, of the days leading up to this event. You describe your routine as unvarying. Let us explore the unchanging against the change. On the day this anomaly first occurred, or perhaps the day before, did anyone else approach the fountain? Children, visitors? Were there any workmen on the estate? Plumbers, roofers, labourers?" "No, sir. It is the off-season. Lord and Lady Ashworth are in the country, and the gardens are close to visitors. Only myself and my assistant, young Thomas, are present, and Thomas never goes near the Italian fountain. He's a novice and sticks to the vegetable patch. It is my sanctuary alone." "Excellent," Holmes said, nodding. "The variable is therefore contained within your own actions or the environment itself. Tell me, what was the nature of your day on the first day this anomaly occurred? Do you have a precise routine that you follow at the fountain?" "A very normal day, Mr. Holmes," the old man said, his voice thick with emotion. "I had my usual morning routine: breakfast, a check of the greenhouse boilers, and then I retire to the garden to perform my daily maintenance. My routine is, I am afraid, a very predictable one. I spend the early hours of the morning in the garden, listening to the fountain, polishing its marble figure, ensuring that all is in perfect order. I use a fine chamois cloth and a little olive oil to keep the marble pristine. Then, just before I retire, I take a small cup of tea. Earl Grey. It is a ritual I have performed every day for 50 years. It is a work that I have found great solace in over the years. It reminds me of a time when all was right with the world." Holmes leaned forward, his eyes alight with the keen interest of a scientist approaching a fresh specimen. "And the Italian fountain itself? When you perform this maintenance, where do you place your tools? Your tin of oil, your cloths, perhaps your teacup?" "I place them on a small velvet-lined mahogany table that has stood beside the fountain for generations," he replied instantly. "It is a delicate antique, used for afternoon tea in the summer months. I place them there so as not to scratch the wood. It is a comfort to me to know everything is precisely where it should be." "And you were in the garden on the day in question?" Holmes continued, his voice a quiet whisper, building his case piece by painstaking piece. And was there any change to the garden itself? A new piece of furniture, a new painting, a new plant perhaps? Anything that altered the existing spatial relationship of objects within that courtyard? Mr. Croker shook his head slowly. Nothing that I could detect, he said. The garden felt perfectly normal. The air felt as it should. There was only one small change. My granddaughter Clara, she visited the weekend before and gave me a small gift. A small, handcrafted wooden owl. She said it was a symbol of quiet wisdom, something to sit beside me as I worked. A small, simple thing carved from a dark walnut. And where did you place this owl, Mr. Croker? Holmes asked, his voice now almost a caress, the final piece of the puzzle clearly visible to him. I placed it on the small mahogany table where it would watch over me as I worked. A small, simple thing. It is no larger than my fist. It sits about a foot from the fountain's edge. I had it in my coat pocket but put it there that morning. And one last question, Mr. Croker, Holmes continued, his gaze unwavering. You mentioned polishing the marble. When you had finished, what did you do with your chamois cloth, the one you use for the marble? Why, I used it to wipe the dust off the top of the mahogany table, as I always do. I noticed a small film of dust, and I was simply wiping it away with the soft cloth. I am very particular about such things. The table must be as pristine as the fountain. Holmes sat in perfect stillness, a man listening to a silence that no one else could hear, the silence of a perfect, unbroken chain of events. He was processing the gentle grief, the quiet details, and the profound sadness of a man who had lost a piece of his routine, a piece of his world. Finally, after what seemed like an age, he spoke. Mr. Croker, I believe I have the answer to your most distressing problem, and I can say with absolute certainty that your beautiful fountain is perfectly well. The anomaly is not in the fountain, but in the physics of the environment. And it is not a matter of criminal intent, but a matter of simple, inadvertent action. It is a profound illustration of the truth that in a closed, balanced system, the smallest alteration can have a disproportionately large effect. He rose, walking to the mantelpiece and picking up a small brass-cased clock, a standard timepiece that usually stood near my papers. He held it carefully. The secret to your fountain's whisper, Mr. Croker, lies not in the quantity of the water, but in the precise vibration of the final basin. You see, the final deep basin is likely tuned by design, by the very mass and curvature of the marble, to have a specific, silent, natural resonance. The tiny droplets of water falling into it do not merely splash, they strike the water surface, and the resulting minute vibrations travel through the marble structure, resonating the low sustained shh that is the sound of the whisper. The marble table you use is a direct transmission point for this delicate sound. Holmes placed the small clock back down. The mahogany table, which has stood beside the fountain for generations, is more than a stand. It is a resonant extension of the fountain's aural field. It's a solid, flat surface, perfectly coupled to the ground, and its own aged, dense wood structure has a profound stillness and a capacity to transmit minute vibrations. The fountain's whispering resonance travels silently through the stone, through the ground, and up into that mahogany table, completing the perfect acoustic circuit. The table itself helps to sustain the whisper, acting as a soundboard, much like the body of a violin. He smiled faintly, turning back to the old man. But on that day, you placed a small new object upon it, a small, handcrafted wooden owl, a beautiful gift, a symbol of quiet wisdom. But it was also a small, quiet disruption. The owl with its small, irregular base, the feet, or perhaps the edge of the carving, created a small, imperceptible disturbance on that flat surface. It was a single, tiny point of contact between the owl and the table that introduced a new variable, a break in the acoustic coupling. The sound is not produced by the falling water alone, Mr. Croker. It is a sympathy of vibration between the water and the marble structure. When the sound waves, travelling through the dense marble, reached the mahogany table, they were confronted not by a single, perfectly flat, homogeneous surface, but by the soft, irregular, and acoustically dampening material of the walnut wood, coupled with a thin layer of air beneath the owl's irregularly carved base. The subtle, high-frequency sway, the shh, was unable to travel along the flat surface of the mahogany table, and was instead absorbed by the soft, irregular base of the owl and the air trapped beneath it. The owl, Mr. Croker, a symbol of quiet wisdom, absorbed the fountain's gentle sway. The fountain, a creature of harmony and motion, felt that change. It sensed the small, unnatural pocket of resistance. The sound was not gone. It was simply dampened at its resonant terminus, robbing the marble of its full, harmonious, sympathetic response. The water, no longer finding its full resonance, reverted to the simpler, jarring sound of a slow, hesitant splash, a sound of unamplified impact. It was a protest, Mr. Croker, not a sign of its illness, but a sign of its quiet, profound sensitivity to the world around it. The old man stared at him, his mouth slightly agape, the profound relief already beginning to smooth the deep lines of worry around his eyes. He looked at his hands, then at Holmes, and back again, processing the quiet logic of the explanation. The owl, a simple, small carving. I can hardly believe it. It was the only thing that had changed, yet I could not bring myself to blame it. It is not a matter of belief, but of observation, aided by a knowledge of simple physics, Holmes said gently, placing the clock back on the mantel. The mind, in its grief, tends to look for the grand and the dramatic. A crack in the basin, a blocked pipe, a thief who has removed a component. But the answer, as is so often the case, was in the quiet details, in the things that we do without thinking. The owl, the table. It was a matter of motion and stillness, of resonance and dampening. A small, gentle deviation from the norm was all it took. The world is full of such subtle truths, Mr. Croker. One need only quiet one's mind to perceive them, and to understand that the order we create is sometimes held together by invisible strands. Mr. Croker looked up at Holmes, his eyes now shining with a deep, silent gratitude. "You have restored my peace of mind, Mr. Holmes. You have not given me back my fountain's beautiful motion yet, though I know now that I only need to remove the owl. But you have given me back the understanding of its quiet life. I was convinced it was broken, and that my life's work of tending it was for naught, but it was merely reacting. You have given me back the sense of harmony. It is a gift I can never repay." "A matter of no consequence," Holmes said, waving a hand in dismissal. "The most important element of any investigation is not the solution, but the restoration of harmony. The mind, like a delicate instrument, must be brought back into tune. The fountain, Mr. Croker, was a minor matter to the world, but your quiet distress was a matter of great importance to me, for it represented a search for truth. I am simply glad to see that the ripple on the pond has now subsided." Mr. Croker rose, his posture noticeably straighter, the weight of his anxiety visibly lifted. He thanked us once more, his expression now one of serene calm, the soft sound of his own breathing seeming to find a new, settled rhythm. He promised to write to us the moment the owl was removed and the fountain's whisper returned. We watched him go, a small, solitary figure disappearing into the impenetrable grey of the rain. The sound of his footsteps faded into the ambient hiss of the city, and soon it was as if he had never been there at all, save for the distinct aroma of wet wool and rich earth that lingered briefly by the door. I looked at Holmes, who had returned to his place on the sofa, his eyes closed once more, the faint smile of quiet satisfaction lingering on his lips. He picked up his pipe, the familiar click of the tobacco tin providing a comforting punctuation mark to the silence. The fire crackled with a gentle insistence. The clock on the mantelpiece, the same one Holmes had used for his illustration, ticked with a slow, deliberate, perfectly regular sound. I did not speak, for the moment was too perfect for words. I thought of the enormous intellectual energy that Holmes had brought to bear on a problem that most men of science or detection would have dismissed as fanciful or the product of an old man's delusion. The case had been solved not with a frantic chase or a dramatic confrontation, but with a quiet observation, a gentle conversation, and a deep, almost poetic understanding of the subtle workings of physics, sound transmission, and the delicate balance of the natural world and human routine. The worried had been calmed, and a world, a small, verdant courtyard in Richmond, had been set to right, all with a quiet grace that was as peaceful as the rain that has settled over London. The firelight danced, the clock ticked, and I felt the gentle pull of sleep, a sense of deep contentment settling over me like a soft, warm blanket. The rain outside seemed to hold a newfound meaning for me. It was not a barrier, but a kind of natural quietude, a state of rest for a world that was always in motion. I thought of the countless, unrecorded moments of peace that must pass in the city every night, the small, quiet victories, the mysteries that were solved without a single headline or a single drop of blood, the true testaments to the power of pure reason. It was in such moments, I thought, that I truly understood the man beside me. He was not just a great detective pursuing the bold and the nefarious. He was, in his essence, a quiet craftsman, a restorer of order, a seeker of truth in the small, forgotten corners of the world, a man who saw the profound significance in the minor deviation. He corrected the delicate music of life when it fell out of tune, and it was in this quiet understanding that my own mind began to quiet itself, and my eyes began to feel heavy. The fire burned on, and the clock on the mantelpiece ticked on, a gentle, soothing lullaby in the heart of London, the silence itself echoing the sound of a fountain that would soon whisper once more. Sherlock Holmes, the case of the lantern's soft riddle. In the heart of London, where the Thames whispered secrets to the ancient bridges, lived a man named Elias Hawthorne. He possessed a keen eye for the overlooked and a mind that found solace in unravelling small enigmas. Unlike the frantic pursuits of storied detectives, Elias's methods were meditative, favouring the quiet appreciation of detail over dramatic flourish. He had a scholar's patience and a poet's soul. He preferred the gentle cadence of evening, when the city's clamour softened into a lullaby of distant carriage wheels and the melancholic hoot of an owl. For Elias, true understanding resided in stillness, not in speed. It was on one crisp autumn evening in 1892 that our story begins. The fog, characteristic of London's Victorian heart, descended upon Baker Street like a tender veil, muting the world in shades of pearl and grey. This was a soft, ethereal mist, smelling faintly of damp earth and distant wood smoke. Gas lamps flickered to life with a soft whoosh, their golden halos casting warm, inviting pools of light against the growing chill. Elias sat nestled in his deep, comfortable armchair by the window of his modest rooms at 221B, sipping a cup of chamomile tea infused with lavender. The steam rose in fragrant curls, carrying the faint aroma of dried flowers that reminded him of his late mother's garden. Across from him, in a matching chair upholstered in burgundy velvet, reclined his dear friend and companion, Dr. Theodore Langford. Theo, a retired physician, had a gentle demeanour and a voice like the soft rustle of turning pages. He had traded the exhausting bustle of his practice for quiet evenings of reflection and erudite conversation, joining Elias in these serene vigils over the street below. He valued these unhurried moments, considering them the most restorative medicine of all. "The fog is particularly kind tonight," Theo murmured, his eyes half closed as he gazed out the window, a look of profound peace on his face. The glass was etched with a fine, cold mist, and through it the world appeared as a dreamscape, horse-drawn cabs gliding silently by, their lanterns bobbing like fireflies on a slow current. Pedestrians bundled in woolen coats, their figures vague and indistinct, their footsteps muffled to a soft patter, almost like the sound of falling snow, and the distant measured chime of Big Ben. tolling the hour with a resonance that felt more like a steady, comforting heartbeat than a mere clock. It was a sound that reassured the city that time still moved, even when the fog sought to make it stand still. Elias nodded, his gaze lingering for a moment on the flickering glow of a lamp below, before setting his teacup down carefully on the small mahogany table between them. A single beeswax candle burned there, its flame steady and low, illuminating the scattered remnants of their simple but satisfying supper, a few crumbs from a loaf of fresh crusty bread, a generous wedge of mild cheddar cheese, and a few slices of apple that gleamed like polished amber in the soft light. Indeed, Theo, it wraps the city in a peculiar and profound tranquility, doesn't it? One could almost forget the day's trivialities and the exhausting rush of business in such an encompassing embrace. The fog forces us to slow down, to notice the small, immediate world around us. But tranquility, as Elias knew from long experience, often hid its own subtle whispers, its own miniature puzzles waiting for the patient eye. Earlier that day, while enjoying a leisurely stroll through the nearby Regent's Park, admiring the stoic beauty of the fading roses and the changing foliage, he had come upon a small, curious item, a brass lantern key, intricately etched with stylized vines and leaves, and bearing a single significant word, eternal, half faded from years of use and handling. It was lying beside a weathered wooden bench, tucked almost out of sight beneath a pile of damp brown leaves, as if dropped in a moment of haste, or, more likely, a deep lapse of forgetfulness. No owner was in sight, and though Elias had waited a good spell, watching the last of the sunlight drift lazily from the branches of the great oak trees, no one returned to claim it. Now, in the quiet, firelit refuge of their rooms, he produced the key from his waistcoat pocket and held it up to the candlelight. The ancient warmed metal caught the glow, sending tiny mercurial reflections dancing across the wallpaper, which was patterned with faint, delicate botanical prints, ferns and ivy that seemed to sway and whisper in the shadows cast by the moving flame. "A peculiar find, wouldn't you agree?" Elias said softly, his voice a soothing baritone that carried no urgency, only a mild, inviting intrigue. "What do you make of it, Theo? A key to a lantern, certainly, and a rather ornate one at that. Perhaps one of these large, decorative ones that hang in the formal gardens or along the more exclusive Thames walkways. But why the inscription, eternal? And why, in a place so frequented, was it abandoned so carelessly beneath a park bench?" Theo leaned forward, adjusting his spectacles with a thoughtful hum, the movement accompanied by the soft creak of the velvet chair. The fire in the grate crackled gently, its embers glowing like a bed of warm, reassuring coals, casting a ruddy, deep light that softened the lines etched on his face by time and dedicated work. "It does intrigue, Elias. Not a house key, certainly. Too delicate, too refined for the heavy lock of a front door. And the engraving, eternal. It speaks of something timeless, of constancy, doesn't it? A lantern that never fades, perhaps symbolically. Or, knowing London's many societies, Maybe it is from one of those memorial lamps found in the older churchyards, dedicated to some lasting cause. They pondered this in a companionable silence. The only sounds the faint rhythmic tick of the mantel clock and the occasional sharp pop from the fire as a pocket of sap exploded. Elias rose slowly, his movements deliberate and unhurried, a man completely at peace with his pace, and crossed to the window. Peering out, he watched as a lamplighter completed his rounds, his long pole extending to ignite the last gas lamp on the corner with a soft, final whoosh. The street below bloomed with light, one golden orb at a time, like quiet man-made stars awakening in the gathering twilight. "Shall we venture out?" Elias suggested, his tone inviting rather than insistent. The evening is mild thanks to the fog, and a gentle stroll might reveal more. No rush, of course, just a meander through the mist, observing what the night offers, and allowing the city to tell us its secrets. He held up the key once more, allowing the gaslight from the street to catch its brass surface. Theo smiled, a genuine expression of contentment, folding his newspaper, a copy of the Pall Mall Gazette, with a careful, precise crease. "Why not, Elias? The air will do us good. It has a clean, damp scent now, and perhaps a breath of the night will help to clear our thoughts on this little riddle. A walk of observation is always a pleasure." They donned their overcoats. Elias's a deep charcoal wool, perfectly tailored, Theo's a softer, more practical tweed, and stepped out into the enveloping mist. The heavy oak door clicked shut behind them with a reassuring thud, a sound that sealed their cozy world behind them, and they descended the stone steps to the pavement. The fog swirled around their ankles like curious, intangible cats, and the air carried the faint, savoury scent of wood smoke from nearby chimneys, mingling with the earthy dampness of fallen leaves crushed on the cobblestones. Baker Street was alive in its uniquely quiet way. A flower seller was packing the last of her cart for the night, her blooms wilting softly into the fog under the harsh lamplight. A baker's window was aglow with the promise of tomorrow's fresh loaves, steam from the cooling racks fogging the panes from within, and the distant silver strains of a violin drifted down from an upstairs room, playing a slow, melancholic air that seemed to harmonize perfectly with the fog's deep hush. As they walked, Elias held the key in his gloved hand, turning it over absent-mindedly, feeling the cool, detailed brass against his leather palm. "Observe the streets, Theo. Each lamppost tells a story if you look closely. The way the glass is polished or perhaps cracked, the slight flicker of the flame indicating a draught. This key might belong to one such common guardian of the night or something more personal." Theo nodded, his breath visible in soft, quick puffs that dissolved instantly into the mist. Or perhaps to a private, treasured lantern in a secluded garden. "Remember Mrs. Abernathy down the way? She has that charming glass conservatory, a veritable jungle with many hanging lamps, an eternal light for her exotic plants perhaps, to keep the memory of summer through the winter gloom." Their pace was leisurely, allowing them ample time to pause and admire the small, often missed details. the intricate wrought iron work on a forgotten gate, etched with scrolling leaves and initials, the warm, buttery glow spilling from a tea shop's window, where a few late patrons sat in hushed, intimate conversation over steaming pots of Darjeeling, the subtle, satisfying crunch of gravel underfoot as they turned into a narrow, shadowy side alley. It was in this quiet, unassuming alley that the first gentle, clear clue presented itself. A small, aged brass plaque was affixed to a wall, half obscured by a persistent dark ivy, but legible upon close inspection. It read, Eternal Light Society, SGR 1856. Elias stopped, his eyes lighting with quiet inward recognition, a subtle tightening around the corners of his mouth. Ah, Theo, see here? Eternal. It matches our key's inscription perfectly. This society, I've heard whispers of it. Not a sensational headline, but a persistent rumour of quiet goodness. They are a group of dedicated philanthropists, I recall, who maintain lanterns in the poorer, less lit quarters, ensuring light for the weary traveller, the night worker, or perhaps those simply too poor to afford their own candles. Theo examined the plaque, removing his glove to trace the cold, faded letters with his finger. Indeed, not a grand mystery, no great intrigue involving crown jewels or international espionage, but a thoughtful, human one. Perhaps our key belongs to one of their devoted members, dropped in a moment of absent-mindedness during a charitable, hurried errand. Encouraged by this small confirmation, they continued, the fog parting slightly now as if acknowledging their successful deduction, to reveal the dark, imposing spire of a nearby church, its bells tolling softly and melodically for evensong. The sound rolled over them like a warm, thick blanket, inviting deep reflection. Elias felt a profound sense of peace settle in his chest, the weight of the day lifting gently with each rhythmic step. Life's greater puzzles are often like this fog, Theo, he mused aloud, his voice blending easily with the night's profound serenity. They seem vast, confusing, and impenetrable at first glance, but with patient, persistent observation, the kind that requires no running or shouting, they slowly reveal their true, often simple, shapes. There is no need for chase or confrontation, just a quiet, meticulous unraveling. Theo chuckled softly, a low, gentle sound like dry leaves rustling in a barely perceptible breeze. You're waxing philosophical tonight, Elias, as is your wont, but you're quite right. It's the small, kind wonders that ultimately bring the deepest comfort, isn't it? Like this key, a small, elegant bridge to someone's personal story, waiting only for us to walk across and listen. They turned onto Marylebone Road, where the heavy evening traffic had long since thinned to a mere trickle. A lone hansom cab clip-clopped by, its driver tipping his felt hat in a silent shared greeting of the night. The large ornate gas lamps along the road cast elongated, dancing shadows, turning ordinary late-night passers-by into ethereal, fleeting figures. As they approached a small municipal park, not the grand, expansive Regent's, but a tucked-away, intimate square with high, wrought-iron fences and wooden benches dusted in a fine layer of dew. Elias spotted a solitary figure sitting alone. It was an elderly gentleman, his coat threadbare but impeccably neat and carefully mended, holding a peculiar distinctive lantern in his lap. The lantern was unlit, its brass frame matching the key's design precisely, stylized vines twisting elegantly around its handle and base. The brass had the dull, rich patina of a well-loved object. "Pardon me, sir," Elias said gently, approaching with Theo respectfully at his side. His tone was warm, like a shared confidence over a cup of tea, careful not to startle the man. "We couldn't help but notice your lantern. It has a very distinctive design. Might this key belong to it? We found it earlier today in Regent's Park, not far from the main path." The man looked up, his eyes crinkling with surprise, then expanding with evident relief and sheer delight. His face was deeply lined, etched with the maps of many years and much hard work, but his smile was soft, genuine, and utterly transforming. "Bless my soul and bless your kind hearts," he replied, his voice a gentle, grateful rumble. "That's mine indeed. I'm Mr. Hargrove of the Eternal Light Society. I must have dropped it while feeding the plumpest of the park's ducks this afternoon. Age, I'm afraid, makes one clumsy and forgetful, you know." Elias immediately handed over the key, watching with quiet satisfaction as Mr. Hargrove fitted it into the lantern's lock with a delicate, satisfying click. A small, almost invisible compartment swung open, revealing not only a small bundle of wick and matches, but, more intriguingly, a tiny, faded photograph of a young woman, her expression serene and kind, tucked carefully beneath the matches. "My late wife," Mr. Hargrove explained, his voice softening further, tinged with a beautiful melancholy. "She founded the society with me over 30 years ago. We believed in eternal light, not just for the dark streets, but for the dark places in the human heart. This lantern was her favourite. She designed it herself. I carry it on my evening walks to remember her tireless spirit and her commitment to goodness." Theo placed a warm, steady hand on the man's shoulder, a simple, non-verbal gesture of quiet empathy and understanding. "A truly beautiful sentiment, Mr. Hargrove. The fog, and indeed the city, hides many such profound stories, doesn't it?" They sat with Mr. Hargrove for a considerable time, on the bench overlooking the park's central small fountain, where water trickled in a soothing, hypnotic rhythm. The fog had thickened again, but it felt protective now, a soft, intimate cocoon around their quiet conversation. Mr. Hargrove shared quiet tales of the Society's crucial work, lighting paths for tireless midwives on their midnight calls, illuminating small reading nooks in dim orphanages so children could discover new worlds, ensuring that no single corner of the sprawling vast metropolis of London felt utterly, unforgivingly dark. Elias listened, his mind not engaged in the feverish assembly of facts, but rather in piecing together the subtle, intricate threads, not of a grand, sensational deduction, but a beautiful mosaic of simple, enduring human kindness. "It's the quiet, consistent acts that truly endure," he reflected. "Like your lantern, sir, a small, unassuming key unlocks not just a compartment, but treasured memories and profound, lasting connections. As the evening deepened toward its close, the three men parted ways with warm, sincere handshakes and murmured promises to meet again. Mr. Hargrove lit his lantern before leaving, its soft, gentle glow piercing the mist like a beautiful, unassuming beacon of comfort. Elias and Theo retraced their steps homeward, the night air now laced with the sweeter, more cheerful scent of roasting chestnuts from a vendor's still glowing cart. Back in the familiar, welcoming warmth of their rooms, the fire had burned low, but the deep red embers still offered a palpable, enduring warmth. Elias stoked it gently, adding a single new log that crackled almost instantly to life with a cheerful shower of orange and gold sparks. Theo, meanwhile, prepared fresh tea, the kettle's sharp, harmonious whistle, a perfect, comforting note in the enveloping quiet. What a gentle, rewarding adventure, Theo said, settling back into his beloved chair with a sigh of contentment. No villains, no peril, no hasty retreat, just a lost, meaningful key finding its peaceful way home. Elias smiled, gazing out at the fog-shrouded street, where the gas lamps winked like old, trusted friends. The world seemed wrapped in a profound and perfect peace, a reward for their simple curiosity. Precisely, Theo. In the end, the greatest and most enduring mysteries are often those of the heart, resolved not with dramatic haste or aggressive questioning, but with simple kindness and patient observation. They sipped their tea in contented, companionable silence, the clock ticking onward toward the midnight hour. The fog outside pressed against the windows like a soft, enveloping blanket, and within, the room glowed with the undeniable serenity of shared understanding and deep, unwavering friendship. As the natural call of sleep beckoned, Elias felt a profound and complete calm settle over him, a quiet, powerful assurance that in this vast, misty, and often confusing city, even the smallest, most subtle enigmas led not to danger but to warmth and restorative rest. And so, under the watchful, eternal glow of London's scattered lights, the city slumbered on, its countless secrets safe in the gentle embrace of the night. As they returned to Baker Street, Elias paused momentarily at the threshold of their building, his hand resting lightly on the brass doorknob that gleamed faintly in the lamplight. Theo, before we retire fully, might I share a similar, much older tale from my own youth? It echoes this evening's gentle find in the most curious and delightful ways. Theo's eyes, magnified slightly by his spectacles, sparkled with immediate interest. He loved Elias's recollections, which were always told with a novelist's precision and warmth. By all means, Elias. The night is young enough for one more reflection, and I find a good story is the best way to prepare for sleep. They ascended the narrow, polished stairs, each step creaking softly like a whispered secret being told only to them. In the sitting room, Elias lit an additional candle on the mantel, its flame joining the existing soft chorus of light. The room was a haven of immediate, palpable comfort. Tall bookshelves lined with worn, leather-bound volumes on a delightful mix of botany, philosophy, ancient history, and the occasional classic detective memoir. A richly patterned Persian rug underfoot, its vibrant patterns faded but still intricate and lovely, and a vase of dried lavender on the sideboard, releasing its familiar calming scent into the warm, still air. Seated once more, the tea still warm in their hands, Elias began his tale, his voice pitched perfectly for the quiet room. It was in the long hot summer of my 25th year, in a quiet pastoral village not far from London, Chiswick, with its winding elm-shaded lanes and its riotous cottage gardens. I was visiting a spinster aunt who kept a small productive apiary. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the western sky in astonishing hues of rose gold and deep violet, I found a small forgotten locket in the thick grass near her hives. He described the locket in detail, pausing to allow Theo to picture it. Silver, deeply tarnished but elegant in its craftsmanship, with a chain fine as spider silk. Inside there was a miniature, hand-painted portrait of a smiling child with bright red hair, and on the back, intricately engraved initials, EM. The multitude of bees hummed lazily around him as he examined it, their continuous low drone a soothing, hypnotic backdrop to his thoughts. The scent of clover and honey was everywhere. I spent the next entire day in quiet, unhurried inquiry, Elias continued, his voice measured and evocative, like a practiced orator. Not rushing from house to house with questions and commotion, but simply observing the villagers at their established routines, the baker kneading his dough with flour-dusted, practiced hands, the meticulous seamstress mending lace by her front window, catching the afternoon light, the children playing their simple, joyful game of hopscotch on the warm cobbles. I realized that each static scene, each person, was a potential clue if only one looked with patience and an open heart. Theo leaned in, the firelight dancing playfully in his eyes. And what delightful discovery did your patience ultimately yield? The locket belonged to the village schoolmistress, a kind and quiet woman named Miss Eleanor Markham, the EM I sought. She had lost it weeks before during a hasty school picnic, and in her quiet grief, she had been too reserved and polite to speak of the loss to anyone. Returning it brought instant, quiet tears of joy to her eyes, and she was so grateful. She shared stories of her own childhood with me over tea in her parlour, a comforting room filled with towering stacks of books and the memory-laden fragrance of pressed flowers. The profound memory lingered in the cosy room like the perfect warm afterglow of a beautiful sunset. Theo reflected, his eyes thoughtful. Such small stories remind us that loss is often temporary, merely a form of forgetfulness, and reunion is a powerful, deep balm for the soul. Like our key tonight, a small, elegant bridge across a momentary lapse of memory and forgetfulness, they discussed this philosophy at length, the conversation meandering comfortably like a slow, deep river through a calm valley. Elias spoke of how genuine observation wasn't merely about aggressive scrutiny or forced logic, but a genuine appreciation for the world's natural state. noticing the particular, subtle way the light filtered through the remaining leaves of a plane tree, or how the ever-present fog softened all the hard architectural edges, making the vast, overwhelming world feel instantly infinite yet profoundly intimate. As the old clock struck the 11th hour, a deep, resonant chime that echoed softly through the quiet house, they turned to lighter, more amusing topics. Theo recounted a humorous patient from his long medical practice, a highly eccentric clockmaker who was entirely convinced that time could actually be stretched by deliberate, concentrated moments of stillness and quiet reflection. He'd tell me with perfect sincerity, "Doctor, sit by the window and simply watch the rain fall for an hour. That's how you truthfully add more hours to your all-too-brief day." Elias laughed softly, a low, warm sound that seemed to chase away any remaining shadows in the room. Wise words indeed, Theo. Perhaps that's the true, enduring, eternal light. Those necessary pauses where we simply be in the moment without any demand or need for action. Eventually, a pleasant, bone-deep fatigue crept into their limbs, arriving as gently as the fog outside. They bid good night, each retiring to their separate chambers. Elias's room was simple and perfectly ordered. A comfortable four-poster bed with crisp white linens, a nightstand holding a leather-bound book of Rilke's poetry, and a window overlooking the small damp garden below, where a few tenacious moonflowers bloomed in pale, luminous white. Lying in the comforting darkness of his bed, he listened to the low, complicated symphony of the late night, the distant rhythmic rumble of a late-running train, the soft rhythmic patter of rain beginning to fall steadily, the steady, reassuring beat of his own quiet heart. With the minor mystery of the key so gently resolved, he felt enveloped in a profound and perfect peace, the entire city's gentle pulse lulling him surely toward a deep restorative sleep. But, as in all good stories, the narrative of their contentment did not end entirely there. The next morning dawned with a soft, diffused light filtering evenly through the curtains. Elias awoke to the familiar, comforting aroma of brewing coffee and frying bacon, expertly prepared by their kind landlady, Mrs. Hudson, a warm soul with an uncanny knack for anticipating every need before it was voiced. Downstairs, Theo was already comfortably seated at the breakfast table, neatly spreading a thick layer of bright marmalade on toast. "A fine, clear morning, my friend," Theo greeted him warmly. "The fog has finally lifted, revealing a world washed clean and made completely new. Indeed, the streets outside, viewed through the freshly cleaned window, sparkled with rain-washed clarity, the cobblestones gleaming and small puddles reflecting the pale blue sky like perfect temporary mirrors. Over breakfast they received a polite note from Mr. Hargrove, delivered by a clean, rosy-cheeked delivery boy. It thanked them profusely again for their profound kindness and invited them to the Eternal Light Society's next quiet gathering, a special evening of lantern lighting in a nearby historic square. "Shall we attend, Theo?" Elias asked, his eyes twinkling with genuine pleasure. Theo nodded without hesitation. "It would be an absolute pleasure, Elias. another quiet, gentle thread in the unfolding tapestry of London's better side. The day unfolded with a similar soothing leisure. Elias spent time in his small study, cataloguing and pressing leaves collected from his walks, each one a tangible memento of nature's quiet artistry. Theo read from a substantial volume on Elizabethan herbal remedies, meticulously noting recipes for soothing tisanes and restorative poultices. In the afternoon, they strolled across town to the magnificent British Museum, not for the grand, attention-grabbing exhibits, but for the serene, hushed reading room where the great domed ceilings arched like a protective sky over a sea of dedicated minds. There, amid the absolute hush of turning pages and the faint scratching of pens, Elias pondered another small puzzle, a forgotten, handwritten bookmark in a borrowed copy of a Roman history, which led to a chance, stimulating conversation with a fellow reader about the unfairly forgotten authors of the Enlightenment period. Evening brought them to the society's gathering. The square was charmingly adorned with lanterns hung from every available tree branch, their light soft and profoundly inviting. Mr. Hargrove welcomed them with a genuine warm embrace, introducing them to various members. A quiet widow who meticulously knitted soft scarves for the local needy. A passionate poet who composed his delicate verses entirely by candlelight. A dedicated young apprentice learning the painstaking art of intricate glass blowing. As the lanterns were lit one by one with ceremonial care and respect, the entire square began to glow with a communal, profound warmth. Stories were shared in low, intimate voices, tales of lights guiding lost children safely home, of illuminated windows offering solace and a sense of connection to the desperately lonely, of small, persistent acts of quiet goodness. Elias and Theo contributed their simple tale of the lost key, eliciting nods of appreciative understanding. In this beautiful, shared atmosphere, Elias felt a deep, complete contentment. The small human mysteries of life, he now fully realized, were not problems to be solved aggressively, but rather quiet invitations to connect, to observe with greater empathy, and to profoundly cherish the small lasting moments. Returning home under a brilliant star-speckled sky, the friends reflected again on the day's gentle, kind unfolding. London holds endless such human enigmas, Theo, Elias concluded, his voice soft with emotion. Each one, it seems, is nothing less than a perfectly crafted lantern in the pervasive fog of our existence. Theo agreed, his own face alight with thoughtful understanding. And in solving them so quietly, so simply, we truly find our own light, Elias. We ensure that our own small flame will endure. That night, as peaceful sleep gently claimed them, the great city whispered its ancient lullaby, ensuring that the dreams of both men were filled with comfort, light, and enduring warmth. The weeks that followed settled into a similarly pleasant and restorative rhythm. One rainy, windswept evening, another small, utterly inconsequential mystery arose. A forgotten, expensive umbrella resting on their doorstep, delicately monogrammed with the initials LS. Elias, with Theo's calm, patient help, traced it to a slightly eccentric, elderly neighbour, which led quickly to an unexpected invitation for tea, sherry, and marvellous lengthy tales of adventurous travel through India and the Far East. These patterns of small, rewarding investigations became the very fabric of their life. Slow, soothing, and utterly non-dramatic, weaving quiet comfort and deep understanding into the tapestry of their days. Elias's reflections deepened and matured. He wrote in his worn journal of how the persistent fog in the city represented life's inevitable uncertainties. Yet within that darkness, lights always shone brightly for those who simply looked with an open, quiet heart. One cold, beautiful winter night, as a fresh crystalline snow dusted the streets like fine, ethereal powdered sugar, they sat by the deep, glowing fire, discussing the very nature of eternity itself. The key wasn't merely to a compartment in a lantern, Theo, Elias mused thoughtfully, stirring his tea. It was, in a profound way, a key to understanding that light persists, that goodness is tenacious, even in the deepest, most pervasive darkness. Theo smiled, a deep, knowing expression. And friendship, my dear Elias, is the warmest and most enduring light of all. Their bond, forged in countless hours of quiet moments, shared observations, and mutual respect, was the true, enduring, eternal element of their shared life. As the unpredictable seasons steadily turned and the years gently folded in upon themselves, their collection of small, resolved stories multiplied, each one a comforting, satisfying bedtime whisper for the soul. They were living not a life of sensational adventure, but a life of deep, sustained significance. Finally, on a perfect, quiet spring evening, much like the first, with the sound of distant church bells and the fragrant air of new growth, Elias looked out at the blossoming cherry trees, their delicate white petals drifting gently like soft, perfumed snow. "We've unravelled many small threads, Theo," he said, turning back to the familiar comfort of the room. "But the greatest and most profound comfort of all is simply knowing there's always more beauty, more quiet human goodness, and more gentle, persistent truth, waiting quietly to be found." And in that profound, comforting knowledge, they rested, their minds at peace, safe in the gentle, timeless embrace of London's endless quiet charm.